Skelton Crew. Sam Reilly, Book 27. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Chapter 1. Ancient Pyramids of Meroë, Sudan, Present Day. The early morning sun pierced the pre-dawn gray. As soft rays climbed toward the horizon, they painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, illuminating the necropolis in a golden light. The Nubian pyramids, constructed of granite and basalt, with their distinctive narrow bases and steep angles, appeared jet black. They created a jarring contrast to the bright yellow sand dunes of the Sudanese desert, and cast long shadows all the way to the Nile 1/2 mile to the west, giving witness to the once wealthy Cushites that ruled for well over a millennium. The sound of a desert fox with its high-pitched cries echoed across the desolate landscape. Its distinctive call pierced the silence in a series of short, high-pitched barks, punctuated by the occasional howl. The fox's morning song sounded the end of nightfall. The Nubian pyramids were built by the rulers of 3 Kushite kingdoms. The area of the Nile Valley known as Nubia, which lies north of present-day Sudan, was the site of their empire. The capital of the first kingdom was Kerma, 2500 to 1500 BC. The second was centered on Napata, 1000 to 300 BC. The third was Meroë, 300 BC to AD 300. Heavily influenced by the Egyptians, Nubian pyramids were built for the first time at El Karu in 751 BC, 1,000 years after Egyptian burial methods had changed. The Nubian-style pyramids emulated the elite family pyramid that was common during the New Kingdom. There are twice as many Nubian pyramids still standing today as there are Egyptian. Unlike the Egyptian pyramids, which were made of light-colored limestone, Nubian pyramids were constructed using a dark-colored volcanic rock called basalt. Over time, the surface of the basalt oxidized and darkened further, giving the pyramids their distinctive black appearance. The most extensive Nubian pyramid site is at Meroë, which is located between the 5th and 6th major waterfalls of the Nile, approximately 150 miles north of Khartoum. Over 40 queens and kings were buried there. The Pyramids of Meroë are part of the larger group of Nubian pyramids built at the time of the Kushite kingdom over 1,000 years. Near Meroë, 3 royal cemeteries were constructed. South Cemetery has 9 royal pyramids. 4 of these belonged to kings, and 5 belonged to queens. North Cemetery contains 41 royal pyramids. 30 belong to kings, 6 to queens, and 5 to other royals. The cemetery had 3 more non-royal tombs for a total of 44. West Cemetery is a non-royal site. It contains some 113 tombs. 195 other tombs complete the cemetery. In September 2020, heavy rain in Sudan triggered record-high flooding of the Nile River. For the first time in recorded history since the pyramids had been built a millennium ago, the Nile peaked at 57 feet, breaking records and flooding the Pyramids of Meroë. The necropolis became a quagmire that remained for years, decimating the foundations of the dilapidated tombs. Following the flood, Europe and Africa were hit by one of the worst droughts in history. To this day, the rains have not returned to Sudan. Floodwater, which lay dormant beneath the pyramids, slowly receded. It left in its wake a thick maze of spidery channels, as the water had etched away at the soft foundations. The largest of these tunnels had been explored by treasure hunters from all over the globe in an attempt to reach the inner sanctums. They ransacked the rich treasures sealed within, leaving the ancient ruins even more dilapidated and desecrated. Anything of value had been stolen, and the foundations of the ruins, which had withstood the tests of time, had been further eroded. Only the smallest and narrowest of passageways remained unexplored. Treasure. It was for this that Bakit Akal's father had brought him here. He was 6 years old, but malnutrition and poverty had robbed him of much of his growth, leaving him with the appearance of a much younger child. He crawled through what appeared to be a makeshift tunnel at the base of a particularly forlorn-looking pyramid, leading into the subterranean labyrinth. Small wooden slats overhead formed crude protection, much like those built by soldiers in the trenches during World War I, to keep the ceiling from caving in. Bakit was a little too young to know much about structural engineering, but even he could see the splintered wood panels were unlikely to hold out much longer. He made his way through this section as fast as possible, careful not to knock into any of the vertical beams, which formed crude and improvised structural reinforcements. His traditional African name meant lucky or fortunate one. So far, he had yet to see either of these things come to fruition. Bakit's father had brought him here, as he had every day for the past 2 weeks, to see if the boy could truly live up to his name. He carried a small goatskin bag on his back, a small crowbar to pry at any treasures buried in the sand, and a single flashlight. He wore shorts and a pale shirt with no shoes. It was plenty. The tunnels were consistently warm throughout the year. Bakit moved fast, making a swift and adept descent. He climbed hand over hand down the first of the improvised ladders that were built from wooden rungs tied together with strands of reeds. From there he crossed over a small landing platform before dropping down another 2 ladders until he was deep beneath the ancient pyramid. He didn't bother turning on his flashlight. There wasn't any point. He had systematically explored the series of passageways etched deep under the pyramids for the past 2 weeks, and could easily retrace his steps to the bottom of the pit with his eyes closed. Besides, batteries were expensive, and he needed to conserve them for the newer section he was exploring today. The entire area had been well searched by others. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of tunnels large enough for an adult to crawl through. Every single one of those had been explored 10 times over by treasure hunters hoping to change their lives. Bakit knew this, so he avoided anything he could fit through easily and concentrated on the narrower ones that might have been overlooked. Up until now, he'd explored as far south and east as possible. To the north, he'd found the narrow path continued for miles, but there were no pyramids there. The effort seemed fruitless. This was why he had returned to the beginning and was now concentrating on the western passages. Bakit headed due west. There was still moisture in the air from the flood a few years earlier. He was now in the main western crawl space. He scrambled through the narrow maze of tunnels developed by the receding quagmire. The walls had once been solid and powerful, made by hardened sand compressed over thousands of years. They had been weakened by the flow of water. Now they felt as fragile as a honeycomb, as feeble as dust. He tenderly touched the wall on his right hand. It crumbled in his fingers. His nerves on edge, Bakit tried to swallow, but his throat was too dry. Still, he kept going. If the whole thing collapsed on him, no one was ever going to save him. Even if his father tried to rally locals into helping, The fact remained, nobody knew where he was. Even if they did, he was already buried 30 or more feet beneath the sand dunes of Sudan. Not even a bulldozer could save him. But there was nothing he could do about it. He blocked the thought out of his mind and kept going. He felt his way in the absolute darkness, constantly heading west. As if being pulled by a string, he was drawn by the Nile River some 1,600 feet to the west. He reached a mark on the ground. It was a deep groove, etched into the sandy bottom by hand. His own hands, to be exact. They indicated the extent to which he'd previously searched to the west. The tunnel forked into 3 distinctly separate shafts at this point. He'd already explored the ones which ran east and north. Bakit felt his way with his fingers, reaching in until he found the small cross marked at the base of each of these holes. This was a simple code he'd left himself once he'd exhausted the exploration of a particular tunnel. That only left the south passage still to search. He drew in a deep, steadying breath and then briefly switched on his flashlight. Bakit fixed the beam down the narrow shaft. The light flickered into the hole, casting long shadows that disappeared into darkness. It was a good indication the tunnel was extensive. He made another marking in the sand, using his finger in the shape of an arrow, indicating the direction he'd come. There were miles upon miles of subterranean passageways throughout the region, and if he ever got really lost, it could take weeks, if not longer, to retrace his steps and find the ladders, by which time he was likely to starve to death, or more likely, die of thirst. Bakit switched off his flashlight and continued his southeastern journey in complete darkness. He crawled slowly, burrowing further, moving like some sort of primitive troglodyte. The tunnel headed south for 100 or so feet before splitting into several alternative passages. Bakit made a note of his location and direction and took the shaft that headed due west. He didn't own a compass. He didn't have to. Somehow he intrinsically knew which direction he was facing, based on the known directions at the start of the bottom of the ladder. No matter how many times he changed direction, a primitive part of his brain kept track. It was a similar superpower to those who seem to have an internal clock wired into their brain that constantly kept time. Bakit continued moving west. The passage narrowed, and the air became somehow thicker, more oppressive as the tunnel constricted. Moisture hung about in the air, too. He imagined the Nile River flooding once more, trapping him underwater in the entire section he was crawling through. It was a fleeting thought, and he happily reassured himself and dismissed it. It had been a cloudless, star-filled night when he'd entered this subterranean world. No chance of rain. Even if it stormed, it would take weeks for the Nile to be high enough to flood the ancient Pyramids of Meroë. He squeezed through the constriction, kept going, and then stopped. Reaching out his right hand, he touched water. Bakit switched on the flashlight. The walls to the passageway had stopped being brittle, compressed sand. Instead, his confines were made of granite and dark volcanic basalt blocks. Each wall was lined up in perfectly parallel rows, with a ceiling of stones built at equally perfect right angles. His heart stopped at the sight. It was the entrance to a tomb. There was no doubt. He took a mental picture of where he was in Meroë. There were no pyramids between him and the Nile that he knew of. That meant that wherever this tunnel led, it wasn't a royal tomb. Still, the Kushite kings and queens weren't the only ones to build tombs filled with their earthly wealth for them to spend in the afterlife. Bakit's pulse picked up its tempo. He stared at the water, fixing the flashlight in its direction, illuminating different angles as it hit the stilled pond. It was clear as crystal. A set of steps made from the same perfectly cut volcanic stones descended to form a staircase, one that had been built thousands of years before he was born. Bakit stared at it with trepidation and wonder. He narrowed his eyes with concentration. The ray of light touched the very bottom of the stairs before disappearing into the darkness beyond. He had to know what was beyond the flooded passageway. Despite his tiny structure, his muscles were proportionately strong. He had tenacity and athleticism not seen in children twice his size and 3 times as well nourished. He had always been a reasonable runner, an above-average climber, but an excellent swimmer. Bakit was certain he could reach the bottom by swimming, but what then? How far did the passage go? Where did it lead? And how far along was it flooded? Assuming the stairway led to a lower section of an ancient tomb, it made sense that the entire place was full of water. He could hold his breath for a long time, but not forever. He was about to dismiss the notion of diving into the water when the beam of his flashlight struck something that caught his attention. It seemed to glisten and reflect the light. It was followed by another glint at the bottom of the stairs. There were several, maybe a couple of dozen, perhaps. They were shining brightly back at him, like little stars gleaming and sparkling in the night sky. Or precious gemstones? Bakit's heart began to pound in his chest. He knew he had to dive down there. He had to find out what they were. If even some of them were gemstones, they would make him rich beyond his dreams. Then he would truly live up to his namesake as the lucky one. He kept the light pointing downward toward the ground floor of the flooded staircase. For a split second he toyed with the idea of diving with the flashlight, but was worried it wouldn't survive getting wet. Then he wouldn't be able to reach the possible gemstones, and worse, he wouldn't have a flashlight. If he lost it, his father would be angry with him. No, he would have to leave it there. He dug the back of the flashlight into the nearby wall of sand and positioned the beam so that it shone straight down into the guts of the staircase like a laser. He stripped down to his underwear, leaving his small goatskin hide bag outstretched and laid out fully open beside his clothes, so that he had a place to lay his precious gems. His dark skin glowed with beads of sweat, and his lips parted with a wide, toothy smile. Treasure was what he lived for, and it was right here in front of him. Bakit took several slow, deep breaths. He gently stepped into the water. It was icy cold in comparison to the oppressive heat of the air within the passageway, yet it felt refreshing rather than uncomfortable. Once he was waist deep, Bakit dipped his head below and swam with all his might toward the bottom of the stairs. The water was strikingly clear, creating the illusion of nearness and a false impression of the depth. The staircase was much deeper than he expected. Without goggles, his vision was an obtuse blur. On the first try, he reached the bottom, but in the process blocked much of the light from dispersing across the volcanic stone flooring and reflecting the gemstones. His chest quickly burned with pressure, begging him to resurface and fill his lungs. He ran his fingers across the ground, but they touched nothing but the glossy, almost glassy volcanic stone with which the staircase had been built. He fought against the urge to resurface as long as he could before giving in, making a quick tumble turn and pushing off the flooded bottom before kicking hard to reach the surface. Bakit gasped for air as soon as he reached the surface. He grinned. His right foot had an indent from where it had pushed hard against a small stone at the bottom of the staircase. It was enough motivation to allow him to try again. Once he'd gathered himself, Bakit slowed his breathing and focused on the shiny specks of light refracting from a series of dots on the bottom of the water. Then he dived in from a standing position, using the speed and energy of the dive to take him all the way to the bottom. His underwater vision hadn't improved, so he didn't bother waiting for it to. Instead, as he had done throughout the maze of passageways for the past 2 weeks, he closed his eyes and let the delicate nerves of his fingertips guide him. He ran both his hands across the floor of the flooded tunnel, moving them back and forth like windshield wipers running at full speed. His fingers touched something. It was small, with sharp edges, much too equal to be accidental. He pictured the precious gem that adorned an ancient king or queen's yusk, a personal ornament, a type of broad collar or necklace familiar to many because of its presence in images of the Egyptian and Kushite elite. Bakit kept it in his hand and kept going. Soon he found another one, followed by another 3. By the time he ran out of air and was no longer able to resist the urge to surface, he had collected more than 20 of them, whatever they were. He then turned and kicked off the floor, making his way to the surface as he had the first time, gasping for breath as his mouth broached the surface. He clambered up the last few steps and crawled into the dry passage in front of the flooded stairs. Bakit dropped the rewards of his efforts on the goatskin hide. Disappointment immediately set in at the sight, as he recognized what he'd found, and they were far from precious gemstones. Instead, they were just tiles. Ancient and mostly made of colored glass and non-precious stones, cut into perfect squares. They were tiles which had once most likely formed a beautiful mosaic. There were markings on them, swirling lines that seemed to fit together to form a map or a maze like a giant jigsaw puzzle. He played with several of them for a few minutes, trying to picture what sort of image the mosaic had once formed. The glass tiles were a distinct purple, and the stones were an assortment of low-grade lapis lazuli with its deep, intense blue and tones of violet. Each of the tiles had a dark line etched onto them. Bakit studied each line. They were made of some sort of black ink, or possibly even inlaid with a strip of dark volcanic stones. It was glossy, like obsidian, but much too thin and perfectly formed for even the most skilled craftsman of the long-lost Kushite kingdom to manipulate. The lines seemed like spiral-shaped swirls, which kept on twisting in on each other like a snake or something, eating at its tail. Or was that just his imagination? He kept the tiles in the goat-hide bag and tied the leather tassel tight. They weren't of great worth, but at least it was something his father could sell to tourists who had braved the journey to visit the Pyramids of Meroë. It wasn't much, but it would be better than coming home empty-handed altogether. If he knew his father at all, he knew he would persuade someone that they were valuable. Bakit retrieved his flashlight and turned around. He slowly retraced his movements, crawling back the way he came, and then stopped dead. His light flickered across the specks of mineral crystals on a wall of solid granite blocks. It was too reflective to be any of the sand or mud which made up almost all the rabbit warren-like labyrinth of tunnels. The walls of the passageway had stopped being made of compressed sand. Instead, they were made of granite and dark volcanic basalt. They were lined up in perfect parallel rows, with a ceiling of stones built at equally perfect right angles, just like the staircase. A wry grin formed on his parted lips. Those granite stones weren't there on the way in, and yet this was clearly the same route he'd taken when he entered the chamber. He focused the beam of his flashlight down the west-facing shaft. It had partially collapsed, but without a doubt it was a continuation of the original Kushite passageway, one constructed by ancient builders more than 1,000 years ago. It looked completely different from the way he came. He gave a cursory glance around the low-lying walls through which he'd recently crawled before reaching the water. He could see the marks he'd made with his hands and feet etching slightly into the sandy ground below. Somewhere along the tunnel, the grooves disappeared. He frowned, curiosity gently turning toward fear. How could he be lost? He'd heard stories of treasure hunters becoming disoriented in the labyrinthian maze, only to eventually starve to death or, more likely, die of fear and dehydration. He'd always imagined those people to be fools. How could anyone not know the way they had come from, or how to retrace their steps? And yet, as he slowly retraced his steps, he had done just that. He moved the flashlight in large circular swaths, casting beams of light and long shadows across the walls and down the passageway. His gaze traced the distinctive marks his arms, knees, and feet had left in the soft sand as he'd previously crawled his way through the tunnel in an eastern direction. About 3 feet away, the line disappeared entirely. Impossible! He moved up to the location, as though it were a magic trick, and his trail had been secretly erased. What if someone had? If Bakit had found a previously unknown royal burial chamber, and another person had witnessed him finding it, would they let him return to the surface to tell his father? Or would they try and conceal his track in the hope of trapping him, so that they could keep the fortune? Bakit swallowed down the panic that rose in his throat like bile. He opened his goatskin hide bag and glanced at his meager treasure. With restored confidence, a reassuring smile played out on his lips. There was nothing worth killing someone for. Bakit stared at the trail in the sandy ground. He moved so that he could touch it, then gently ran his fingers across the wall. At first the wall appeared completely solid, but as he moved his fingers higher up, they disappeared into a void. He frowned, crawled closer. Then he began to laugh. The opening from the west had tapered along, creating the deception of a solid wall. There was no chance to see it until you got right next to it. Like the illusion used to trap crabs in a crab pot, he had crawled through the ever-narrowing gap before popping out into the larger main space. Although you could crawl through it one way, it was hopeless trying to crawl backward or to go the other way. He had been focused on heading due west, not concentrating on what was around him, so he completely missed the fact the route he was on had joined together from 2 different shafts. Then, upon turning around, it appeared like a single tunnel. Relieved that he could get out, he made a mark on the floor and the wall to ensure that, like the crab, he didn't become permanently ensnared by the magic. Bakit now focused on the new passageway. He must have missed it when he was previously heading east. Moving toward the east, the semi-collapsed entry to the west was barely visible. He now knew it was an illusion, a one-way trap, impossible to escape. He stared at the void. Fear was replaced with interest and possibility. He pushed his way through the thick, rugged crawl space, He stared at the granite blocks that formed the ancient passage. The tunnel continued for another 20 or so feet before another partially collapsed ceiling prohibited his progress. Light from his flashlight flickered across the walls, casting shadows that appeared like wraiths in the night. It was really narrow, even for an impoverished and stunted kid from Sudan. Bakit kept going, squeezing his way through the earth, despite the debris from the fallen ceiling making it oppressive to continue. Eager to find something more valuable that once belonged to the wealthy occupants of the tomb, he kept progressing. After another 20 or 30 feet, he reached an impassable section where the entire ceiling had collapsed, blocking his path completely. He studied it for a few minutes. His light penetrated a small gap. He used the crowbar and dug away at the side of the rubble in an attempt to tunnel through the softer sand section of the wall. But only a few inches in, the crowbar struck solid granite. He returned his efforts to the small void between two large granite blocks. A natural bridge seemed to form in the rubble, and the more he examined it, the more confident he was that if he removed the single block at the base, the rest of the debris would remain in its current position. Bakit drove the steel crowbar into the gap, wedging it between the two rocks. He then used a smaller piece of broken granite as a fulcrum and began to pull. Nothing happened on the first and second try, but by the third one, the block began to shift position. Over the next 25 minutes, he managed to work it free, leaving a large void. He gave a crisp whistle. It was an almost perfect replica of the shrill of the desert gazelle, known as the Dorcas gazelle, which inhabited the Nubian desert. His father had taught him how to make the high-pitched whistling shrill as a means of communicating through long distances. The piercing sound echoed throughout a much larger chamber. His eyes widened. It must be a vaulted cathedral. Bakit's heart thundered in eager anticipation. Only a king or queen could afford to build such a large structure. He shuffled ahead on his tummy, using only his hands and toes to make forward progress. He took a couple of deep breaths and slid underneath the single block. It was just big enough for his head to slip under by turning it sideways. It didn't open into a large chamber right away, just more debris. Hundreds of granite blocks had fallen on top of each other. He was just 6 years old, but very small for his age. Even so, he wasn't sure he could make it. But visions of the vast riches buried within kept him going. Bakit clambered through the narrow and cramped hole. It was dark and musty, with little room to maneuver his flashlight. Instead, he relied on his hands and feet to navigate the rubble-strewn floor. His determined and dust-covered face was filled with excitement and curiosity as he worked his way ever closer to the ancient ruins. The tunnel was climbing upward on a gentle slope. Bakit squeezed past fallen rocks and chunks of crumbling masonry. Despite the close quarters and the danger of the unstable surroundings, he was not discouraged. Driven by his innate sense of adventure and desperate need for treasure, he pressed on. The passageway was thick with the musty scent of old stone. He gulped in air from the exertion of climbing. It took at least 10 minutes to progress just 12 feet, most of it in a slightly diagonal climb. He paused in the remnants of some sort of antechamber. It was once quite large, but now only an area of a few square feet remained uncrushed by the recent cave-in. There was almost enough room to turn around. If not, he could try and back out somehow, but it would be difficult. He didn't relish the thought of trying to negotiate the cave-in, as it hugged and squeezed him tight as he traveled backward. Bakit gave that option serious thought. Perhaps, small as he was too big to fit. His breathing became labored. The space between the ground and the ceiling was so narrow that he was unable to fully inflate his lungs. Instead, he was having to take faster, shallower breaths. It was making him panic. He began to shuffle, struggling to turn around. It was difficult. There wasn't quite enough room to adjust his skeletal frame. He tried bending each of his knees, but he didn't have quite enough space. Suppressing his instinctive panic, he then rotated in the opposite direction and stopped, because the beam of his flashlight caught an image on part of the wall. Bakit's eyes stared in awe as he gazed upon the colorful hieroglyphics inscribed on the walls of the pyramid. A dim light filtered in through a small opening somewhere in the ceiling and was casting an eerie glow, illuminating the mysterious symbols. His eyes traced the lines of the figures, trying to decipher the meaning behind them. He'd never seen anything like them in any instance of his looting before. It filled him with wonder at the history and secrets the ancient structures held. He ran his fingers over the rough stone surface, feeling the grooves made by the long-dead artists who created the hieroglyphics. His panic was overridden by imagination. What must life have been like for the ancient Egyptians who built the pyramids, and how were they able to construct such massive structures without modern technology? He knew the pictures were a type of Meroitic writing, which were derived from Egyptian script. There were images of different animals in various colors etched into the wall. The language was incomprehensible, and may as well have been meaningless gibberish, but there was one thing he understood intrinsically just by looking at the quality of the hieroglyphs. This was a royal tomb, and that meant there was abundant wealth hidden inside. Bakit allowed himself to enjoy the sight in silence for a few more seconds, taking in the majesty of the hieroglyphics and the mystery that surrounded them. Then, with a sense of reverence, and driven with a need to see the priceless treasures awaiting him, he forgot about turning around. Instead, he continued deeper into the tomb. Bakit continued progressing forward, battling through the pile of ancient rubble. He shifted his body weight from his hands to his elbows, to his hips, knees, and finally his feet, making shuffling progress akin to a caterpillar. It was slow going. His pulse kicked up and he was breathing hard. Small, shallow breaths. It was all he could do, until he could no longer even do that. Exhausted and terrified, he would become completely stuck. Bakit stopped in the darkness. He could feel the dark shadow of fear sneaking up on him, its deceitful tendrils catching his mind. The walls of the tunnel closed in on him. This wasn't simply metaphorical. The hole he was climbing through had narrowed to the point that the constriction had trapped him. He fought to suppress the terror that rose in his chest like bile. Part of him still considered trying to back up, but his attempts so far had been futile. No, he needed to keep going. Bakit exhaled through pursed lips, deflating his chest as much as possible, and dragged himself through the narrow tunnel. He pulled himself a little farther through the shaft, making tiny movements by opening and closing his fingers. He tried to create enough friction to pull his gaunt frame through. It was slow and painful work, and his entire body was being torn by shards of limestone as it was compressed. At least he was moving forward again. He kept at it, making modest progress at best for some time, perhaps another 20 minutes or so. And then he stopped, because he was now properly trapped. He knew it in an instant. This was every caver's, hell, every person's worst nightmare. He was bound by the earth, deep underground, in a tomb that no person might ever discover. His heart was thudding against his thin ribs now, his mouth as dry as the desert. He struggled to move, but couldn't. The last of his strength bled out of him like air from a balloon. He tried to breathe out, but his chest was already deflated. He was going to die here. Full-blow panic set in. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The blood had frozen in his veins. His lungs stopped. He could hear his pulse, his heartbeat growing impossibly louder until it was the only sound echoing in his ears. A guttural cry filled his throat. If he could scream, he would have. But almost as soon as it had manifested, the sound had been stifled by the vice-like pressure on his chest from the walls. He had the sudden realization that unless he took immediate action, he'd be permanently stuck far beneath the earth, trapped in a place not seen by anyone for more than a millennium. It was up to him to free himself. Failure to do so would result in his remains lying there for another millennium before being found. With his chest constricted between the two pieces of smooth volcanic stone blocks, his lungs were unable to fully expand. Instead, he took fast, shallow breaths, which in turn caused him to panic further. But the more he tried to slow his breathing, the dizzier he became, and he feared that he was on the verge of passing out. If he lost consciousness, he would never wake up. This would be his tomb. Struggling tenuously to remain conscious and focused, he turned his mind to the feelings of elation that had come just hours before. He couldn't go forward. He couldn't go backward. He was locked inside a tomb, pushing against the constricted space. He needed to rest and regather his strength before trying again. But to do that, he would need to stop his mind from descending into the depths of insanity. Just when he couldn't take it any more, the ceiling suddenly gave way, releasing him into a large room. Bakit shakily rose to his feet, in awe as he had entered the ancient burial chamber of a king. The grandeur of the space was immediately striking. The high ceiling and walls were adorned with intricate paintings depicting scenes from the king's life and religious beliefs. More than a dozen torches remained around the room, and he imagined the burial vault once being lit by the flickering torches, casting an ethereal glow on the walls and long shadows across the floor. In the center of the chamber stood a large granite sarcophagus, intricately carved. But where precious gems and metals had once adorned the stone, there were now a myriad of empty voids. The precious treasures had been plucked by long-dead grave robbers. The massive lid must have weighed several tons, but was now cracked in two pieces. He stepped forward and aimed his flashlight into the void. It was empty. The king's remains, along with all his worldly treasures, had been stolen long ago. Nothing. Just an empty sarcophagus. Disappointed, he turned, scanning the room. Bakit's gaze was drawn to the walls of the chamber, where inscriptions and hieroglyphics detailed the king's accomplishments, his genealogy, and his role in the afterlife. He couldn't help but be impressed by the belief that these inscriptions would help the king navigate the afterlife and ensure that his spirit would be remembered for generations to come. He quickly searched the rest of the tomb, and then, despondent, returned to navigate the gaping hole in which he'd nearly become stuck. The rays from the flashlight shone across the empty walls. Bakit entered the narrow passage, where he'd very nearly become permanently trapped on the way in. He felt less panicky approaching it, given that he knew he was capable of squeezing through. Unfortunately, he was also less motivated, because he was no longer hoping to find something of incredible value. He crawled through the first section, and then dropped down onto his tummy and began the painful caterpillar movements, descending through the debris. A few seconds in, and the beam of his flashlight shone on something that glistened under the light, reflecting like a mirror. His breath caught. Curiosity quickly transformed to excitement. It was something yellow, almost entirely buried within the sand. It was bright and shiny, like gold. Tentatively, almost nervously, he touched the metal with his hand. It was cold on his fingertips. He tried to pull it out, but the metal was firmly entrapped by the compressed sand. It was only the recent floods and receding water that eroded some of the sand, revealing the golden item. Most likely it had been buried, left to languish for thousands of years. Bakit used his fingers to carefully dig around the soft metal. Cold fear pounded in his ears. He found himself unintentionally holding his breath, fearful that his discovery was worthless, just an illusion, and his prize was about to be taken away from him. His fingernails stung as he clawed the packed sand, working the golden relic free from its earthly confines. After a few minutes, he was able to clasp the cold metal. He pulled while gently twisting. Nothing happened. Fearful that he might ruin whatever artifact he'd discovered, Bakit forced himself to slow down and work the nearby compressed sand a little more. Slowly, the shape of the golden artifact became unearthed. Bakit's fingers gently clasped the gold until the whites of his knuckles began to show. He tentatively pulled, and the heavy artifact came free. With his left hand, he fixed the beam of the flashlight onto the artifact. It was a Kushite yusk. A yusk was a magnificent piece of jewelry that stretched back to ancient Egypt, crafted with skill and precision in the shape of a collar with a central pendant. This one was made of gleaming, pure gold and was intricately inlaid with an array of precious gemstones. The gold was worked into delicate filigree and intricate designs that were said to symbolize the power and wealth of the pharaoh who once wore it. The gold alone would be valuable enough to change his life forever. Bakit grinned as he stared at the gemstones that adorned the ancient yusk. The gems added a brilliant splash of color to the golden yusk. They included emeralds, rubies, sapphires, and diamonds, each one carefully selected and placed to create a stunning design. They sparkled in the light, creating a rainbow of colors that danced and shimmered. He squeezed his eyes shut, begging for his discovery not to be a dream. When he opened them again, he saw the rich, vibrant reflection of solid gold and precious jewels. A rush of pure joy overcame him. This time he had no trouble screaming very loudly, because he and his father were about to become rich beyond their wildest dreams. Chapter 2. Suez Canal, Egypt. 21 days out. Sundance. Sundance crept elegantly across the stilled water of the Suez Canal. The 50-foot privately owned motor yacht formed a sleek comparison to the dozen or so enormous cargo ships that shared the canal on its southern transit. Its hull was entirely black, dispersed by the occasional splash of rich chrome, with tinted windows along its meager cockpit, above which were two black radar domes. The aft deck housed a small jacuzzi, behind which trailed a wake of whitewash some 70 feet in length in jarring contrast to the vessel's black exterior. At its helm, Mikhail Tarek stared out at the electric blue sky above the burning Egyptian desert. The barometer was sitting high. There was no wind whatsoever, causing the mercury to climb well above 110 Fahrenheit. At 11 a.m., it was setting up to be a real scorcher. Tarek adjusted his cap. It bore the image of twin opposing blue boats, the insignia of the Suez Canal Authority. It was mandatory for all vessels navigating the Suez Canal to have a pilot on board, irrespective of their size. He was a tall, authoritative man in his 40s with thick, graying hair, black eyebrows, and intelligent, liquid green eyes with a large scimitar nose and chiseled features. His outward appearance was conscientious and conservative, but he wore an open and unrestrained smile. Inside, a tendril of icy cold fear made its way up his spine, despite the burning ambient temperature. Tarek was about to do something terrible, deadlier than anything else he'd done before. It would set into motion a series of events that would have long-ranging ramifications that would shake the entire world for years to come. The full effects of the catastrophe wouldn't become apparent for another 3 weeks. It was also going to make him unbelievably rich. Behind him, Sundance left the Al Salam Bridge in her wake. The Egyptian-Japanese Friendship Bridge, a vehicular bridge crossing the Suez Canal at Alcantara, linked the continents of Africa and Asia. The bridge was built with a 60% construction grant by then-President Hosni Mubarak to Japan in March 1995 as part of a larger project to develop the Sinai Peninsula. Egypt bore the remaining 40% of the cost, and the bridge was opened in October 2001. The bridge had a 229-foot clearance over the canal and was 2.4 miles long, with a 13,000-foot cable stay. The height of the two main pylons supporting the main span was 505 feet each. The towers were designed in the shape of pharaonic obelisks. Ahead of him, the El Ferdan swing bridge, the longest rotating metal bridge on Earth, began to rotate on its axis, opening the western shipping lane of the Suez Canal in northeastern Egypt, from the lower Nile River Valley near Ismailia to the Sinai Peninsula. The twin canals opened into the Great Bitter Lake, and Tarek motored the pleasure cruiser out into it. No longer restricted by the confines of the narrow canal, he set the autopilot to cruise, took a quick glance at the horizon looking for oncoming vessels, and then focused his attention on the satellite AIS map depicted on a large computer monitor. The automatic identification system located all nearby vessels, superimposing their speed, direction, and GPS location. His AIS lit up with nearly 100 cargo ships within a 50-mile radius. Tarek zoomed in on the Trident GS, an ultra-large shipping container designated as having a capacity larger than 20,000 TEU, 20-foot equivalent units. Owned by Global Shipping, the conglomerate was operated by shipping mogul James Reilly. The Trident GS was 1,312 feet in length, with a beam of 202 feet, and a gross tonnage of 237,000. This made her one of the largest vessels to ever transit the Suez Canal. Her inventory showed that she was at full capacity, with precisely 24,008 TEU containers. The floating behemoth was currently in the Gulf of Suez, heading north at 12 knots. Tarek smiled, increasing the search grid to 250 nautical miles, scanning a series of other approaching vessels. He studied the Vera MSC, a Mediterranean vessel. His brow furrowed as he scanned the monitor, realizing it was the right company but the wrong ship. He traced the watercourse south before landing on what he was looking for, the Vera MSC. The Italian roll-on, roll-off vessel was a designated pure car truck carrier owned by the Mediterranean Shipping Company, MSC. Like all PCTC ships, it was a distinctive vessel with a box-like superstructure running the entire length and breadth of the hull, fully enclosing the payload. This one, like most PCTCs, had a massive stern ramp and a side ramp for dual loading of thousands of vehicles. It also had an extensive automatic fire control system. Tarek stared at the Vera MSC, still mesmerized by the audacity of what he was planning to do. He allowed himself nearly a full minute to revel in the feeling before forcing himself to return to the present and the tasks at hand. Anything could happen within the next 21 days. His eyes returned to the Trident GS. Tarek drew a digital line following the ultra-large cargo ship's projected course, including projected times to reach certain points. He marked an asterisk where he planned to intercept with the Trident GS and clicked Calculate. 13:42. He stared at the timestamp. A moment later, he picked up the onboard satellite phone and pressed the call button for a previously dialed number. A man answered without hesitation. "It's a go." "Confirm. It's a go," Tarek said, placing the phone handle back in its receiver. He casually walked down the teak steps into the main cabin beneath the forward deck. Scuba equipment, along with a high-powered diver propulsion vehicle and an underwater scooter, or DPV, was lying there, set up and ready to use. Slumped on the ground beside the dive gear was a man wearing the uniform of an SCA pilot. Tarek scanned the man. A casual glance might suggest the man was asleep. He wasn't. He was dead. A single bullet hole to the back of his neck had severed his brainstem, killing him instantly. His method of execution, however, left the man's face and skull completely intact. Tarek squatted down and lifted the corpse in the classic fireman hold, taking the dead man's slumped weight over his own shoulders. He smiled and made his way back out onto the bridge, tumbling the body next to the helm. He switched off the autopilot, taking control of the helm with his hands at 10 and 2, and began whistling. Without a single care or worry, his emerald eyes scanned the endless blue sky over the desert. It was shaping up to be a beautiful day. By nightfall, the Skeleton Crew would rise from the sea like wraiths, and the world would wake to a new dawn. Chapter 3. Trident GS. The irony of life was unquestionable. Captain Trent Higgins glowed with joy as he stood watch on the bridge of his ship, the Trident GS, as it motored north toward the entrance to the Suez Canal. He had thick, almost white hair, with a trimmed salt and pepper beard, and sea-blue eyes. His first name meant the Flooder. Although it was generally associated with the River Trent in Britain, it had been an ominous portent to his life at sea. Fortunately, after nearly 4 decades, his career at sea had been steadfast and uneventful. "Thank you very much, sir," Trent said, a smile beaming, his very being filled with simple gratitude. A moment later, he placed the phone receiver down on its cradle. Michael Whitehead, his first mate, standing at the other end of the bridge, glanced at him, his face hard and serious. "Everything all right, sir?" "Better than I could have ever expected, thank you, Michael," the captain replied, using the man's first name with a familiarity he rarely displayed on the bridge. Trent thought about waiting until they reached port to pass along the surprising news, but in a burst of ease, of which he rarely shared with his crew, he said, "They've found a replacement to take over for me at Port Said." Michael shot him a wide, genuine grin. "Good for you, sir! We're all very happy for you, sir." "Very happy for you, sir," Adrian Toohey, the helmsman, echoed. "Congratulations, sir. I am very pleased for you." Omar Zain, the Suez Canal Authority pilot, nodded. "Inshallah. May this final transit run smoothly so you will be home soon." Out of courtesy, and after years of working with Omar, Trent repeated the Muslim word, Inshallah, which meant, if God wills. A few moments later, Trent ran his fingers through his near-white hair and said, "Thank you, everyone. I feel blessed. This is the very best day of my life." Nothing on earth could make Trent Higgins any happier. His severe face, which cast the perfect image of bygone solemn mariners, was now radiating joy and full of life. His blue eyes gazed at the stilled water ahead as the Trident GS passed the port of Taufik and entered the first leg of the Suez Canal, making its northern transit. The vessel plowed through the stilled waters of the Suez Canal, its hull slicing through the glassy waters. The ship was massive, and its decks were stacked high with containers and freight. Trent stood calmly with his feet planted shoulder-width apart, as he had for thousands of hours at sea, taking in the environment, his crew, and every single mechanical sound on board his ship, as though they were all one perfectly synchronized machine. He scanned across the deck and out toward the horizon. The sky was such a vivid blue that had it been on a canvas, Trent would have argued that the artist had overdone the vibrant colors, rendering it a fake. The barometer was high, with almost no visible wind. It was ideal for his vessel to safely transit the Suez Canal. At the age of 56, he was about to achieve everything a man might ever want. Certainly everything he had ever wanted. He had a beautiful wife, Danielle, who loved him nearly as much as he loved her. He had a good job as the captain of the Trident GS, which was a flagship carrier of global shipping. After today, its cargo would be the largest shipment to ever pass through the Suez Canal. He grinned at the stilled water ahead. Yes, these were perfect conditions for the transit. He was at the end of a 6-month block at sea. After circumnavigating the globe 2.5 times and traveling some 58,000 miles, he was soon to dock at Port Said, a thriving city at the mouth of the Suez Canal. There his counterpart would take command of the Trident GS. Then he would be flying home to Portland, Oregon, where his wife Danielle was about to give birth to their first child. He reflected that this was the culmination of everything he'd worked hard to achieve. It was all coming to fruition. It had been a long journey to get there. After more than 10 years of tests, innumerable visits to doctors, and nearly $250,000 spent on IVF without success, Danielle had miraculously become pregnant 2 years after they had stopped trying. In fact, after years of perimenopause, they both assumed she had transitioned to that next phase of life, known as menopause. Only they had been wrong. Last week, she had started to develop intermittent abdominal and lower back pain, mild and niggling cramping sensations. They came and went, until finally they became so severe that she decided to seek medical attention. Trent had been worried about her all the way along the coast of Africa, terrified that the doctors would discover she had cancer. And now he found out that she was pregnant. What's more, the ultrasound estimated the baby's gestation at being roughly 36 weeks. He was about to become a dad. 3 weeks out, if the ultrasound was to be believed. He'd made some phone calls, and now, after being unable to find another captain at such late notice, James Reilly himself, the CEO and largest shareholder of the global shipping empire, was flying out. The CEO himself would captain the Trident GS on its final leg into Germany. Old man Reilly was not known to be generous. He was never unkind, and he asked no more from his employees than he gave the company himself, a 110% in everything. Global Shipping might offer good remuneration packages for its staff, but James Reilly demanded every single bit of effort out of them in return. The gesture had moved Trent, and now in under 24 hours, Trident GS would reach Port Said, where Trent would transfer command to James Reilly. Then he would be on his way back stateside in time to greet his precious baby as he or she came into the world. His blue eyes gazed at the stilled water ahead as the Trident GS glided past the port of Taufik and entered the first leg of the Suez Canal, making its northern transit. It was the last remaining single-laned section of the canal. As such, small fleets of cargo ships would line up and make the journey in a convoy. The Suez Canal was an artificial sea-level waterway running north to south across the Isthmus of Suez in Egypt to connect the Mediterranean Sea and the Red Sea. The canal separates the African continent from Asia and provides the shortest maritime route between Europe and the lands lying around the Indian and Western Pacific Oceans. It's one of the world's most heavily used shipping lanes and probably the most important waterways on Earth. On both sides of the canal, there were mooring bollards every 410 feet for the mooring of a vessel in case of emergency, and distance signposts helping locate the positions of ships in the waterway. The navigable channel was bordered by light and reflecting buoys as navigational aids to night traffic. A new stretch of the canal opened in 2015. The northern terminus is Port Said, where there are 2 outlets to the sea. The southern terminus is Port Taufik, in the city of Suez, where there is 1 outlet to the sea. At its first construction, the canal was 102 miles long and 24 feet deep. After several enlargements, it was 120 miles long and 72 feet deep. The canal is a single lane, with passing places in the Bala Bypass and the Great Bitter Lake. It contains no locks, meaning that seawater flows freely through it. In general, the canal north of the Bitter Lakes flows north in winter and south in summer. South of the lakes, the current changes with the tide at Suez. The canal is owned and maintained by the Suez Canal Authority, SCA, of Egypt. Under the Convention of Constantinople, it may be used in time of war as in time of peace by every vessel of commerce or of war without distinction of flag. Trent glanced at Omar Zain, the Suez Canal Authority pilot. This paid outsider was obligatory on every single transit of the canal. Omar was a veteran with the SCA, having made the transit as often as twice a day, 5 days a week, for nearly 40 years. The man looked calm and relaxed, which was unsurprising given how little work he did. Among some seafarers, the role of these pilots seemed somewhat mysterious. Even after all these years, it still riled Trent up as an unnecessary incursion on his authority, not to mention the gigantic waste of company money. Contrary to their titles, the pilots didn't steer the vessel in the Suez Canal. The pilot served more as a consultant, using his experience and practical knowledge of the canal to give advice on maneuvering the vessel through currents or what course to navigate. The captain must at all times be present on the bridge when in the canal. This was to give orders to the helm, to the engines and tugs, while taking into account the pilot's directions according to international maritime law. The captain must keep the pilot informed of any problems in handling of his ship so that the pilot might be in a position to give better advice on how to control the navigation and movement of the vessel, the law reads. However, regulation states that responsibility falls completely upon the captain. Pilots offer guidance and opinions, yet the captain can choose to refuse it. Ultimately, the captain had the sole responsibility for directing the ship. Yet it wasn't just a pilot the company was paying for. Massive cargo ships like the Trident GS were obliged to take on a Suez Canal crew. This included a special electrician who had to operate what they call a Suez Canal projector. This is a giant headlamp placed on the forecastle on the bow, the front of the ship, in case anything happens. There are also several other crew members who have special rope skills. In his 39 years on board container ships at sea, Trent had never seen any of this specialist crew do anything other than sit in their distinct crew cabin. Then again, he thought with a mischievous grin, that could be proof of his excellent seamanship, rather than the specialist crew's ability. Not that it mattered. In under 24 hours, he would no longer be captain of the Trident. He would be on board a commercial flight to New York, and then on to Portland, Oregon, to be with his darling wife. He would take care of everything. His Danielle and their baby would want for nothing. He would make sure of that. A few seconds later, the SCA pilot swore. "What in God's name is this guy doing?" Trent had never heard Omar swear. His gaze intensely zeroed in on the horizon, landing on the sight of an incoming pleasure cruiser. It had a dark, almost sinister-looking hull and was racing toward them at full speed, headed south. Only northern traffic was allowed on the narrow, single-laned first segment of the canal. This idiot was going the wrong way, and whoever was at the helm of the craft had intentionally opened up the throttles, sending the vessel straight toward them at speed. The radar operator identified the inbound ship from the AIS as Sundance, a 50-foot vessel. It was owned by a charter company that catered to millionaires and wannabe billionaires. Trent instinctively reached for his binoculars. Lifting them to his eyes, he zeroed in on the approaching vessel. He didn't give orders to alter their speed or course yet. After all, the Trident GS was an ultra-large cargo ship. At top speed, she took 1.8 miles to stop. Even at their reduced speed of 6 knots, well below the canal's maximum speed limit of 7.6 knots, she would take 750 feet to stop. Change course? No way. The Trident GS commanded the entire canal. His eyes met those of the helmsman steering the aberrant vessel. He was a tall, authoritative man in his 40s, with thick graying hair and black eyebrows. The damned fool was sardonically grinning like a madman. Then his appearance changed, as though he could see the captain on the bridge, far too distant to see with his naked eyes, and made direct eye contact with Trent, before lifting his hand up in a gentle, almost bemused wave. It was a friendly gesture. And then he appeared to begin whistling to himself, without a care in the world, like a man ready to die. A split second later, the luxury cruiser disappeared beneath the blind side of the forward bow. What on God's green earth is he trying to do? Trent exchanged a look with Omar. The pilot inclined his head in agreement. Recommend holding course. Agreed. Trent lowered his binoculars. Keep her steady, Mr. Toohey. Keeping her steady, sir, replied the helmsman. The small craft that was traveling the wrong way was made of fiberglass. If the worst should happen, the Trident GS's reinforced steel hull, backed by 237,000 tons, wouldn't even shudder at the collision. Trent kept his eyes on the side of the hull, fear twisting into a knot in his stomach, as he searched for the deviant vessel, hoping to spot it altering course and becoming visible on the other side of the single canal. In his peripheries, he spotted 3 of the SCA crew running toward the starboard side. This was really happening. There was going to be a collision, here, on the Suez Canal, 3 weeks before his wife was due. Trent stepped toward the acting helmsman. I'll take helm, Mr. Toohey. Adrian Toohey stepped back, an audible exhale through his pursed lips, revealing his unabashed relief. Relinquishing the helm, sir. A silence washed over the bridge like a rising fog, as everyone on board collectively appeared to inadvertently hold their breaths. Trent clasped the U-shaped wheel. It was made of mahogany and affixed on a pedestal at the center of the bridge. A faint line in the middle of the wheel showed the rudder position relative to midship. It was in the neutral position, meaning the rudder was aligned with the ship, and the vessel was running straight ahead. On the dashboard, an analog gyro compass, housed between 2 autopilot management systems, gave the compass heading of 345 degrees north-northwest. Irrationally, Trent felt more in command when standing at the helm. If the worst should happen, it would be better for everyone if it were said that he was at the helm. Call it old-fashioned, but as a seafarer he felt safer with the entire machine under his control. A moment later, the silence was broken with the sound of an explosion. An orange flash erupted on the starboard side of the hull, amidships. The delicate nerves in Trent's hands and fingers gently braced the wheel, feeling for any shock or repercussion from the collision. As expected, there wasn't even the faintest tremor. Trent gently exhaled, and the Trident GS continued to gracefully slice through the stilled waters. There was a collective sigh of relief. The Suez Canal distance markers indicated his ship had coasted another 50 feet north. Trent turned to Omar, ready to obtain his input for their next course of action. Authorities would need to be notified. Rescue operations commenced in the unlikely event there were survivors on board the pleasure cruiser. Any number of other tasks needed to be undertaken to render assistance. But first he needed to determine where to stop the Trident GS. After all, the narrow single canal was barely large enough to accommodate the ultra-large container ship. It wasn't likely the Suez Canal Authority would want him to stop his vessel at all. He turned to Omar. Suggestions. Omar opened his mouth to speak. Trent never heard his response. Instead, a loud bang resonated from deep inside the bowels of the monstrous cargo ship. To an untrained ear, it might sound like an oversized violin string snapping. Trent recognized it in an instant, even if he'd never heard it previously. It was the thing of nightmares. It was the sound of the steering cable giving way. A split second later, the U-shaped wheel jolted to port. He aggressively turned the wheel. It spun without any resistance whatsoever. He held the wheel steady, but it was obvious the steering cable was no longer attached, meaning the wheel held no more power over the movement of the Trident GS than a kid's toy steering wheel. The disaster unfolded in slow motion. The Trident GS slowly drifted toward the starboard bank. They were traveling at just 6 knots, a little more than a walking pace. Backed by 237,000 tons, there was no possibility it could be stopped. Trent reached for the rudder lever on his right. It drove a secondary cable system which allowed the helmsperson to set the rudder at a specific position in correlation to the midship line, identified as degrees port or starboard. He gently adjusted the lever 10 degrees to port. This was a practical and acceptable method to straighten the cargo vessel's northerly direction. The reassuring mechanical sounds confirmed the hydraulics were intact. Yet a couple of seconds later, the movements came to a sudden grating stop. Trent's eyes shot to the horizon before darting to the analog gyro compass. All evidence confirmed that his ship was still gliding starboard. The rudder lever hadn't worked. They were drifting without any steering. His heart thumped against his ribcage. "Engines full astern, Mr. Whitehead." In marine propulsion, a variable pitch propeller had blades that could be rotated around their long axis to change the blade pitch. The benefit being that the propeller could create reverse thrust for braking or going backwards without the need to change the direction of shaft revolution, thereby not losing its rotating momentum. Michael Whitehead flicked a single switch, reversing thrust for braking. "Confirming, full astern," he said. The massive diesel engines whined, and the giant propeller churned the otherwise still sea into a turbulent frenzy. The Trident GS continued to glide forward as though nothing had happened. Slowly, aimlessly, drifting starboard. After nearly 2 minutes, the prow began drifting farther to starboard. This was in the opposite direction from the ship's natural transverse thrust, the direction the boat drifts when astern propulsion was applied. Thus, the ship was moving perilously closer to the starboard shore instead of farther away from it. Trent frowned. After 39 years at sea, he could not think of one single explanation for the strange phenomenon. Among the long string of mechanical sounds, a new one rang out. Trent recognized this one, too, in an instant. The rudder suddenly swung to full starboard. The Trident GS now turned perpendicular to the eastern bank of the canal. There was nothing that could be done to stop it. A cacophony of warning alarms sounded, indicating the approaching collision, insufficient depth beneath the keel, and so on. Trent was frantically thinking, "Can I avoid running aground?" Not a snowball's chance in hell. The hull sliced through the gravel, landing on something much harder and sharper. With the weight of the Trident GS above, the ship ripped a hole in her hull. Water gushed in. More sirens screamed. Multiple hydraulics automatically operated. Watertight bulkheads were slammed shut. The technology had vastly improved in the century since the Titanic had lost its battle against the inflow of water. Yet despite such improvements, if enough of a gash was ripped across the hull of a ship, like a tin can being opened, seawater would inevitably win. The Trident GS rapidly took on water until she sank, her hull becoming resoundingly lodged into the gravelly bed of the Suez Canal. Trent swore. The largest ship to ever transit through the Suez Canal was now firmly stuck between the eastern and western banks, acting like a roadblock. It would prevent other ships from navigating through. He glanced at the mile marker. the Trident GS was trapped just 300 feet north of where the Ever Given ran aground. It had taken 6 days to free the Ever Given, preventing more than $10 billion worth of trade and costing the company hundreds of millions of dollars in fines and salvage fees. How had this happened? Trent's breath hitched, and he swallowed hard. His vessel was huge, and the canal wasn't wide. As the Trident GS hull settled deep into the sand, he knew with the certainty of nearly 4 decades at sea that it was going to take incredible management and good luck to refloat her in less than a month. Even this timeline would be virtually impossible. He just hoped to God that global shipping was going to survive the financial hit it was about to take. He sighed. Now, there was no chance he would make it home within 21 days, in time to see his child born. Chapter 4. Vera MSC. Chief Engineer Angelo Di Bartoli was having the worst day of his life. He sat in his leather-bound chair, which looked like it belonged in a Sherlock Holmes novel more than an office deep within a cargo ship, in a well-soundproofed private office deep in the heart of the Vera MSC. His environment was so well maintained that it might as well have been any internal office in Manhattan, a writer's den, or even the inside of a bank vault. Here he was oblivious to the heavy machinery at work just outside, which drove the colossal roll-on, roll-off vessel. The heavily insulated door was firmly shut, and he'd made sure the lock was securely fastened. His jaw flexed, sweat beading at his dark, thick, curly hairline, despite the constant drone of the air conditioner. Angelo's heart hammered in his chest, and fear churned like a knot in his stomach. His brown eyes fixed on the monitor. It flashed with the red phone symbol, indicating they had ended the heavily encrypted private FaceTime call. He drew in a deep breath, stared at it for a few seconds, and then slammed the laptop down. He did so with such force and anger as though the destruction of his laptop might stave off the unfolding catastrophe, of which he was both the primary protagonist and mere pawn. His gaze darted toward the door, confirming that none of his colleagues had somehow inadvertently managed to walk in on his unwanted meeting, overhearing what he had been ordered to do. No, what he was going to do. If his colleagues had listened in, it would have left him no option. He would have had to kill them. Nothing for it. They were his colleagues and his friends. He looked at them like his family and literally saw them more often than his wife. He whispered her name out loud. Julia. At the thought of her, panic swelled in him, traveling from the knot in his stomach to his chest, and for a moment he thought he might simply stop breathing altogether. His engineering mind, quick on the uptake, thought that it might be better for everyone if he just dropped dead where he was. But then, what would they do to her? He shook his head, forcing himself to breathe calmly in through the nose, out through the mouth. Angelo knew the answer. They would kill her. He recalled the terrifying conversation verbatim, the man's soft, arrogant voice. He'd remember that sound until the day he died. It wasn't hidden through a garbler like you hear in the movies. Instead, the kidnapper informed him, "It doesn't matter if you know who I am. You won't ever tell anyone. I have your wife, and you will do whatever the hell I say." His wife's abductor ordered him to delay the Vera MSC's arrival at port by 21 days. They were 2 days out from the Italian port of Gioia Tauro. Angelo replied, "But I'm just an engineer. How am I supposed to stop the ship? We're only 2 days out." "Break something." "Like what? We have spares of everything that can be broken. Even if we didn't, we're less than 100 miles off the coast of Egypt. Spare parts can be flown out in a day, and even if I were taken ill, my team could make the repairs in a day or two." The phone went silent for a few seconds. When the abductor came on again, his voice had dropped a few degrees, turning cold as ice. "You're the engineer. Work it out, or your beautiful wife is dead." "Please, sir, don't hurt her. Just tell me what to do." 21 days. Make sure the Vera MSC doesn't sail into Port of Gioia Toro for 21 days. Angelo sighed. "Okay, I will. I'll work something out." "Good man." Then the stranger said, "Oh, and Angelo, if I find out you've spoken to anybody about our little arrangement—" Angelo licked his lips nervously. "Yes?" The man laughed. "I'm going to rape your wife before I kill her, just to be mean." Chapter 5. Port Said Airport, 20 days out. There was a certain oppressive, frantic intensity on the tarmac. People moved with speed, their faces tense and strained. Even to a casual observer, one would know that something significant had happened, and all resources were being diverted to correct its disastrous course. An Egyptian military helicopter, its rotors still, stood ominously silent and idle on the tarmac at Port Said Airport. It was a Westland Commando helicopter, designated as the Wessex WS-61 Sea King. It featured a wide, boxy fuselage with rectangular windows on either side and was painted in the two-tone desert camouflage scheme of the Egyptian Air Force. Most of their aircraft were painted a light sand color, with a darker brown or green used for accent and detail markings. The Wessex had a 5-bladed main rotor and a 4-bladed tail rotor, with the tail section of the aircraft slightly raised and the tail rotor mounted on a vertical fin. The cockpit was located toward the front of the chopper and was protected by a large bulging canopy made of reinforced plexiglass. The Egyptian Air Force utilized the Wessex as a versatile transport and utility aircraft for a variety of missions, including troop transport, search and rescue, and logistics support. A small group of people had gathered around the craft, their faces tense and anxious. The pilot and co-pilot checked their instruments and ran through their pre-flight checklist. They donned their headsets and communicated with the ground crew. A single airman in the back opened the sliding door. 2 men approached the helicopter. One was a little above average height, while the other looked like a veritable giant. Both had the solid build and decisive movements of professional soldiers. They moved quickly, carrying between them a single large equipment container and a duffel bag each, which they stowed inside the helicopter's huge main cabin. The giant stepped up inside the open side door as if it were one massive step. Sam Reilly followed next, climbing up inside. "Welcome aboard," the pilot, a captain in the Egyptian Air Force, said, offering a curt handshake. His gaze met Sam's. "Mr. Reilly." "Yes," Sam replied, clasping his hand with a firm handshake. "And this is Tom Bauer." "Thanks for coming," the pilot said, looking at them both and flicking on switches, turning the helicopter's dashboard alive with power. "You're welcome," Sam said, closing the side door behind him. "Thank you for the lift." "Not a problem. As you are aware, The Egyptian government have offered any support needed to help expedite the refloating of the Trident GS and normal navigation along the Suez Canal. Understood, and we're grateful for the help. A crisp, authoritative voice came across the pilot's headset. The pilot gave an equally sharp reply, and then turned to Sam. We have clearance for takeoff. Are you gentlemen ready to go? Meeting Tom's eyes, Sam nodded, strapping himself in. We're good. Let's go. Understood, sir. The pilot slowly increased the throttle. The blades began to rotate, first slowly and then faster and faster, until they were a blur. The helicopter started to shake. The noise of the coupled Rolls-Royce Gnome free-turbine turboshaft engines growing louder and louder. The helicopter broke free of its earthly confines. Sam could feel the G-forces pulling him into his seat as the helicopter climbed, soaring over the metropolis. Port Said was a coastal city located at the northern end of the Suez Canal in Egypt. It's the third largest city in the canal zone and an important hub for shipping and trade. Ships from all over the world could be seen coming and going. The city was home to several historic landmarks, including the Port Said Lighthouse and the famous statue of Ferdinand de Lesseps, the French engineer who oversaw the building of the Suez Canal. The helicopter climbed, rising above urban streets, feverish with industry. They overflowed with tourists, shoppers, and city dwellers. Vendors were selling everything from fresh seafood to souvenirs, valuable ancient artifacts, perfumes, and colorful textiles. The scents and sights made Sam remember a trip taken many years ago. After traversing the Suez Canal on board one of the family ships, while the cargo ship unloaded its goods, his father had taken him and his brother as boys into the city. There they were introduced to kushari, a mix of rice, spaghetti, macaroni, vermicelli, fried onions, black lentils, and hummus, topped with tomato, garlic, vinegar, and mouth-burning chili sauces. To Sam, the sight, tastes, and smells had combined into some kind of artwork. They had visited the Al-Salam Masjid Mosque with its tall minarets and domes. The colorful carpets, marble, and tiles had sent Sam's imaginative head spinning with tales of Ali Baba and the golden treasures of the 40 Thieves. Enjoying a warm sea breeze filled with the scent of Egyptian and Mediterranean spices, he had watched children crouched around marbles and seen them playing chasing games as they ran through the street. He also saw bearded men in robes and kafiyeh, the traditional Arab headdress. He heard music and the chatter of many different languages, along with the mystical song of the Muslim call to prayer. The helicopter banked, turning south, following the Suez Canal. Sam studied the diverse range of buildings, from grand colonial-era mansions to sleek glass and steel skyscrapers, and more traditional architecture. In its very short lifetime, Port Said faced 4 different wars: the 1956 Suez War with France, England, and Israel, the 1967 Six-Day War with Israel, the War of Attrition with Israel between 1967 and 1970, and finally the Arab-Israeli War of 1973. Memorials and tombs were scattered around the city. In later trips, he visited many of them. Moving away, Sam took his last views of the port city. Port Said was a compound name composed of 2 parts: port, marine harbor, and Said, the name of the ruler of Egypt at that time. It was Mohammed Said that approved the Suez Canal project, which was believed to have been inspired by unfinished plans by Napoleon I. Even before Napoleon, however, people envisioned the canal. That's according to initial diggings discovered from ancient Egyptian times. After organizing the political and financial will behind the project, it was Ferdinand de Lesseps who led to its realization. The canal connected the Mediterranean to the Red Sea, cutting out the long journey vessels took to navigate around Africa to reach Europe or Asia. The Suez Canal started construction in April 1859 and officially opened 10 years later in November 1869. Port Said was on one side of the canal, Port Fuad on the other. Sam watched the sprawling cityscape slowly fade into the distance. The famous Port Said lighthouse, located at the entrance to the Suez Canal, was the last thing he could see of the city. A towering structure with a distinctive red and white striped pattern, it was still visible from miles away. Soon enough, the lighthouse was replaced by the barren desert landscape. Approaching the Suez Canal, Sam's eyes widened in wonder at the sight before him. The ribbon of blue water snaked through the golden sand, flanked by hills and dunes as far as the eye could see. Apart from a few tugboats, the entire canal was empty. It was the only time Sam had ever seen it that way. The helicopter flew past Al-Salam, the Egyptian-Japanese friendship bridge, which provided faster routes for travelers between the Sinai Peninsula and the rest of Egypt. The bridge's two pylons were 115 feet high and supported 50 pairs of cables arranged in a beautiful fan-like pattern. This configuration resulted in a high cable-to-span ratio, which added to the bridge's resistance to wind loads. As always, Sam was impressed by the sight. To the south, a long cargo train ran across the El Ferdan railway bridge, just before the city of Ismailia, at the midway point in the Suez Canal. Built in 2001, it replaced a previous bridge that had been destroyed in the 1967 Six-Day War. This bridge spanned a little under a mile and had a single track for trains. The El Ferdan Railway Bridge is an important link between the Sinai Peninsula and the rest of Egypt. It was notable for being the longest swing bridge on the planet, with a central span that can swing open to allow ships to pass through the canal. Tom glanced out the window, a genuine smile creeping across his face. "It's an amazing piece of engineering." Sam asked, Al-Salam or El Ferdan? "Both, but I was actually referring to the Suez Canal itself. Other canals I've seen use locks so vessels can go up and over hills by altering the level of water of the canal. The flat landscape allows the Suez Canal to remain at sea level, and it looks incredible. I read all about it in the history books, of course, but like the pyramids, the canal's majesty is unable to be described. You just have to witness it." "I agree," Sam said, his voice almost wistful. "Just imagine how the Suez Canal disrupted the Cape route around Africa, which had been an important sailing route since it was discovered in 1498. While sails were of little use in the canal, steamships could easily get through, giving them the upper hand on the new route. The age of sail continued using their original routes well into the 20th century, with increasingly larger ships." Tom's brows knitted. "Didn't I read somewhere that Napoleon Bonaparte came up with the idea of the Suez Canal? It's amazing to think the concept went that far back, long before steamships even existed." Sam said, "Engineering visions of the Suez Canal go back much farther than that." "They do?" "Yes, it's believed that ancient Egypt had a canal of the pharaohs between the Nile Delta and the Lacs Amers, said to have been completed around AD 500, under the rule of Persian King Darius I. It's unknown whether this canal was ever operational. A similar canal existed from the 9th to the 11th century, although both canals have long since been lost to the annals of legends and ancient myth." Tom stared at the long stretch of canal, so perfectly straight and obviously man-made. It seemed unimaginable that the ancient Egyptians could construct something similar, yet no less impressive as engineering feats than the pyramids themselves. He turned his gaze to meet Sam's ocean blue eyes. Amazing. Has anyone ever found the lost canals? I don't know. There aren't any specific records of it, but there are numerous writings from various explorers who referred to it. These date as far back as Alexander the Great, during his eastern conquest, to, as you mentioned, more recent times, when Napoleon Bonaparte argued the need to complete the ancient waterways to link the Mediterranean Sea with the Red Sea. Interesting, Tom said, his focus returning to the waterway. The Suez Canal went from a double-laned watercourse, like opposing lanes of a highway, through to the wide-open expanse of the Great Bitter Lake. The helicopter rounded the point. To the west, two opposing rows of asphalt, surrounded by the large barn-style hangars of Kibrit Air Base, came into view. The chopper entered the final section of the Suez Canal, the single-lane passage from the Great Bitter Lake out into the Gulf of Suez. There, roughly 300 feet from where the Ever Given had become trapped, lay the Trident GS. Sam tapped the pilot on his shoulder. Can you take us around the vessel so we can get a good visual of what we're working with, sir? The pilot nodded. Not a problem. The Wessex circled around the stricken vessel. Sam leaned forward in his seat, gaining a better vantage of the Trident GS's position and the scale of the maritime disaster still unfolding. The supercargo ship was angled almost perpendicular to the canal, with sharp bow firmly wedged deep in the sandy eastern bank of the canal, and the stern, to a lesser extent, trapped and buried on the sand that formed the western bank. From the air, the colossal ship looked like a giant floating fortress. It was stacked high with multiple colored shipping containers, creating a towering wall of metal boxes that rose high into the sky. The containers were arranged with meticulous precision. Each one had been carefully placed on top of the other, forming neat rows that stretched from one end of the ship to the other. The colors of the containers were a kaleidoscope of hues, from fiery reds and cool blues to sunny yellows and rich greens. Some were plain and unadorned, while others were emblazoned with the logos and designs of various companies and organizations. Despite the chaos of the colors and patterns, the containers fit together like a perfect puzzle. It was clear that every inch of space had been utilized to ensure that as much freight as possible could be transported on this voyage. On the side of the hull, written in yellow lettering, some 6 feet in height, were the words Trident GS. Tom said, I thought your dad said the Texan tanker ran aground. He did. Sam's face lit up with sudden amusement. The Texan tanker is a misnomer, or a nickname. The ship was originally designed to be built as an oil tanker, but with disruptions with the oil trade at the time of its construction, the ship was redeveloped and built as a supercargo ship instead. My father, being the way he is, still likes to call the ship the Texan tanker. It's one of the many idiosyncrasies that the man indulges in. That I can imagine. I hope he doesn't give that name to the press. They'll have a field day talking about environmental disasters if he does. Dad wouldn't care. Let them screw up their own facts, he would say. It's not his reputation on the line. Only it is. Sam inclined his head in agreement. Only it is. And given the scale of this disaster, global shipping is going to need all the goodwill it can possibly garner. Every nation on Earth is going to be upset with us, no matter what the outcome, but doubly so if they think we caused an environmental disaster with an oil supertanker. No, you're right. I'll speak to him about it. Tom suppressed a grin. Think he'll listen? Sure, he'll listen. But you don't think he'll act on the advice? Sam shook his head. Not a hope in hell. His eyes returned to the stricken Trident GS. Sam had been involved in the shipping trade since he was born, but he never ceased to be amazed by the scale of the operation. It was a powerful reminder of the vast network of trade and commerce that connects the world's economies and peoples. There was a furious honeypot of workers, both aboard the Trident GS and outside of the ship, preparing the salvage operation. On board the deck of the ship, a team of more than 100 people, including engineers, hydrologists, and deckhands, worked the problem, while the ship was surrounded by a small army of tugboats, their crews working frantically to secure ropes to the Trident GS. He scanned from the deck and bridge to the eastern bank, where 3 yellow bulldozers were beginning to dig a trench around the ship's currently buried steel bow. There was the protruding bulb just below the waterline, which ordinarily modifies the way the water flows around the hull, reducing drag and thus increasing speed, range, fuel efficiency, and stability. Now it simply served as an oddly shaped anchor. The helicopter circled around so that Tom and Sam could get a better view from the port side and the ship's stern. On the northern side of the stern, a large cutter suction dredge vessel was hard at work. Its hull was dark blue with a white bridge, working crane, and large suction nozzle with a diameter over 3 feet wide. Sand spewed into the sky some 45 feet from the back of the dredging vessel, like smoke billowing from the coal-fed steam engines of a bygone era. Along the blue ship's hull was the word Mashur. The dredger was owned by the Suez Canal Authority. His eyes moved from the Mashur back to the Trident GS, his gaze landing on the Trident GS's plimsoll line. The plimsoll line was a reference mark located on a ship's hull that indicated the maximum depth to which the vessel may be safely immersed when fully loaded. This depth varies with the ship's dimensions, type of cargo, time of year, and the water densities encountered in port and at sea. Once these factors have been accounted for, a ship's captain could determine the appropriate plimsoll line needed for the voyage. In this case, the entire thing, including its markers, were completely underwater, indicating the ship was no longer afloat, but submerged. Its hull was sitting on the gravelly bottom of the Suez Canal. Sam frowned. It was worse than he was expecting. It would probably take divine intervention to free the trapped vessel in a month, much less the week that his father demanded. His father had pressured him with the company's financial collapse if he failed to achieve this time frame. Yet the operation was delicate, and any misstep could cause further damage. Sam looked at the pilot. "Why isn't it afloat?" "I don't know what to tell you, Mr. Reilly. From what I've heard, the ship ran aground, cutting a hole the full length of the ship across her belly." "That's impossible," Sam replied, picturing the reinforced steel hull. "There's nothing but sand and gravel that lines this part of the canal. No way anything there could have done that much damage to the Trident GS." The pilot gave a half shrug. "I don't know what to tell you. Maritime salvage is your area of expertise. I'm just transport." "Okay, thanks." Sam exchanged a glance with Tom. "What do you think?" Tom shrugged his shoulders. "I don't think the pilot of the Trident GS could have gotten her stuck any harder or in a worse place had he tried." "Agreed. You want to look at anything else before we do this?" Tom shook his head. "Nah, I've seen enough from the air. Let's get down there and have someone bring us up to speed with the salvage operation. You got any ideas how we're going to do this?" Sam met his eyes and asked, "You mean, do I have any ideas for how to achieve the impossible?" Tom persisted. "Do you?" Sam shook his head. "Nothing comes to mind." "It will," Tom replied, his jaw taut, his brown eyes determined. Sam motioned to the pilot. Okay, take us down. The pilot nodded. Taking us down. He adjusted the controls to position the Wessex in line with the cargo ship's landing pad. It was marked with bright yellow paint and situated on top of the bridge, offering an unobstructed view of the surrounding waters. As the helicopter approached, the pilot skillfully maneuvered the aircraft, aligning it with the helipad. The sound of the chopper's powerful engines echoed across the deck as it descended to land. The ship's crew members, dressed in bright orange vests, waved orange paddles to guide the pilot in, while others rushed to secure any loose items in the area. The pilot made a gentle touchdown on the helipad, the landing gear absorbing the impact smoothly. With the Trident GS firmly stuck on solid ground, there was no additional movement. The immense rotor continued spinning at idle. In the background, somehow over the sound of the engine and turning rotor blades, amazingly, Sam could hear an American man barking orders with such ferocity that it would give many sergeants he'd met in the Marines a run for their money. Instantly recognizing the voice and tone, he suppressed a distinct smile. A member of the Suez Canal Authority disaster team greeted them as soon as they removed their equipment from the helicopter. He was Egyptian, roughly 50 years old, with dark hair, intelligent brown eyes, and a scimitar nose. The man looked at Sam. "Are you Sam Reilly?" "That's me." "Great. Your name is world-renowned in the maritime salvage industry. I just hope you can live up to it." "Thanks." Sam blew out a breath. "Yeah, me too." The pilot cut the engine, and with the comparative silence, the American's voice seemed to rise several decibels. Sam turned toward the American and then to the SCA official. He smiled apologetically. "He seems pretty upset." The SCA official nodded. "Have you met the owner?" Sam smirked. "Yeah, I have." "He's an arrogant man. I hope you can control him. He hasn't done much but yell at people since he arrived and listen to nobody. The man seems determined to take complete charge of the salvage operation, refusing almost all our offers to help." "It's all right." Sam lifted his hands in a placating gesture. "He'll listen to me." The official's eyebrows raised, and his expression turned to that of genuine curiosity. "What makes you think you can handle him?" "He's okay. Really, he is. So long as you give him 200% effort in all things. Oh, and also, you must never make a mistake." "Truly?" The official's lips were plastered with a smile of incredulity. "How do you know that?" Sam grinned. "Because that arrogant man just happens to be my father." Chapter 6. The SCA official brought Sam and Tom to a large room off to the side of the bridge, where a makeshift operations center had been hastily erected. Consisting of a functional, large table with a few laptops and multiple TV display screens, it reminded Sam of the original mission room on board his first salvage vessel, the Maria Helena. Sam glanced at the TV screens. Each one projected a different area of the salvage project, including the dredging plans, below-water repair plans, timelines for each task, which experts had arrived, and which ones were still en route to help, along with a final screen which displayed a simple counter. On one side was the up-to-date running time since the Trident GS ran aground. This ran from the instant the Suez Canal became fully obstructed. The other side simply totaled ongoing expenses. Sam noted that it was costing global shipping more than $1 million US for each hour in which he couldn't get the Trident GS afloat and out of the way. The SCA official left Sam and Tom at the door, advising them that Global Shipping's director, James Reilly, had refused entry to anyone outside of his team, including all SCA staff. The official made a theatrical shrug and then told Sam that, given it was Mr. Reilly who would be picking up the bill for this disaster, he could run it however he liked. Sam nodded. It sounded very much like how his father would run the project. He stepped inside. In the corner, his father was speaking with the captain of the Trident GS. Sam recognized the man as Trent Higgins. The bearded, long-time employee of global shipping had a severe face, casting the perfect image of a bygone, solemn mariner. His intelligent blue eyes looked crestfallen. A team of naval engineers were working the math at a table on the far right, presumably crunching numbers to see what it would take to pull the cargo ship off the sandbank and refloat her. Their expressions were strained, their faces creased with deep lines of worry. If their appearances were anything to go by, the sums would not add up. At the other end of the room, a man in his mid-50s was on the radio, running a team of underwater construction divers. Sam was pleased. It had been under 24 hours since the accident happened, but already things were moving quickly. He had given his father a list of people, resources, and hydrography information that he wanted his father to obtain before he got there. True to his word, it seemed that his father had procured everything Sam had requested. Global shipping, along with the Egyptian government, had plenty of resources, and if anyone could save Global's bacon, Sam was certain he and Tom could. It wasn't their first crisis. They had achieved considerable success over the past 10 years, overcoming incredible odds, but this was different. This disaster had so much personally at stake for him and his family. Sam's father, James Reilly, realized he and Tom had arrived. The man shared Sam's piercing ocean blue eyes and confident smile. At 70 years of age, his father had the solid physique of a much younger man, revealing his still active lifestyle demanded by his first-hand style of leadership in the shipping company. His hair was graying but still thick. There were lines on his face that Sam hadn't noticed previously, but despite his stress, he still wore an almost mischievous smirk. "Son?" James Reilly greeted him with a firm handshake. "Dad," Sam replied. There was a long pause where no other words were spoken. The Reilly family weren't big talkers. "Sir," Tom said suddenly, shaking James's hand. "Thanks for coming," James said, more to Tom than to Sam. Then he turned to address the room. "Gentlemen, I believe you've met Captain Higgins previously." A slow smile spread over Sam's face as he met the captain's strained appearance. When Sam and Tom were still in grade school, they had spent 3 months at sea under Higgins's watchful guidance during summer vacation. It would end up being one of their pivotal life experiences, for which Sam and Tom would be forever grateful. Higgins had taught them both so much about the sea, but more than that, he had instilled a feeling of joy and awe about the ocean that still resonated in them to this day. "You look like crap, Trent," Sam said. 3 months at sea had put them at a first-name basis. Both Sam and Tom looked up to him, with both respect and friendship, as one might a favorite uncle. "How are you holding up?" "I've been better," Trent replied. "Glad you're both here, though. I'm crossing my fingers and saying my prayers, hoping you can perform a miracle." Tom said, "We'll do our best." James said, "Forget your best. Just figure out how to fix this." His words were emphatic. With the preamble over, Sam drew a breath. Then he held his father's gaze and said, "What do we know?" "I've spoken to the best naval engineers and salvage experts available," James said. "They've taken a look at what we've got so far and have put our likely date for refloating the Trident and clearing the Suez Canal as somewhere in the range of 30 days. Sam cocked his head. "And your estimate?" I'm the director of a shipping company, a businessman. What on earth do I know about maritime salvage?" Self-deprecation wasn't his father's style. Sam persisted. "But you have a gut feeling." "No, I've no idea. Not with this one. There are too many variables. In the entire history of seafaring, there has never been any ship as large or as well grounded as the Trident in such a compact and inaccessible space. There's simply no way to predict how this one turns out." Sam asked, "What do you know?" James's jaw clenched. "If you fail to achieve success almost immediately, the fallout from this disaster is going to bankrupt global shipping. We will be forced to pay a highly punitive disruption fee, as per our contract with the Suez Canal Authority. This becomes exponential if we prohibit movement through the canal for an excess of 10 days. It's designed to ensure that companies take every step possible to prevent these kinds of disasters." "How much will it cost?" 10 times the SCA's loss of trade." Tom softly whistled. "Will it bankrupt global shipping?" Sam asked. "Absolutely." Sam pursed his lips. He'd expected as much. Simply going over the equations based on the Ever Given disaster a few years earlier, he had reached the same conclusion. Brow furrowed. He took on a determined look. "All right, let's not let that happen. Bring me up to speed with this mess and the progress on the salvage so far." James pointed to the large TV-sized touchscreen. It depicted the current position of the Trident GS. It was laying at an angle, just off perpendicular, with the bow deep in the eastern sandbank and the stern resting at an angle on the western bank. The image was three-dimensional and multi-layered. Sam stared with unblinking eyes on the image of the Trident. The diagram of the ship was split into 3 parts. The hull made up 2/3 of the cargo carrying capacity, with the area above the deck accounting for 1/3 of the total container holds. Half of the ship was beneath the waterline, with the keel resting hard on the canal's soft seabed, where the weight of the mighty container ship had buried it some 10 feet beneath the gravelly substrate. A giant scar, half a foot wide, ran along the entire starboard side of the hull in a series of small openings, through which the hull had been punctured by what appeared to be a massive knife. It was clearly the reason the Trident was no longer afloat, her hull resting so low in the water. Technically, the ship had sunk. The only reason that so much of her was still above water was that the keel had found a firm platform to rest on the seabed at the bottom of the canal. Sam had extensively studied the Trident's schematics on the flight to Egypt. He knew that she was built with a double hull, extensive watertight bulkheads, and used a duct keel. The seabed that lined this section of the Suez Canal was filled with gravel and sand. Sam said, "There's nothing in the seabed that could possibly have caused such extensive damage to the Trident." James nodded. "Just bad luck. She ran aground at just the wrong point." Sam's eyes traced the huge gash that ran along the starboard side of the hull. It reminded him of the Titanic, but there were no icebergs to be seen in the Suez Canal. Toward the ship's bow, there was a gaping hole that looked like the result of an enormous explosion, like something had burst through the reinforced steel exterior of the Trident. Shocked, Sam inhaled deeply. There isn't anything on the bottom of the Suez Canal that's capable of ripping that sort of gash in the hull of the Trident. That's not true. What are you talking about? Sam asked, bringing up the schematics on his iPad of the Suez Canal seabed at this section. There's nothing here but sand and gravel. His father shrugged. Again, not true. Even if there was something, I can't imagine anything being strong and sharp enough to cause that sort of damage. Sam shook his head. Is there? Besides, this looks like a detonation. There is something planted in the seabed, and there was a giant explosion. What? James sucked in a defiant breath. An ISU-152 Zvero boy. Sam frowned. Come again. What's an ISU-152 Zvero boy? James steepled his fingers together. A Soviet-era tank used by Egypt, Syria, and Iraq during the Six-Day War. Chapter 7. A Soviet tank? Sam just about spat the words out of his mouth. That's what's responsible for sinking the Trident. James' lips parted into a bemused grin. Guess you didn't see that one coming, Sam. No, I can't say I did, Sam admitted. The palms of his hands turned upward in a gesture of agreement. What was a Soviet tank doing at the bottom of the Suez Canal? The unofficially nicknamed Zvero Boy, which meant beast killer, was a leftover from the Six-Day War, during which its crew had inadvertently slid into the Suez Canal, where it lay half-buried in sand for nearly 5 decades. Sam shook his head, bewildered. But someone would have spotted it. The Suez Canal is routinely dredged. People would have noticed. Apparently not. My guess is the thing was almost entirely covered by sand, if not completely buried. James showed a projection one of the engineers had put together of a timeline of the Trident's disaster. Talking as the slow animation played out, he said, It was only when the heavily loaded hull of the Trident crashed along the gravelly seabed that the tank's conning tower, rusted razor-sharp over the years, penetrated her hull. At that point, her considerable weight and momentum pulled her across the blade. Sam shook his head, imagining the unlikely and almost impossible set of circumstances that had left the Trident in her current predicament. How was it not picked up before now? Apparently, the tank was buried. It had rusted, creating a sharp knife-like section just beneath the gravel. When the Trident struck the old battle tank, it sliced through it like a tin can opener. Sam's eyes returned to the giant hole toward the bow of the Trident. It was several feet wide and appeared like an external explosion. He pointed to the damage and exchanged a glance with Tom. Does that look like it's opened by a can opener? Tom shook his head. That's a blast. 100%. The question is, did it originate internally or externally? Maybe something stored in the hull was explosive, or it simply imploded. James said, That too was caused by the battle tank. Sam asked, How? Unlike modern Western tanks, Soviet ones used to carry multiple shells within their turrets. This made them highly vulnerable, as even an indirect hit could cause a chain reaction that explodes the entire ammunition store of up to 40 shells. Tom said, Those shells have been submerged in water for 50-something years. James shrugged. Sure. Still, how many times have you heard of a modern ship being sunk by an old World War II naval mine? That's true, Sam agreed, thinking of the 3 fishermen who lost their lives in the Baltic Sea recently after hauling in a floating World War II mine by accident. No reason those explosives should become inert by their decades spent at the bottom of the sea. Evidently, the compression of the Trident's hull encountering the battle tank caused them to explode. Sam stared at the image for a few more seconds and said, All right. Whatever happened, it's happened. Now let's do something about it. Okay, then. What's next? James asked, with a suppressed grin. This is your show. Sam said, Have you got a satellite image of the ship? Sure, James said, bringing it up onto the main screen. Sam stared at the image. It depicted the Trident laying at an obtuse angle across the single-lane Suez Canal. The region was surrounded by large sand dunes that went on for miles into the east. To the west, more sand dunes and a smaller canal, with large power lines prohibiting any low-level flying helicopter access. Sam angled his head, his gaze intense. "Can you superimpose the hydrography and geology maps?" James nodded. "Sure." Sam watched as his dad brought up the local geology maps, followed by the hydrography reports. He knew most of the data already, having read the reports on the flights over, but it was good to be able to now visualize it within the context of where the Trident had become grounded. The geology showed that the central region of the canal between Kantara and Cabret, where the Trident had become stuck, consisted of fine and coarse sands, while the regions farther south contained dispersed layers of rocks, varying in texture from soft sand to calcium rocks. The banks of the canal were protected against the wash and waves generated by the transit of ships by hard stones and steel sheet piles corresponding to the nature of soil in every area. The heavy steel bulbous bow of the Trident had ripped through these sheets of steel and revetments of hard stones, lodging itself deep in the soft sand beyond. He then carefully studied the hydrography report. Unlike the Panama Canal, which required significant changes in elevation to transit, the Suez Canal was entirely set at sea level. The only difference in levels related to tides, with an extreme tidal change in the north of 2.5 feet and 6.2 feet in the south. The grounding was in the southern end of the canal, and Sam made a mental note to find when the next extreme high tide was set to occur. They were going to need every little bit of good luck to shift the Trident from its earthly confines. Sam exchanged a glance with Trent. "Do you know the date of the next king tide?" Trent nodded. "The next full moon is in 8 days' time." Thinking, Sam exhaled in a slow breath. The full moon offers a spring tide or king tide, in which high tides are higher and the low tides are lower because of the effects of gravity during a straight-line alignment of the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun. King tides are the highest tides. They are naturally occurring, predictable events. "All right," he said with a grin. "Then that's our day. We'll have to make sure everything's ready to release the Trident by then." "It's a tight timeline," James acknowledged. "Every moment after this date will put us farther away from the moon, a smaller tide, and a greater difficulty to refloat the Trident." "Then it's settled," Tom said. Trent said, "I was thinking the same thing, but I'm fearful such a tight schedule might very well be impossible." Tom gave a wicked grin. "You'd be surprised how many times I've heard someone express that exact sentiment. But what's that saying? The impossible we can do at once. Miracles take a little longer." Sam laughed. "Then we're all agreed. In exactly 8 days, we're going to achieve a miracle." Chapter 8. Just over a week to achieve the impossible. Sam closed his eyes, the better to imagine his hopes for the future. First, he envisioned the rotations of several celestial bodies. Then he pictured the currents of water through the Suez Canal. Tides are the movement of water across Earth's surface caused by the combined effects of the gravitational forces exerted by the moon, sun, and the rotation of Earth, which manifest in the local rise and fall of sea levels. In the lunar month, the highest tides occur roughly every 14 days, at the new and full moons. This is when the gravitational pull of the moon and sun are in alignment. These highest tides in the lunar cycle are called spring tides. The proximity of the moon in relation to Earth and Earth in relation to the sun also influences tidal ranges. The Moon moves around Earth in an elliptic orbit that takes about 29 days to complete. The gravitational force is greatest when the Moon is at perigee, closest to Earth, and least when it is at apogee, farthest from Earth, about 2 weeks after perigee. The Moon has a larger effect on the tides than the Sun, but the Sun's position also has an influence on the tides. Earth moves around the Sun in an elliptic orbit that takes a little over 365 days to complete. Its gravitational force is greatest when the Earth is at perihelion, closest to the Sun in early January, and least when the Earth is at aphelion, farthest from the Sun, in early July. It was now June, not quite as bad as July, yet not ideal in terms of Sam's hopes for a monumental king tide. He was fortunate to have an excellent salvage crew, which he had broken into 4 separate teams. The construction divers, who would temporarily plug the gaps in the Trident's hull, allowing the ship to be refloated. The pumpers. This included a not-so-small flotilla of firefighting boats, which would use their gigantic water pumps to drain the Trident of the veritable ocean which currently resided inside her hull. A separate pump would be used in conjunction with a tanker to remove any other liquid from the cargo ship, including its diesel and fresh water. Any weight that could be easily shifted would then be removed. Dredging. A team of dredging boats were clearing the sand and gravel debris from beneath the Trident's hull and around the bow and stern sections. At this time, these were firmly wedged into the banks of the canal. Tugboats. These would help move the Trident as it broke free from its grounding. Further, once free, they would swiftly tow her back to Port Tewfik at the southern end of the Suez Canal. There her thousands of containers could be readily removed before the vessel began her long journey to a shipyard to have more permanent repairs made on her hull. The directors of each team entered the meeting room, and one by one James introduced them to Sam and Tom. Sam waited until everyone had sat down at the table, their attention resting on him. Unlike the table in the mission room on the Tehila, there was nothing round about this one. It was a rectangle, a straight-up, old-fashioned hierarchical structure. Sam, as the director of the project, sat at one end. Beside him was Tom as his second-in-command, and his father as the CEO of Global Shipping. Along the middle of the table were the directors of each team. Elisa Azzopardi was a short Maltese woman with long hair, dark brown eyes, and a determined set to her jaw. She led the construction divers. Next to her was Ibrahim Gamal, who was directing the team of dredgers. The man was tall and lanky, with a carefree smile. He was considered to be something of a guru in the area of clearing the bed of a harbor, river, or other area of water by scooping out mud, rock, sand, weeds, and rubbish with a dredge. Previously, he had been first captain of the Mashur, the Suez Canal Authority's dredging flagship. On the other side of the table was Harrison Corbin, the director of the pumpers. He was once a solid-built man, full of hard-earned muscle, but age and years of stagnation and gluttony had turned the muscle to fat, giving him a decidedly corpulent appearance. Sam found his face unreadable. The last person was Oliver Rodriguez, a tugboat captain who managed a salvage and support team at the Panama Canal. In the past 100+ years since the waterway's opening, there had never been a ship stuck in the canal. Oliver ensured that was the case in the last 2 decades of that time. He was also part of the team involved in the rescue operation of the Ever Given in 2021. Sam studied Rodriguez, who had flown in on the flight before him. The man wore a determined grin, as though he had been waiting all his life to prove himself. In his early 40s and of Hispanic descent, he wore a ponytail and blasted 70s music when working. At the far end of the table was Mustafa Ali, an official from the Suez Canal Authority, who had been sent over to liaise and ensure global shipping were doing everything conceivable to remove its stricken cargo ship from where it was blocking all traffic from the canal. Next to him was Captain Trent Higgins. Sam introduced himself, giving his pitch about only having 8 days to refloat the Trident GS. He didn't speak for very long, and as an orator he fell short of Henry V's "once more unto the breach" speech. Yet he didn't need to rally these people. They were all professionals who knew the stakes. When he was finished, he turned to Elisa. "Where are we at with the repairs to the hull?" Elisa answered without preamble. "We've surveyed the damage. It's bad. Ordinarily, I would have said it would take more than a month to make the repairs needed to refloat the Trident." Sam held her gaze. "And in this case?" She grinned. "We're on our way to patch it on time." "Well done." Sam gave a deep sigh. "Unfortunately, we're going to need you to drop that timeline down to 6 days. We're still going to need to drain it once all the holes are repaired." "Understood." She brought up an updated image of the Trident's scarred hull on the large TV monitor. "Given the strict timeline, we're looking at doing the barest minimum of repairs. It won't hold for long, but hopefully long enough to pull the Trident out of the canal. I make no promises that it won't sink on the way to Port Tewfik." For an instant, Sam stopped breathing as he imagined the ship sinking at the entrance to the Suez Canal. That would be no better than where they were now, and the disaster would continue to unfold. Worse, they would have missed the king tide. Every day past that, it would become harder to raise her again. It wouldn't do. He shook his head. "What's your concern?" "The smaller holes, the puncture sites that line the entire length of the hull, will be straightforward. That expertise was discovered during the 16th to the 18th century, due to the cannonball damage given or taken by the man-o-wars. These were naval warfare vessels armed with cannons and propelled by sails. They were called man-o-wars as they were the largest ship of the line, having 120 or more cannons. Back then, during a battle, the man-o-war hull was often riddled with cannonballs. Shot plugs were tapered cylinders that could fit several sizes of hole, fatter side to the outside. Working over the side of the ship, the carpenter would hammer shot plugs into the holes. These would theoretically be held in place by water pressure while they worked on a more permanent patch. Sam had seen the old drawings. It was a popular solution in early seafarer days, and modern materials would make the technology infinitely better. "You're planning on using modern plug holes to fill in the puncture sites in the Trident?" "Uh-huh," she said, nodding. "It's the next section that I'm worried about. The large hole formed toward the bow, which is going to be a much harder problem to resolve." "Because of its size?" "Yes. We're working on an old tried-and-true design, but we're intermixing that with totally new technology." Sam was interested. "Go on." "The original plan incorporates a modern-day fathering technique." She held his gaze. "You know what that is?" Sam did, but he wasn't sure if everyone else at the table knew. "Like the plugs used by European seafaring forebearer in a nautical context. Fathering refers to covering a leak in a ship with a sail containing rope fibers to prevent it from sinking. This was the method used to help to refloat HMS Endeavour after she went aground on the Great Barrier Reef on 11 June 1770. Her brown eyes twinkled. "An educated salvage expert. You know your history." "My mother was Australian. Lieutenant James Cook was a hero of mine growing up." Sam smiled. "He still is." Returning to the task at hand, he said, "How does your modern technique differ?" "The explosive opening is a near-perfect circle with a diameter of 8 feet. There are multiple ways of tackling this, Ordinarily, if time was more on our side, we would use steel plates to cover the entire opening, like a paramedic uses gauze to cover an open wound. Time constraints don't permit that amount of welding. Instead, we're going to use a Kevlar parachute to cover the opening and then bolt it to the side of the hull. Okay, Sam said, picturing her design. What's the problem? This isn't an old wooden boat or even a large steel ship. This is one of the largest cargo ships in existence, fully laden with 24,008 TEU containers. The compression forces are too great for a viable solution? Exactly. Naval engineers tell me that there's no way a Kevlar parachute will withstand the stress. What's the solution? A series of high-tensile struts will be welded inside in a sort of meshed crisscross. The Kevlar parachute will then overlay that. Sounds strong, Sam said. You're worried it won't hold. The engineers think it will, but they're concerned by the intense forces involved. They've gone over every equation, and they think it's going to be fine, but nothing like this has been attempted underwater before. Due to the weight of the Trident, the amount of pressure exerted in terms of parts per square inch is equivalent to those on a deep-sea submarine. She suppressed a grin. And I assure you, no one has ever attempted to plug an 8-foot-in-diameter hole in the side of one of their hulls while it's still in the water. Sam knew that the deeper you go under the sea, the greater the pressure of the water pushing down on you. For every 33 feet, 10.06 meters, you go down, the pressure increases by 1 atmosphere. He asked, Okay, so how will we know if it works? That's just it. We won't. Okay, Sam frowned. Then how soon before we know it's failed? My divers are using shielded metal arc welding. With this method, they produce an electric arc between their electrode and the infrastructure metals that will be welded together. It takes 4 to 6 hours for the weld to turn to a dark gray color. A full cure is reached in 15 to 24 hours, but it's recommended to wait a full 48 hours to detect any delayed cracking before putting it under load. So, preferably, your people will need to be finished with the welding 2 days before the pumpers drain the hull of seawater. Ideally, she replied. Her gesture suggested she'd like to be looking after her flock of flying pigs, too, but that really wasn't any more likely to happen. But as you've pointed out, Sam observed, we're a little pressed for time, and already we're going to be taking shortcuts. Besides, there's no point waiting the full 48 hours to determine if any crack appears. By then, we'll have run out of time to fix them and refloat the Trident. She paused, waiting for him to finish. Ergo, Sam said, swallowing hard, we're going to need to give it everything we've got and hope for the best. Exactly. She spread her hands, tilted her head, and raised an eyebrow. Unless you know a genius in the submersibles industry who can proof our calculations and formulas, it's the best we can do. Sam made a mental note to run everything by Veron Blanc. If anyone could come up with another option or at least a backup plan, it would be his chief engineer on board the Tehila. Having no relationship to the car whatsoever, the French engineer held a separate doctorate in mechatronics and in submersibles. He was also one of the sharpest minds Sam had ever encountered, and in his line of work there was an abundance of extremely intelligent people. Okay, that's agreed. Do your best. I'll find someone else to check over the problem. Sam turned to Ibrahim. What's our timeline with the dredging work? Ibrahim met his intense gaze stoically. It's progressing slowly. The canal's seabed is laden with rock to prevent the current from naturally forming a new path via erosion. I have suction pumps excavating the sand and gravel from beneath the keel, undermining its weight and weakening the canal's grip on the Trident. Dredging is a tricky business. It's easier to displace the sand, but mud, found throughout the bottom of the canal, can be more stubborn. And the bow and stern? I have a team of bulldozers working to clear the bank of the canal at both ends of the ship. Within the next 3 to 4 days, both the stern and bow will be underwater, surrounded by a newly dug moat. Every day after that, we can go deeper beneath the keel. All right, that's set. Sam turned his attention to Harrison. What's our timeline to pump out the water inside the hull? We've begun pumping out the Trident's 3.8 million gallons of diesel. At roughly 7 pounds per gallon, that's a weight reduction of 26.6 million pounds. We'll be finished transferring it to the Navalta Italia, a tanker that was running empty on its return leg of its journey en route to Egypt, and became trapped in the blockade near Taufik. Excellent, Sam nodded. Once Elisa's team has completed the repairs, how long will it take to pump out the seawater and refloat the Trident? Harrison said, I've done the math. We are installing 8 massive water pumps onto the Trident. Together they will pump out the entire contents of the hull in under 48 hours. Very good. He turned to Elisa. So that cuts your timeline down to 6 days from now to make the repairs, before Harrison's team needs to start draining the tub. Elisa shook her head. That's not true. My team are currently working on the shot plugs for the 8 highest puncture sites. Elisa pulled up an image of the damage to the cargo ship. It was 3-dimensional. She zoomed in and brought up the lateral dimension, revealing a note next to each opening, indicating the depth in comparison to the hull of the damage. She circled amidships. As you can see, the Trident scraped along the jagged remnants of the exploded Soviet battle tank, roughly at this depth here, before the Trident rocked back and forth, listing heavily to starboard. This was roughly about the time the battle tank reached amidships. As a result, it sliced 8 not-so-small puncture wounds into the hull several feet higher than the rest of the ship. Meaning, once those are plugged, Harrison's team can begin draining the bulk of the seawater in the Trident's hold. Exactly. She lifted her hands in a gesture that suggested no one get too carried away, and said, The next section is going to take the longest, so Harrison's team is still going to have a few days waiting. But at least when we're finished with our section, it won't take him 48 hours to pump. By my calculations, it will be more in the range of 24 to 36 hours. That's great. Well spotted. His gaze moved to Oliver Rodriguez. He'd worked with the man previously on a salvage in the Gulf of Panama a long time ago. Oliver, you've seen the computer models. What do you think? Will it work? I don't know. There are too many unknowns. But as we get closer, I'll be able to tell you if what you have asked is achievable or not. Sam gave him a dismissive cut of his hand. If you find it's not achievable, don't tell me that. I don't want to know. Come and tell me what we need to do differently to make it happen. I'll do my best, but it's not always that simple. Tugs that attempt to pull ships free also exert significant forces. But generally this alone is nowhere near sufficient to liberate a grounded vessel. This is because the tugs are fighting against what's called the ground reaction force. As it stands currently, to pull the Trident off the bank of the Suez Canal, I have calculated I would need 300 tugs to pull the vessel free. It's an impossible prospect. Sam knew that, but still asked, How many do you have? Tugboats. Yes. 12? Can you get more in? Not in time. And besides, there's very little room to navigate the Suez Canal as it is. More tugboats won't do us any good. Thinking, Sam rubbed his chin. All right, then we'll just have to lighten the load. This brought him to Captain Higgins. Sam said, Captain, how did you go drawing up a plan to remove excess weight? Is there anything we can get rid of that will lighten the Trident's load? Higgins stood up. He brought up a new image of the container ship. It was split into 19 tiers, 10 containers below deck and 9 above. Ordinarily, we wouldn't even look at removing containers from the deck under these circumstances. Those accessible are at the top of the deck. The lightest containers tend to be stacked at the top, since it helps to lower the ship's center of gravity and keep her stable, therefore being the least useful in terms of removing weight from the vessel. Every single pound helps. Higgins lifted his hands in a gesture that suggested he'd taken this into account. Yeah, I realize that. I've made some calls. To remove containers from a ship while it's away from a dockyard requires a lighter, a barge that comes equipped with large cranes. Do we have any of those locally? No. Taufik doesn't use lighters. Ports in areas like Hong Kong and the lower Mississippi River use variations of lighter barges to bring cargo to and from ships and ports. But the entire Red Sea and nearby countries have permanent deep-water harbors. Everyone waited expectantly. A devil-may-care grin played out on Captain Higgins's lips. But the African lifter, a lifter barge that temporarily services various ports along the East African coast, was just repaired in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. It was meant to depart en route to Tanzania tonight, where their harbor is currently undergoing repairs. Sam said, Tell me, you've managed to pull whatever strings were required to have its owners divert it. Higgins nodded. It set off 6 hours ago and will arrive in the early hours of tomorrow morning. Well done, and thank you. You can thank the Suez Canal Authority. I'm sure it comes as no surprise that they are quite influential in the shipping industry. The owners of the African lifter were more than happy to oblige them. All the same, well done, sir, Sam said. What about the ballast tanks? The ballast tanks were separate compartments within a ship or other floating structure that held water. They provided hydrostatic stability, correct list, provide a more even load distribution along the hull to reduce structural stress, or can increase draft, as in a semi-submersible vessel. Using water in a ballast tank provides less problematic weight adjustment than the stone or iron ballast used in older vessels. This makes it easier for the crew to reduce a vessel's draft when it enters shallower water by temporarily pumping out ballast. Airships use ballast tanks mainly to control buoyancy and correct trim. Submarines have ballast for the same reasons. International agreements require that cargo vessels and passenger ships specify the separation of compartments within the vessel and the subdivision of those compartments. This way, ballast may be used to compensate for stability losses with flooding of some compartments. We can't empty the ballast yet. Captain Higgins shook his head and brought up another three-dimensional map of the ship, indicating the tank locations. Once Harrison has emptied the hull, we can pump out the ballast tanks. Sam frowned. I thought they were fully isolated. They are. So why can't we pump out that water now, filling it with air? Then we'll have a head start for when the repairs are completed and the rest of the hull is ready to be cleared of seawater. Eventually, having removed huge volumes of water from the hold, we will be able to fill some of the ship's ballast tanks with air to refloat her. If we were to try and do this prematurely, the tanks could rupture. When you get below 33 feet, the atmospheric pressure changes, and you must be careful how much extra stress you want to introduce. Sam thought about that. It made sense. He was imagining something like the ballast tank on a submarine, designed to withstand an enormous amount of pressure. In fact, on a sub, it's far weaker, as it's engineered to hold water, which was the easiest dead weight to move for ballast. Okay, good to know. Also, you said you can fill some of the ballast tank with air, but not all of it? That's right. Why not? The Trident is still going to be mostly fully loaded, with 9 tiers of shipping containers rising high above her deck. If you remove the ballast weight in her keel, she will list to the side and sink. Once that happens, salvaging her before the end of the year will be out of the question. Sam suppressed a smile. He'd been blindsided by his intense focus on solving the problem, without thinking about how a container ship ordinarily worked at sea. All right, thank you. Anything else, Captain? Yeah. The Trident carries 2 anchors, each weighing 18 tons, along with half a mile of chain, with each 3-foot chain link weighing 200 pounds. It adds up. We're going to remove the lot of it. Good man. Sam was pleased but not surprised to find the captain had worked diligently to find the ways to strip the Trident of any weight that could possibly be shifted within the time limit. Looking around the table, Sam took in the faces of the people he would be working with and said, over the next few days, the hull of the Trident is going to be stressed in ways that engineers never envisioned. The steel hull is like a paper clip. It's highly flexible, but the more times you bend it, the weaker it gets, and eventually it snaps. Sam picked up a model of the Trident. It was roughly 3 feet long by a foot wide, and to scale, with single red lights positioned throughout the ship, indicating structural points. An engineering team is on board now, placing sensors all over the hull to track how it moves and flexes during the operation. Data from those sensors feed into this model automatically, which in turn highlights when a particular part of the ship might be at risk of cracking. If any of these red lights turn on, someone will contact you. Then all work will need to be stopped until the engineers give you the green light. Understood? Everyone voiced the same word. Understood. Good. Any questions? Nobody answered. Once more, Sam looked over the people he would be working with. They were a good group, all experts in their various fields. They would all run their own teams independently, and any major changes would be discussed via the communication hub on board the Trident. The hub desk would be constantly manned by either Tom, Sam, James, or Trent. When they were ready to refloat the Trident, Sam would control all teams from the hub on the bridge of the Trident. There he would hold the best first-hand view of the action. Sam pushed to his feet, rapped his knuckles on the table. All right, let's get to work. 8 days, people. 8 days to raise the Trident and tow her out of this canal. He then dismissed the heads of each team. One by one, each of the professionals trailed out of the meeting room, leaving him alone with Tom. Sam sat back down. Tom said, "The Trident carries 3.8 million gallons of fuel?" Sam made a tight-lipped smile. Actually, it carries 4.5 million gallons. It had already burned through 700,000 gallons on this trip. Tom shook his head in wonder. So much for saving the planet with electric cars. Sam gave a curt shrug of his shoulders. He'd grown up in a shipping family and knew all about the fact that most container ships consume 63,000 gallons of marine fuel per day. Even so, when he heard about the 3.8 million gallons of fuel on board the Trident, it blew his mind. Sam said, "In international waters, ship emissions remains one of the least regulated parts of our global transportation system. It's one of those out of sight, out of mind type things. People like globalization and cheap products. They forget about the cost to the environment in real terms from shipping things from all around the globe. Things that traditionally were made at home." "Yeah." Tom shook his head. "You just need to look at how many cargo ships are out there and do the math. It's quite horrific." "Yeah. To make things worse, The fuel used in ships is waste oil. Sam folded his arms across his chest. Basically, what is left over after the crude oil refining process. It is the same as asphalt and is so thick that when cold, it can be walked upon. It's the cheapest and most polluting fuel available. The world's 90,000 ships chew through an astonishing 7.29 million barrels of it each day. That equals over 84% of all production from the largest oil exporter, Saudi Arabia. Tom opened his mouth to ask a question, then seemed to think better of it. He sensed that Sam had been torn by the facts of shipping for some time, having grown up in one of the largest global shipping conglomerates. Sam didn't pause for long. Shipping is by far the biggest transport polluter there is. There are 760 million cars in the world today, emitting about 80,000 tons of sulfur oxides annually. Yet the world's 90,000 vessels emit 20 million tons of sulfur oxides annually. That equates to 260 times more oxides being emitted by ships than the entire car fleet on the planet. In other words, only 15 of the largest ships now release as much sulfur as every car in the world. Okay, that really is horrifying. It is, Sam agreed. Airborne pollution from these giant diesel engines have been linked to sickness in coastal residents near busy shipping lanes, causing up to 60,000 premature deaths a year worldwide. In 2010, the IMO, which regulates shipping for 168 member nations, last October enacted new mandatory standards for cleaner engine fuel. By 2020, sulfur in marine fuel must be reduced by 90%, although this new distilled fuel may be double the price of current low-grade fuels. Tom arched an eyebrow. Did they reach their targets? You mean, did the world's largest user of oil reduce its sulfur consumption by 90%? Yeah. Did they? Not yet. You are part of this shipping conglomerate, whether you like it or not. What's the solution? I don't know. It's difficult. Tom met his eye, knowing that Sam rarely dismissed something as simply being difficult. What do you think should be done? Honestly, I don't have a solution. All options are bad, and I don't advocate for returning to our pre-globalization days. Sam paused for a moment, drew in a breath, and then exhaled slowly. Possibly nuclear, although that comes with its own set of risks. Oddly enough, there is never any mention of alternative power sources, such as nuclear power. Nuclear marine propulsion has been in widespread naval use for nearly 70 years, starting in 1955. There are 150 ships in operation that use nuclear propulsion, with most being submarines, although they range from icebreakers to aircraft carriers. A Nimitz-class supercarrier has more than twice as much power, 240,000 horsepower, 208 megawatts, as the largest container ship diesel engines ever built, and is capable of continuously operating for 20 years without refueling. Some French Rubis-class submarines can go 30 years between refueling. Tom asked, and if we release 90,000 nuclear reactors on the world, how long until we have a nuclear disaster when one of those vessels runs aground on a reef or some sort of pristine tropical island? Sam spread his hands. Hey, I didn't suggest it was an easy decision to make. Nuclear propulsion is safer than you would think, and you and I have seen firsthand the sort of environmental damage oil does to those pristine reefs when traditional diesel-powered ships run aground. The U.S. Navy has accumulated over 5,400 reactor years of accident-free experience, and it operates more than 80 nuclear-powered ships. Interesting. And scary. Indeed. Sam turned to Captain Higgins. Now that we've got the ball rolling, I want to see exactly how this happened. Trent blinked. You want to see the video from the bridge? Sam nodded. Call me crazy, or at least sentimental, but I need to visualize how this vessel ran aground. It's important. Part of the salvage process. It will make it easier for me to conceptualize how I'm going to make it unhappen. Captain Higgins swiped the touchscreen TV in a downward motion, bringing up a list of security footage from around the cargo ship. He scrolled through to the one labeled bridge. Someone had already saved and highlighted a copy of the footage with the timestamp between when the Trident GS and the pleasure cruiser Sundance first lined up on a direct collision course, through to the final grounding of the Trident GS and subsequent blockage of the Suez Canal. Higgins gestured for Sam and Tom to take a seat. He fingered his beard and cleared his throat. Let me show you how quickly everything went to hell. Chapter 9. Vera MSC. Chief Engineer Angelo Di Bartoli felt dizzy as he opened the door to his office. The ship had slowed, perhaps to a complete stop, but Angelo's world was only just beginning to enter a deadly spiral. He left the whisper-quiet confines of his office and entered the Vera MSC's engine room. It was a far cry from the old dirty diesel or steam engine rooms of the last century. In jarring contrast, the engine room on board the Vera MSC looked more modern and sterile than an intensive care unit in a hospital. There were no oil leaks. It was painted all blue, with the engine and any moving parts hospital white. Like most engines within a container ship, this one was located near the bottom of the hull, toward the aft end of the vessel, and was comprised of a few compartments. This design maximized the cargo-carrying capacity of the vessel and situates the prime mover close to the propeller, minimizing equipment cost and problems posed from long shaft lines. The Wärtsilä RT Flex 96C was a two-stroke, turbocharged low-speed diesel engine designed by the Finnish manufacturer Wärtsilä. It was designed for large container ships that ran on heavy fuel oil. Its largest 14-cylinder version is 40 feet high and 81 feet long, weighing over 2,300 tons, and producing a total of 80.08 megawatts, making it the largest reciprocating engine in the world. Most days he couldn't help but marvel at its ingenuity. Today Angelo walked past it with a determined stride that matched his fury, making his way through the maze-like bowels of the Vera MSC. He urgently needed to speak to the captain, alone. The ship had a length of 670 feet and a breadth of 120 feet, making it one of the largest vehicle carriers in existence. The state-of-the-art vehicle carrier featured a liftable internal ramp system in a hold layout with 14 decks and 5 hoistable car decks, allowing each one to be set at different heights depending on the type of vehicles. It was equipped with a stern ramp, which carried approximately 250 tons of payload, along with a side ramp capable of lifting 22 tons. The vessel provides accommodation for its 23 crew members and has a sea endurance of up to 30,000 sea miles, traveling at a maximum speed of 21 knots. Ordinarily, the ship could carry 8,500 car-equivalent units, including carry trucks, cars, roll trailers, as well as high and heavy project shipment. Only today it was carrying just 500 cars. All were housed on the stern of the vessel like a facade. It gave the appearance of a fully loaded vehicular ship, only it wasn't. Inside were rows upon rows of standard 20-foot equivalent units shipping containers, 15,000 of them to be exact. Each one displayed no markers identifying their contents. This was one of the many reasons he was already in a bad mood, even before someone tried to threaten his wife and blackmail him into damaging the ship. As he spotted the rows upon rows of containers where vehicles should have been, he remembered the fight he'd had with the captain earlier today. He shook his head as he climbed the steel sets of stairs and thought about how trivial the whole thing seemed now by comparison. It wasn't his job to know what was being transported. His job was to maintain the powerful diesel engine and keep the Vera MSC moving. The Italian roll-on, roll-off vessel, with its large external doors close to the waterline and open vehicle decks with few internal bulkheads, had a reputation for being a high-risk design, to the point where the acronym was sometimes derisively expanded to roll-on, roll-over. An improperly secured loading door could cause it to sink. Water sloshing onto the vehicle decks could set up a free surface effect, making the ship unstable and causing it to capsize. Despite these inherent risks, the very high freeboard generally raised the seaworthiness of these vessels. He clambered up 16 flights of stairs. They were made of steel grates, with each end returning on itself. He breathed deeply and his chest burned with the exertion, but he didn't want to waste even a few minutes by taking a breather. Then he stopped. Something overhead and high above him brought him to a standstill. Several of the deckhands were looking up, staring at an object above them. They spoke in the hushed tones of school children who were either frightened of being berated or scared about something worse. Upon his arrival, he'd expected the chatter to die down, but instead it only increased the lively discussion. As chief engineer, Angelo was only ranked below the captain of the ship. He was well respected on board, renowned as being a competent and meticulous leader who demanded hard work and expert attention to detail, but no more so than from himself. On board the Vera MSC, below decks, his word was just one level below that of God. He greeted Renzo Marizzato, one of his diesel mechanics. "What the hell is going on here, Marizzato?" "Sorry, sir," the mechanic apologized, his gaze darting away from Angelo. "It's just—" Angelo was in no mood for guessing games. "What?" Marizzato gestured to the top of the highest shipping container. The middle of the ship had an open section which allowed shipping containers, in addition to vehicles, to be stacked upon one another, threefold rising high above the top deck, nearly as high as the bridge. Angelo's face tightened. Following the hypnotic stare from the rest of the crew, whose voices had now become completely, almost eerily silenced, his eyes landed on the strange archaeological creature. There was something disturbing about it. It had come aboard in secret at the request of the owner of the vessel, who owed a favor to someone who owed a favor to someone else. Inevitably, the owner of said favor had finally cashed in his or possibly her chips and had requested transport of the hideous fiend. Angelo stared at the creature now. The relic was ugly in his opinion, and creepy as a nightmare from Satan's underworld. It was positioned precariously at the highest point on the deck, between two 40-foot-long shipping containers, standing with 1 foot on each side. The creature looked like some type of malformed kid's creation. Angelo's pensive blue eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the disfigured creation. The creature was roughly 7 feet tall and probably ceramic or metallic, or more likely a mixture of both. It revealed a dull shine, but as the sun glistened across its torso, Angelo realized it reflected the most striking, almost red-gold color. Angelo squinted against the bright sun, shielding his eyes with his left hand. So, it was metallic. In equal parts, beautiful and repulsive. It might have been expensive art, had it not been so unnaturally repugnant in its appearance. It was roughly human, definitely anthropomorphic. Yet unlike those magnificent artistic creations by the great sculptors of the Renaissance, this was more like a kid had taken some of the clay and dolloped it here and there, with no apparent thought of symmetry or even where something naturally belongs anatomically. There was a solid face with 2 deep indents for eyes and a small, cruel mouth. Tiny ears adorned its big, bald head, which was jammed on top of 2 bowling ball-sized shoulders with no apparent need for a neck. The sculptor, so unconcerned with the details of the creature's face, seemed to have taken an inordinate amount of attention to its torso and arms. These were intricately precise, with powerful muscles leading all the way to its vice-like hands, which looked like a pair of sledgehammers. Again, once the sculptor reached the bottom of the torso, at the point where the legs began, all thoughts of details vanished once more. The legs appeared like a pair of tree trunks attached to a body. The Vera MSC drifted in the swell. A crepuscular ray of sunlight shone through a solemn cloud in the sky, turning the unique artifact into a red-gold fire. Angelo shook his head, as though seeing the creation for the first time. It stood above everything else on board the ship. It reminded Angelo of the mythical beasts the Vikings sculpted at the prow of their vessels to frighten their enemies. He stared at it for a moment longer and countered his original assessment. No, this beast looked more like it had perched at the highest vantage point so that it could command its entire army. He dismissed the idea as ridiculous. The damn thing was a prank, albeit a complicated one to achieve. But then again, the Vera MSC's deckhands had time to waste once the ship was underway. It must have been one, if not all of them, that had perpetrated it. Angelo shook his head. I don't care who did it. Just get the thing down and back into its crate. Renzo Marazzato folded his arms across his chest. That's going to be difficult. Pleased at that idea, Angelo smiled. Unquestionably. Anthony, one of the other deckhands, asked, Any chance you'd consider waiting until we reach the next port? Port of Gioia Toro, Italy? Angelo pressed his lips together, as though he would never even consider such an option. No way. It's too dangerous. Forget about what the owner might think if the thing gets damaged. The fact remains, if it falls from up there, something that size and weight would do significant damage to the Verda, or worse yet, kill somebody. Get it down. Marazzato said, Yes, sir. Angelo couldn't believe the stupidity of some people. Still, he couldn't help but be impressed by the tenacity and effort someone had gone through to move the damned artifact, vile though it appeared. It was more than the look, though. There was something about it, more of a feeling than anything else, a simple sense of foreboding. Neither evil nor good, more like a warning. Angelo wasn't generally superstitious, but even he could see it as a bad omen. He let the thought wash over him and headed up toward the bridge. He had bigger problems to deal with, much bigger. 20 days. He needed to prevent the Vera MSC from reaching the Italian port for another 20 days. How was he supposed to do that? They were about to cross the Suez Canal. They would dock in port of Gioia Tauro in under 24 hours. His mind thought back to the video call he'd received. They had his wife. The man had told him the entire thing was mercenary. They weren't fanatics or terrorists. They didn't want to hurt anyone. Get the job done and your wife goes home alive and in one piece. Fail, and you never see her again. At least, not in one piece. The thought made him shudder. How on earth was he supposed to divert the ship? He was just an engineer. Madonna mia! Why couldn't they have taken the captain's wife? He felt a pang of guilt just at the thought. He wouldn't wish this upon anyone. Least of all his captain, Ludovic Barco, who was the most honorable and decent man he'd ever met, with a family he cared deeply for. Aliana Barco. He nearly whispered the name out loud. He thought of Ludovic's loving wife. They had been married nearly 40 years, and Angelo had never seen a man or woman so devoted to one another. The captain had an array of family photos in his quarters. His 3 children, Anna, Tony, and Luca, all in their late 30s now. Then there were more than a dozen grandchildren. At the forefront was a picture of Aliana. It wasn't the one from decades ago that some men might hold dear, when she was a young, sexy, and provocative Italian woman. Instead, Ludovic had the most recent photo of Aliana. It was taken in their family home in Naples. Aliana, now decidedly on the wrong side of voluptuous, with gray hair and a big smile, fed him something out of a saucepan. It was an intimate moment. Both of them, devoutly Catholic and traditional in equal proportions, still loved their cooking. The photo had been taken by Alonso, one of their grandchildren. Perfectly timed, it captured the very essence of their love. It was the way they stared at each other which had taken Angelo by surprise. It wasn't lust or greed, or even something teasing in the sort of hedonism that so many people worship today, falsely believing it to be love. Instead, it was simple, happy joy. As though for each of them, this was the meaning of life. And it was beautiful. Angelo shook his head, trying to shake the reminiscence from its distraction. No, he wouldn't wish for Ludovic's wife to have been taken any more than he'd wish it upon his own wife. Defeated, the air whooshed from his lungs. The villains had told him not to tell anyone what had happened. But there was simply no other way to divert the ship. He needed the captain's help. He would have to confide in him, trusting in their years of friendship and professional respect. Together they would come up with a plan to delay the Vera MSC from reaching its port for another 20 days. With that thought, he took the last 3 steps in a single stride and entered the bridge. There seemed to be tension in the air. He looked at Roberto, the first mate, who looked frightened. "What is it?" Roberto mouthed the words, "There's been an accident." "In the Suez Canal?" Angelo asked. Captain Barco heard him speak, noticing his arrival for the first time, and turned toward him. The man was in a rare fury that shook him, and for a moment he imagined the captain knew what he was going to suggest. "Angelo, where have you been? I was trying to contact you." He didn't bother trying to justify himself. "I'm sorry, sir. What is it?" The captain dismissed his apology with a wave of his hand. "The Trident GS has run aground." Angelo's eyes narrowed. "Where?" 5 miles north of Taufik." Angelo had made the transit hundreds of times over the years. As the chief engineer, he often traveled through the Suez Canal up on the deck, beside the rest of the senior crew. He knew every inch of the unique waterway. His lips hardened into a straight line, picturing the natural bottleneck. "How bad is it?" The captain firmly set his jaw. "The ship's run hard aground, and she's blocking all progress through the canal. We've been advised it could take weeks at best, and possibly more than a month to free." "What do you want to do?" Barco said. "We're better off going around." Angelo felt his heart leap for joy at the reprieve, hoping that it wasn't showing on his face. "It will be a long delay, but we have enough fuel to make the voyage." "Good. I've had a little look at the weather around the Cape. It's not favorable, but it will have to do. It will only serve to increase the delay this diversion is going to cost us." Angelo swallowed hard. A ship like the Vera MSC could still reach the Mediterranean Sea in 2 weeks from where they were, going around the southern tip of Africa. He looked at the captain, held his breath, and asked, "How long do you predict?" Captain Barco shook his head. "We'll be lucky if we reach Gioia Toro in anything under 3 weeks." Angelo slowly exhaled and thanked God for his good fortune. Had all his prayers been answered, or had his nightmare just begun? Chapter 10. Tehila, Atlantic Ocean. Under the vast canopy of a cloudy sky, the long swell of the Atlantic Ocean heaved and rolled, an immense expanse of restless water. The endless gray clouds stretched out above, casting a somber, muted light over the undulating surface. The vastness of the ocean seemed to merge with the sky at the horizon, blurring the line between water and air, creating an ethereal dreamscape. The slow, rhythmic rise and fall of the swells conveyed a sense of immense power, tempered by underlying serenity. Each crest and trough ebbed and flowed in a hypnotic display of the ocean's untamed spirit. As the swells advanced and retreated, they whispered ancient secrets to those willing to listen, their voices carried on the cool, moist breeze that skimmed the water's surface. An intermittent break in the cloud cover allowed a fleeting ray of sunlight to pierce the gray veil, casting a spotlight on the churning water. For a moment the sea's surface shimmered with the brilliance of the sun. Yet just as quickly the light vanished, swallowed by ever-shifting cloud cover, leaving behind only the memory of its fleeting beauty. Under this darkness, the silhouette of a motor yacht emerged. At a length of 180 feet, and the widest part of the vessel at 45 feet, it was shaped more like a bullet than a traditional yacht. Its long black hull and narrow beam tapered into a razor-sharp prow like a predator. In the seemingly endless ocean, she skimmed the surface at nearly 60 knots, making her way due east toward the tip of the African continent, toward the Mediterranean Sea. She left in her wake trailing whitewash in the jet-black sea. It was a stark contrast against the near-black river against the night sky, and the only demonstration of the vessel's unique combination of raw power. She was powered by twin Rolls-Royce 28,000 horsepower MTU diesel engines and twin ZF gearboxes that projected the force of the combined 56,000 horsepower into 4 HT-1000 Hamilton jet water jets. This power was married to her unique hull, which used a series of hydraulic actuators to alter the shape in order to achieve the greatest speed and stability given any type of sea conditions. She was able to lift out of the water onto the aquaplane at speeds of 60 knots, making her the fastest motor yacht of her size in the world. No name was visible on the gunmetal gray hull, which reflected the dark shine of the obsidian-colored sea. But inside, the crew of the Tehila, experts in maritime salvage operations, prepared to provide whatever support Sam Reilly may need to refloat the Trident GS from where it had become stranded in the Suez Canal. Deep inside her hull, Vera Blanc, the chief engineer, ran his intelligent dark eyes across an array of digital instruments. They provided pressure readings, temperature gauges, along with a variety of other data inputs used to ensure that the diesel engines that powered the Tehila were performing at their peak efficiency and would continue to do so. In the dimly lit engine room, a golden retriever stood poised and attentive, his keen gaze fixed upon the engineer at work. The dog's rich golden fur caught glimmers of light from the surrounding machinery, casting a warm glow around its strong, sturdy frame. His tail wagged gently from time to time, revealing the friendly and affable nature that had endeared him to the crew. Despite the cacophony of noise created by the ship's engines, the golden retriever appeared unfazed, his ears perked up as if to absorb every nuance of sound. The dog appeared to watch the engineer with a sense of sage wisdom, as if understanding the importance of the task at hand. The engineer moved skillfully among the labyrinth of pipes, gauges, and valves, while the canine observer maintained a respectful distance, his gaze never straying from the flurry of activity. As the engineer toiled, beads of sweat gathered on his brow, proof of the heat and exertion required in the engine room. The golden retriever, with his innate sensitivity to human emotion, seemed to recognize the engineer's fatigue. In response, he would occasionally brush against his leg, offering a comforting nuzzle or a gentle lick as a gesture of support and companionship. The dog barked. Vera paused briefly to ruffle the golden fur of his faithful companion, their bond forged in the depths of the ship's mechanical heart. Together they formed an unlikely partnership. It was a testament to the power of connection that transcends the boundaries of species. In the rhythmic hum of the engine room, the golden retriever's sage watch served as a comforting reminder of the shared experience that unites all living beings. The dog nuzzled his hand, and Vera gave in and patted the dog. "Don't worry, Caliburn. We'll be there soon, and you can see Sam." Caliburn gave another bark. It was crisp and sharp, a negative assertion, as though there was something else bothering him. Vera frowned. "What is it?" The golden retriever's dark eyes gazed toward the wall-mounted phone. It was a direct line to and from the bridge. Vera tilted his head. "What about it, Caliburn? There's nobody on it." The dog repositioned himself with his head on his forward paws, in a gesture suggesting to Vera it would soon. Suppressing a silent smile, the engineer shook his head and stepped toward the phone. A red light glowed, and the phone rang. Vera grinned. He glanced toward the retriever, whose hearing was approximately 4 times greater than the average person, and was known to hear when an outside satellite call came to the bridge. "Thanks for the heads up, Caliburn." Caliburn's tail wagged incessantly at the praise. Vera picked up the engine room's phone. "Vera here." Sam spoke without preamble. "Vera, forget any plans you have for sleep or anything else. I need you to look over a ton of equations, formulas, applications, and figures for me. I'm afraid it's going to take hours, and we need this done fast." Unsurprised, Vera's expression transformed into one of delight. "It's good to hear from you, too. I hope you're well. Sorry, Veyron, we're short of time. Veyron nodded. I get it. I was only teasing. What do you need? The construction divers are in the process of plugging a hole in the side of the Trident. It's round with a diameter of 8 feet and caused by an explosion. All right, Veyron said. What's the problem? The engineers are worried by the amount of pressure. They've gone over the numbers and over-engineered everything. It all looks fine on paper, but nothing like this has been attempted underwater before. Veyron frowned. People have been patching hulls since the Egyptians decided to build ships made of reeds, masts, and sails to navigate the Nile. What's not to understand? It has to do with the weight of the Trident. Also, some of the internal and external structures aren't as stable as one would ideally like. And according to Elisa Azzopardi, the head of the team of construction divers, given our tight schedule, some of the welds won't have time to fully cure. Sam took a breath. Also, due to the weight of the Trident, the amount of pressure exerted in terms of parts per square inch is equivalent to those on a deep-sea submarine. Veyron nodded to himself. Thus, you want a submersible expert to scan through what they've done so far. Exactly. Right. Send them over and I'll take a look. Sam said, I already have. I emailed them, along with the 3-dimensional computer diagrams of the Trident, along with the engineering schematics, weight of the Trident, materials used to plug the hole, along with the current depth. Right. Give me a few minutes. Veyron exchanged a glance with Caliburn, whose tail began wagging even faster as the dog got up and they both moved to a nearby laptop. It was already switched on. Veyron saw the new message notification. He clicked the open button and began scrolling through the data. Okay, I see what the problem is, he said a few minutes later. Sam said, Go on. The materials used to repair the holes might struggle with the Trident's enormous weight. How bad? Veyron shrugged. I don't know. Give me a number. 50-50. That's the best you can do. A slight smile creased Veyron's parted lips. No, I have another idea, but it's going to have to wait until the Tehillah can reach the Trident. There was unbridled concern in Sam's voice. How far out are you? Veyron glanced at the navionics screen. Another 6,500 nautical miles. Say 5.5 days, sail, even traveling at the Tehillah's top speed. That brings us close to the king tide. Veyron had looked at the tides earlier and reached the same conclusion given the best chance to refloat the Trident and to bring it off the sandbank. Sorry, I can't make our girl go any faster. What do you suggest? Tell your construction divers to keep working. You might get lucky. It may hold. In the meantime, I'll tidy up my own plan, keep squeezing the numbers until they scream and make sure it's achievable. Sam asked, What's your plan? I'll tell you once I figure out the finer details. I'm sort of winging it, stringing it together on the fly, but I'm fairly certain I'll have it sorted by the time we reach you. Sam laughed. Veyron, you're like Elise. I'll take a chance on you winging it over most experts' certainties any given day. Thanks for the vote of confidence. All right, I have to go. Caliburn barked. Oh, Veyron said. And Caliburn says good luck. Chapter 11. Ancient Pyramids of Meroë, Sudan. Professor Xavier Griffith's pulse pounded in his chest as he crawled through a branch of the honeycomb tunnels that riddled the landscape beneath the black pyramids. The entire region had been well searched, But despite the best efforts of grave robbers and respected archaeologists, no sign had been given that anyone had found what he was looking for. Yet. There was still time, he reminded himself. All could still be saved. His flashlight lit up across the dark stones as he approached the entrance to the hidden passages beneath the pyramid. The thrill of discovery pulsed through his veins, his excitement tempered only by the knowledge that he was about to embark on a treacherous journey into the heart of the mysterious labyrinth. The professor was a tall, muscular man with a trimmed beard. A seasoned archaeologist, he was well into his 60s. Although his body might not be as athletic as it had once been, he still carried the wisdom and experience of decades spent unearthing the mysteries of the past. His once dark hair had given way to a distinguished shade of silver, crowning his head like a halo of knowledge. His eyes, deep-set and framed by a network of wrinkles, sparkled with the curiosity of a much younger man. His gaze hinted at a lifetime of adventures and discoveries. Over the years, Xavier had developed a sturdy, if somewhat overweight, build. His robust figure spoke to a life spent in the field, indulging in the local cuisines of the many exotic locales he had visited during his long and celebrated career. Though age and a sedentary lifestyle had taken their toll on his once agile frame, Xavier remained undeterred, his enthusiasm for exploration as strong as ever. Despite the challenges his weight presented in traversing narrow tunnels and cramped spaces, he approached each obstacle with dogged determination. He was unwilling to let his physical limitations stand in the way of unlocking the secrets of the past. Xavier's tenacity and resilience were evident in every aspect of his work, from the meticulous way he documented his findings to the tireless hours he spent analyzing artifacts in his makeshift field laboratory. His colleagues admired and respected him for his unwavering dedication to his craft in the face of obstacles and adversity. To Xavier Griffiths, the extra effort required to overcome the limitations imposed by his age and weight was a small price to pay for the privilege of unearthing history's hidden treasures. With each new discovery, he proved that a true archaeologist's most valuable assets were not physical strength or agility, but rather an unquenchable thirst for knowledge and an unbreakable spirit. He held his breath when he found the collapsed opening, pleased to discover a series of passageways beneath the Black Pyramid. With his headlamp illuminating the way, he began his descent, carefully navigating the tight, winding passages. The air was thick with the scent of millennia-old dust, and the oppressive weight of rock above him seemed to press down upon his shoulders. The walls closed in around him, forcing him to contort his body into uncomfortable angles to squeeze through confining spaces. His breathing grew labored as he wriggled through the tightest of gaps, the rough stone scraping against his clothes and skin. Sweat trickled down his brow as he fought against the instinctive surge of claustrophobia, a poor condition for an archaeologist who had spent his life exploring the tight confines of pyramids. It threatened to overwhelm him. Yet he reminded himself of the potential archaeological treasure that lay ahead, and this thought spurred him onward. The passages twisted and turned, forming a disorienting maze that was intent on keeping its secrets hidden from the outside world. As he crawled, Xavier Griffiths carefully followed the path on the map he had painstakingly outlined during his explorations, ensuring he could retrace his steps if necessary. He paused occasionally to catch his breath, taking a moment to marvel at the precision and skill of the long-dead architects who had constructed the below-ground labyrinth. Finally, after what felt like hours of painstaking navigation, He reached his destination, an unexplored chamber deep within the pyramid. There was a knot in his chest. Suddenly, he realized he had been holding his breath. He gave a snort of laughter, then pushed the stone door open. Its groaning hinges were an indication of the centuries that had passed since it had last been disturbed. As his headlamp cast its beam across the room, Xavier Griffith's eyes widened in awe. Artifacts and relics of a long-forgotten civilization lay before him, preserved by the passage of time. He knew that the challenges he had faced in the tight passageway were worth it, for he had uncovered a treasure trove of knowledge that would rewrite history. With a triumphant smile, he began the meticulous process of documenting his groundbreaking discovery. As Xavier Griffiths continued deeper into the labyrinth, he encountered a section of the tunnel that narrowed dramatically, presenting a formidable obstacle. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he steeled himself for the challenge ahead. With painstaking care, he maneuvered his body through the constricted space, his chest pressed against cold rock as he inched his way forward. Each shallow breath became a struggle, but the promise of undiscovered wonders drove him onward. After what felt like an eternity, Xavier emerged from the tight passage, his relief palpable as he took in deep gulps of stale air. The hole he had crawled out of opened into a grand chamber, its dimensions and ornate carvings hinting at the significance of what lay within. As his headlamp swept across the room, he caught sight of an imposing sarcophagus, its intricately designed exterior adorned with the visage of an ancient king. Xavier could hear his pulse pounding in his ears as he approached the distinctive coffin, keenly aware that he stood on the precipice of a monumental discovery. His hands trembled with anticipation as he bent to push the heavy stone lid aside. It revealed an empty interior. The instant it became clear that the chamber had been ransacked centuries earlier by grave robbers, his excitement gave way to sadness, distress, and a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. The priceless artifacts and funerary treasures were now lost to history, their whereabouts unknown. The chamber, a testament to the powerful king's once great legacy, had been desecrated, its secrets plundered by those seeking wealth and power. Disappointment weighed heavily upon Xavier's shoulders, a stark reminder of the fragility of history and the destructive nature of human greed. He slowly made his way back, climbing the makeshift ladders up through the series of vertical shafts that reached the surface. Xavier emerged from the darkness of his subterranean world, his eyes adjusting to the dim light that enveloped the area. The air was cooler now, as the sun had dipped below the horizon, casting a serene purple hue over the vast desert landscape. The waxing gibbous moon overhead seemed to cradle the stars, illuminating the night sky with an ethereal glow. It wasn't long now, maybe another 7 or 8 days, before the full moon. He pulled out his map and crossed off yet another dead end. Staring at his markings, he noted there were still hundreds more to go. There was still time. It was there. He was certain of it. Xavier stood there for a few minutes, his feet sinking into the soft golden sand, gazing back at the majestic Pyramids of Meroë. These towering structures, once the final resting place of powerful Nubian kings and queens, loomed against the backdrop of the darkening sky. The pyramids stood as a witness to the ingenuity and prowess of a long-gone era, their sharp, angular forms cutting through the darkness like a beacon of history. And hidden below one of them was another secret, the most powerful map in existence. He closed his eyes, drew a deep breath. When he exhaled, he made a solemn promise to himself to never give up until he found what he so desperately sought. Xavier felt a sense of awe wash over him as he gazed upon these magnificent edifices. He could sense the echoes of a distant past, where mighty rulers held sway over their subjects, and the legacy of their rule was etched in stone. The moonlight cast eerie shadows on the weathered rock facades of the pyramids, creating a haunting and mystical atmosphere that seemed to defy the passage of time. Taking a deep breath, Xavier could taste the faint traces of dust and history lingering in the air. The silence was broken only by the soft, distant howls of desert animals and the gentle rustling of the wind as it swept over the sand. The world felt age-old and untamed, a place where the ghosts of the past still whispered their secrets to those who would listen. In the distance, he spotted the fiery glow coming from the base camp. 3 brand-new white Toyota Land Cruisers lined the edge of the camp, loaded with expensive surveying and digging equipment. 2 men with AK-47s lazily guarded the vehicles. Xavier walked toward the camp and took a seat by the fire, warming his hands with the flames. It never ceased to amaze him how the desert, with its burning temperatures in the day, could become freezing cold come nightfall. There was a small team of local laborers who he'd employed to help with his expedition. Someone offered him a bowl of gorasa bidama. He took it thankfully as his stomach rumbled, and he realized just how hungry he'd become. The traditional North Sudanese beef stew was flavored with tomato, green pepper, cardamom, and cinnamon, and served with flatbread. He developed a taste for the local cuisine, the meals of which he found hearty and fulfilling. Sandik, a local man who was tall and slim, with wiry, muscular arms, approached. He was a local business leader who had helped establish the makeshift camp that had been established since Xavier arrived. The man worked as a liaison between Xavier and the locals, who provided the camp with food and water, and to haul in all the expensive digging and archaeological surveying equipment needed for the project. In the distance, he caught sight of a small, malnourished boy and a few old men riding camels. They had approached from the far northern end of the desert, giving Xavier the impression they were wanderers, possibly descendants of the Baggara, a nomadic confederation of people of mixed Arab and Arabized indigenous African ancestry, inhabiting a portion of the Sahel, mainly between Lake Chad and the Nile River near South Kordofan. These people had roamed the Sahara for tens of thousands of years. They were seemingly undeterred by the forever-changing, inhospitable environment, or outside evolution known as technological progress, which the rest of the world had both sought and been caught up in. Xavier glanced up at the boy. He was perhaps 4 or 5 years old, although difficult to say. The child seemed so starved that his growth may have been severely stunted, for all Xavier knew. The boy had the typical dark skin of those who originated in the sub-Saharan countries. He wore a bold and confident smile, revealing a perfect set of white, evenly spaced teeth. The older man climbed down from the camel and spoke to Sandik in his own native language, confirming his Messiria heritage. The 2 men communicated briefly in polite, melodic tones before Sandik, his own man, approached. Sandik tilted his head down with respect. "I'm sorry, sir. This man has something to show you." Xavier shook his head. He was used to the local people trying to sell him, an obvious outsider interested in the Pyramids of Meroë, worthless junk. or perhaps they had stolen objects from various archaeological sites to tout them as valuable ancient artifacts or Kushite relics. Xavier lifted his hand. Please thank him, but tell him I'm not interested. Sandik said, Sir, that small boy over there has spent the past 2 weeks crawling through the network of tunnels left by the receding floods of 2020. Xavier frowned. He's been seeking buried antiquities? Nothing quite so noble, sir. Just hoping to find anything that comes from the Kushite period. Objects with the potential of selling them to the throngs of Western tourists. Xavier grinned. He wants to sell to me? Yes, he nodded. This is so. However, in these circumstances, I believe you may be interested in buying. Why? He's found something. A yusk. I believe it's come from a great king. It may possibly even be from the one that you have been searching for. Chapter 12. Xavier doubted it would amount to anything. Still, if the boy had been in the underground network of tunnels, the child could offer useful information or know where to locate what he was looking for. It was a long shot, but not entirely worth dismissing out of hand. He motioned to the boy and his father to come and join them near the fire. The boy came and stood a little closer, standing in front of the older man, presumably his father. His eyes were wide, and there was something about the set of the boy's mouth that Xavier couldn't help but like. The kid seemed proud of something, but it was more than the usual way a small child might beg or ask for help, pandering to his altruism. Xavier gazed into the kid's eyes and saw none of that. Instead, he saw genuine contentment, as though the boy had no cares in the world. Xavier smiled at the boy. It's okay. I won't hurt you. With a charming grin, the kid's teeth flashed white against his skin. Can you understand English? The boy lowered his head in assent. Yes, sir. My name is Xavier. What's your name? Bakit. Well, I'm pleased to meet you, Bakit, the lucky one. The boy beamed with pride. You speak Arabic? Xavier shook his head. Very little, I'm afraid, but I've picked up some of the terms and meanings over the years. Are you lucky? I think so, the boy replied without hesitation. Xavier gave him a relaxed smile. I hear you found something. Would you like to show me? Yes, please. The boy's eyes darted toward his father, and he spoke volubly in the Massyrian distinct dialect known as Chadian Arabic. The Massyria were a branch of the Baggara tribe of nomadic cattle herders. They spanned the belt of the savannah between Lake Chad and the White Nile. The territory had been the homeland of the Baggara people for centuries. The boy's father gave an almost imperceptive nod toward Xavier's local worker, who had initiated the discussion. Sandik said out loud to the man, You can trust him. He is an honest fool. With the ghost of a smile, the father gave a slight bow. Smiling back, Xavier lifted a hand in a gesture that indicated everything was fine. What's your name? The father appeared worried. He doesn't want anyone to know his name, Sandik explained. He seems on fairly friendly terms with you, Xavier mused. So you must know it. Sure, but I promised him I wouldn't give it to anyone. Xavier's mouth quirked. Why? Let's just say Bakit's found one of the biggest discoveries in the region for a very long time. Okay, let's see what your boy's found, Xavier said amiably to Bakit's father. Sandik translated for the man. He doesn't speak English, Xavier asked. Sandik shook his head. No, until this cursed drought arrived. He was a true Baggara, a migratory herder of Arab and African descent. He cared for a small flock of cattle. Xavier said, and without the rains, herding became more difficult, and he turned to grave robbing for his subsistence? Sandik nodded. 2 years ago, most of his flock starved. He was forced to sell those that remained, leaving him with just a single beast. Shortly afterward, his wife, weakened by the lack of food, became sick and died. In the months that followed, he lost 2 daughters to the plague, leaving him with just his son, Bakit. I would have turned my hand to grave robbing long before that, Xavier noted. Of course, but as you know, the Pyramids of Meroë and other Kushite and Nubian temples have long since been looted. Xavier finished, leaving them with little of value. Exactly. Until now. Sandik looked at him with great respect and, for the first time, something akin to fear. I tell you this, as I believe it is in your power to change this man's life. I'll keep that in mind, Xavier said. Curious now, his eyes narrowed as he studied the boy. What did you discover? The child drew from some sort of hidden pocket sewn into his meager jacket. It was a small, shiny artifact. The child's father tensed. Xavier noticed that the man was carrying an AK-47. His finger was resting all too close to the trigger. The weapon was common among the Misseria, who had been given the assault rifles by the Sudanese government during the Civil War. This was to drive the Nilotic peoples from the western Upper Nile oil region. They were proud of the weapon and pleased by the power it had given them. Xavier lifted the palms of his hands skyward in a gesture of supplication. Staring at the man, he said to Sandik, Tell him he won't be needing that. I have no intention of stealing whatever it is his boy has come to sell. Again, there was a rapid-fire exchange between Sandik and Bakit's father, along with several gestures from Sandik to put the weapon away. After a few seconds, the boy's father lowered the rifle, but kept his hand on its butt and his trigger finger just outside the trigger housing. That's a good man, Xavier said. Then, as though lightening the mood, he began to speak in the didactic tone he used for his students. Do you know the story of Mikhail Kalishnikov, the man who invented the AK-47 during World War II? No. Sandik shook his head, eager to ease the situation. Please tell us. Xavier began. Mikhail Kalishnikov began his career as a weapon designer in 1941, while recuperating from a shoulder wound which he received during the Battle of Bryansk. It was a common story, told anywhere in the world where AK-47s were found, which is to say, all points of the globe. Xavier knew it off by heart. Kalishnikov was in the hospital, and a soldier in the bed beside him asked why their soldiers had only 1 rifle for every 2 to 3 men, while the Germans had automatics. So Kalishnikov decided to make one. He was a soldier, and he created a machine gun for a soldier. It was called an Avtomat Kalishnikova, the automatic weapon of Kalishnikov, AK, and it carried the year of its first manufacture, 1947. Sandik feigned interest. Xavier, either through genuine interest in history or just happy to be on safer ground, continued. The AK-47 is included on the flag of Mozambique and its emblem, an acknowledgement that the country gained its independence in large part through the effective use of their AK-47s. It is also found in the coats of arms of East Timor, Zimbabwe, and the Revolution-era Burkina Faso, as well as in the flags of Hezbollah, Syrian resistance, to name a few. Beside him, Bakit held out the artifact, and Xavier sighed with awe. He was astounded by what he saw before him. Chapter 13. Tentatively, almost delicately, he took the priceless treasure into his hands. It was a yusk, a typical Egyptian piece of jewelry. It was commonly worn by Egyptian women in ancient times. This one was magnificent. It could only have been made for a queen. It was crafted with expert talent into the shape of a collar with a central pendant. Made of gleaming pure gold, it was inlaid with an array of small precious gemstones. The gold was worked into a delicate filigree and intricate designs that were said to symbolize the power and wealth of the pharaoh who once wore it. The fine gold alone would be valuable enough to change Bakit's life forever. Xavier stared at the gems as they glimmered and sparkled. "Absolutely stunning," Xavier said appreciatively. The kid beamed with pleasure. "How much will you pay us for it?" Xavier suppressed a regretful smile and handed it back to the child. "I'm afraid I'm an archaeologist, not a grave robber." The child seemed afraid, as though Xavier might alert the Sudanese authorities to what he'd been doing. Technically, the golden yusk should be confiscated, yet in truth, the authorities were more likely to force him to pay an exorbitant bribe. Either way, it was enough to frighten the small boy. Xavier shook his head, lifting a hand in a placating gesture, indicating that he wasn't the least interested in reporting the kid to anyone. "I'm not going to prevent you from selling what you have found. I'm merely saying I'm not a grave robber, and nor am I interested in purchasing your yusk." He saw the hint of failure mixed with worry plastered across the kid's face. "So, it might as well be worthless?" Xavier said, "Not by any means, no. It's a beautiful artifact. It belongs in a museum where everyone can see it. It is an open doorway into the lives of those people who came before us, the great royalty of the Kushite or Nubian people. That's what should be done with it, in principle." "My father says principles are for people who have enough food to eat." "An observation drawn from experience, I perceive." Xavier's expression was kindly and sympathetic. "I'll make some calls. I know people who might be willing to buy this from you legally or illegally. There are museums that will pay a large finder's fee for such an artifact. Some of that cost income will go to the Sudanese government, but half of the profit should be yours to keep. It will be more than enough." The boy seemed to think about that for a while. Then, with a maturity well beyond his years, he turned and said, "I'll discuss what you have told me with my father. He will know what to do." "I understand." The kid turned around. Bakit took 2 steps, and in the darkness his feet caught on kindling a laborer had brought to the campfire just minutes beforehand. He fell forward. His hands gripped the precious yusk, protecting it as he hit the sandy bottom. The boy, nimble and agile, rolled and scrambled back to his feet in a single movement. Xavier looked at him. "Are you all right?" "I'm okay," Bakit replied. Xavier ran his eyes across the kid. There wasn't a scratch on him. Relieved, he noted the boy's sheepish grin, more than pain or discomfort from any injuries. Then his eyes landed on the small leather bag that had dropped. His gaze locked on several mosaic tiles, which had fallen out of the satchel and lay scattered across the desert. He went to pick them up. Bakit ignored him as though the tiles were irrelevant. There ended up being 10 in total. Xavier gave them a cursory glance. They were old, mostly made of colored glass and non-precious stones, cut into perfect squares, forming tiles which had once, most likely, formed a beautiful mosaic. There were markings on them, swirling lines that seemed to fit together to form a map or a maze, like a giant jigsaw puzzle. He played with them for a few minutes, trying to picture what sort of image the mosaic had once formed. The glass tiles were a distinct purple, and the jewels were an assortment of low-grade lapis lazuli with its deep, intense blue with tones of violet. All of the tiles had a dark line etched onto them. Xavier studied the lines. They were made from black ink, or possibly even inlaid with a strip of dark volcanic stone. It was glossy, like obsidian, but much too thin and perfectly formed for even the best craftsmen of the Kushite kingdom to manipulate. The lines were spiral-shaped swirls. They kept twisting in on each other like a snake or something, eating at its tail. It could be nothing at all. Xavier tried to stem the euphoria rising steadily up from within his chest. This could be exactly what he was looking for. He closed his eyes and pictured an Ouroboros. The Ouroboros, or Ouroboros, is an emblematic serpent of ancient Egypt and Greece, represented with its tail in its mouth, continually devouring itself and being reborn from itself. The Ouroboros entered Western tradition via Egyptian iconography and the Greek magical tradition. It was adopted as a symbol in Gnosticism and Hermeticism, and most notably in alchemy. It was also the symbol used by the oldest and greatest Egyptian kings. Xavier's jaw flexed with tension. "Where did you locate those?" "These?" the kid asked, his eyes incredulous at Xavier's sudden interest. "They're worthless tiles, nothing more. The gold yusk is much more valuable." Xavier shook his head. "To the rest of the world that might be true, but not to me." The boy appeared perplexed. "Why?" The professor withdrew a folded piece of paper from his chest pocket. He slowly, almost reverently, began unfolding its well-creased lines. There were the faint outlines of a few tears in the paper. It would remind most people of a treasure map. In reality, it was nothing close to that exciting. Instead, it was just a normal piece of paper with a printed image. The illustration was a hand-drawn sketch, created nearly 3 millennia earlier. It had been made by a royal scribe who formalized the burial of an ancient king. Xavier began to tell the story of how he'd come across the original sketch. On June 1st, 1798, the French army landed in Egypt near Alexandria at the mouth of the Nile. Although the city was fortified, it quickly fell to the French. From Alexandria, Napoleon's troops marched on to conquer the whole of Upper Egypt. Somewhere during his extraordinary raid and subsequent ransacking of Egypt, his men discovered this drawing on very old parchment. He handed Bakit the piece of paper, which was a copy of that illustration. The original was made of goat skin and carbon, dated to roughly 1500 years B.C., making it one of the oldest pieces of parchment in history to remain in near-perfect condition. Although historians will tell you that the Egyptians had examples of leather prepared for writing back in the 3rd millennia B.C., few were still readable. He showed the picture to Bakit. The boy's eyes widened as he stared at the paper with rapt attention. It was as though he inherently felt the power and value hidden within. It depicted a sketch of a king's burial chamber. He saw a king's sarcophagus made of dark stone, giving it a similar appearance to those used to build the Black Pyramids of Meroë. It was adorned with intricately carved images. The light from a distant flame cast an eerie, almost ethereal glow on the burial chamber. A series of pictographs representing the king's life were etched into the wall, as was customary of the time. Above was a large mosaic. The color had faded in the original parchment, so the image showed different shades of black and white. Yet what was clear was that the mosaic was the image of a tall, handsome king with intense eyes, large, proud nose, and a strong jaw. In the background was a sideways figure 8, also known as a lemniscate, or the mathematical symbol for infinity. In this version, the figure 8 formed the outline of a snake biting its own tail. It was a common symbol throughout many cultures that signified timelessness. Xavier stared at the Ouroboros. Even without color, he could imagine it being identical to the one formed with the mosaic tiles that Bakit had found. In the drawing there was a shadow. At first glance it could have been a mistake, or a watermark left over the years, but on closer inspection it formed the outline of someone. Some thought it was supposed to be the ghost of the king's queen, who mourned over his burial site for eternity. But Xavier had a different view completely. It was an ancient guard, one that had once protected this very king. Flashing upon a memory, he felt as if his heart stopped, then quickly sped up. Could it be? After all this time, he was about to find out what it was? Xavier quickly drew the outline of a humanoid-looking golem in the sand. He turned his gaze onto Bakit's eyes. "Have you ever seen anything that looks like this?" The boy shook his head. "I have not." Xavier sighed with disappointment. "Never?" "Never," the boy answered without hesitation. The rush of excitement he'd felt just an instant before vanished, and he felt deflated. The fire in front of them crackled and whirled like a dervish fiend. It was as if it was laughing at his hopes and dreams. Xavier studied the boy. Flickering light from the fire radiated from his dark, expressive gaze. "Are you sure?" "I am certain, sir." "What about in the area where you found the mosaic tiles? Was it where you found the golden yusk?" "No, definitely not." "That is very disappointing." Xavier exhaled a frustrated breath. "The golem must be nearby. It wouldn't have left its master." The kid beamed. "Do you want to buy my yusk?" Xavier shook his head. "No, but I'll make you a deal. If you can show me where you found these mosaic tiles, it might just turn out to be more valuable to you than anything I could ever pay you for that yusk." Chapter 14. Trident GS. Sam put his cell phone down and took a seat. Only Tom, Captain Trent Higgins, and his father, James Reilly, remained at the table in the mission room. Trent had set up the digital recording from the bridge and scrolled through until the timestamp read 2 minutes before the fateful collision. Tom looked across at Sam. A small frown between his eyebrows showed his concern. "Did Veyron think Azopardi's plan would succeed?" "Yes and no." Sam's jaw tightened with determination. "Based on the numbers, he's giving it a 50-50 that the Band-Aid repairs will hold." "And if they fail?" "He's working on a secondary plan. Says it should be ready by the time the Tehillah reaches us in another 5 days. Did he happen to mention what he had in mind? No. Sam met Tom's gaze. But he's reasonably sure he can figure out a solution. Tom snorted a soft chuckle. I'll take Veyron's reasonably sure over most engineers' certainty any day of the week. Agreed. So let me get this straight, James said. We're basing the entire fortune of global shipping on a construction diver's plan, which we all agree has a 50% chance of succeeding, and Veyron's ability to wing it. He folded his arms across his chest and glared at his son. Does that just about sum it up? Yeah, that's it in a nutshell. Sam suppressed a grin. See, Dad, aren't you glad you brought us here to save the day? Your renowned reputation precedes you, James replied snidely. Yet as misfortune seems imminent, let's just say that I'll be overjoyed when I see success. I'm working on it, Sam said, his voice surprising himself with its confidence. Then, with an open-handed gesture, said, Trent, you have the floor. Trent pressed play. The video was recorded from the back of the bridge, facing forward on a purpose-built mount, and taken with a dedicated wide-angled lens. It was positioned directly behind the helm, and took in all the functional sections of the bridge, including both sight and sound. It showed the Trident GS heading north into the Suez Canal. Continuous video feeds were a common practice in the shipping industry. It was a means of identifying the veracity of the pilot or reality of a collision, as even a minor accident could cost upwards of millions of dollars, or in the case of the Trident GS, billions. Trent paused the video, leaving a photo of the bridge crew up. At the helm you have Adrian Toohey, he pointed. Beside him is my 21C, Michael Whitehead. There I am on the left. Standing nice and relaxed to my right is our Suez Canal Authority pilot, Omar Zain. He's a veteran of the canal of some 40 years. He pressed play again. The video moved forward at normal speed. All appeared typical and as expected. Then they heard Omar swear in Arabic. Trent paused the video once more. There. He pointed to the dark hull of a small vessel that was coming toward the Trident GS. This is the first sign we had of the Sundance, a 50-foot pleasure craft owned by a charter company. It was on loan to someone in Russia. The renter stated he wanted to spend a week on the yacht in Zanzibar. Sam said, Do we know anything about the skipper? No. Apparently the usual one was off sick, and a local tourist had offered to pilot it down to Zanzibar. It was kind of like one of those free trips to deliver a rental truck interstate when the company wants to move the truck. You know the sort of thing? Sam nodded. Sure, but we're not talking about a car or a small truck here. That's still a multi-million-dollar yacht. Besides, the owners of the company are going to end up paying for some of this, surely. James made a humph sort of sound. We've already investigated the company. They're a shell that only started operating 3 months ago. The Sundance was their only vessel. Not only that, but it was also due to be repossessed after her owners failed to make the last set of payments. They are at fault. Sam's brow drew down in concentration. So it must be an insurance scam of some kind. Perhaps, James agreed, the tone of his voice taking a reasoned, pragmatic approach. But that doesn't matter. At best, they'll go bankrupt as quickly as we do. At worst, insurance companies will argue that whatever fault resides with the Sundance, the fact remains a collision with such a proportionally insignificant cruiser should not have caused the Trident to run aground. Trent exchanged a glance with the two Reilly men. Are you ready to see what happened? They inclined their heads in unison. Trent once more pressed play. It showed the vessel, now known as Sundance, heading south along the single-laned first segment of the Suez Canal. Without pausing the video, Trent pointed to the pleasure cruiser and said, "Whoever was at the helm just intentionally opened up the throttles, sending the craft straight toward us at speed." In the video, Captain Trent Higgins was seen reaching for his binoculars, lifting them to his eyes, and focusing in on the approaching cruiser. The time stamp shifted another few seconds. Trent said, "I didn't give orders to alter speed or course, not when the Trident was carrying a gross tonnage of 237,000. Even at the reduced speed of 6 knots, she would take over 750 feet to stop. There was nothing anyone could do with a vessel of this size." "Agreed." Trent paused the video again. "This is the last frame in which anyone on board the bridge could see Sundance. It was clear from the pilot's stance and attitude that the man intended to ram us." Tom arched an eyebrow. "Ram you?" "Yeah. Funny thing," Trent said, running his fingers across his forehead and through his hair. "I could see the fool's eyes through the binoculars. He appeared to be about 40 years old, and the idiot was grinning like a madman. Then his appearance changed. It was as if he noticed me up on the bridge, far too distant to see with the naked eye, but he made direct eye contact with me. Then he lifted his hand up in a gentle kind of see-you-later wave." Sam frowned. "A friendly gesture?" Trent turned the palms of his hands upward. "Beats me. After that, the lunatic then began whistling to himself." "Whistling?" Sam asked. "Yes," Trent replied. "It was as though he didn't have a care in the world." James said, "Sounds like he had a death wish." Sam shrugged. "Have they found the body?" "Not yet." Trent picked up the remote for the recorder. "Are you ready for things to turn from bad to worse?" Sam said, "Sure, let's see it." Trent pressed play. A split second later, the luxury cruiser disappeared beneath the blind side of the forward bow. On the video, the captain exchanged a knowing glance with the SCA pilot, Trent and Omar. Sam realized that between them, there were nearly 80 years of experience transiting the Suez Canal right there, and at times gut instinct is more effective than any supercomputer. "Recommend holding course." The SCA pilot confirmed what the captain was most likely thinking. "Agreed." Trent lowered his binoculars. "Keep her steady, Mr. Toohey." "Keeping her steady, sir," replied the helmsman. Their voices all sounded strained, but still focused. It was more like an air of incredulity hanging thickly on the bridge of the Trident. By now there was no sign of the illegally operating luxury craft. It was concealed by the foredeck of the massive vessel. Logically, if the worst should happen, the Trident GS's reinforced steel hull, backed by thousands of tons of slow-moving mass, wouldn't even shudder at impact. The captain kept his eyes on the side of the hull, his expression one of fear. He could be seen searching for the aberrant vessel, hoping to spot it altering course and becoming visible on the other side of the single canal. In the periphery, 3 of the SCA crew were running toward the starboard side. Another 15 seconds passed. Trent said, "At this point, I realized impact seemed inevitable." In the video, the captain took control from Adrian Toohey. Sam noted the air of relief in the helmsman's voice when he relinquished the command to the captain. Sam said, "You wanted control of the ship if a collision occurred." "Yes." Trent tilted his head and shrugged. "Call me old-fashioned, but I could envision where this was going, and I wanted the record to state I was at the helm. Besides, I felt better in control. At least that was something I could do." "Oh, I get it." Sam inclined his head, completely on board with this point. They watched in silence as everyone on the bridge appeared to jointly hold their breaths. Trent was seen clasping the mahogany U-shaped wheel that was affixed on a pedestal at the center of the bridge. In a neutral position, the rudder was aligned with the ship, and the vessel was running straight ahead. On the dashboard, an analog gyro compass, housed between two autopilot management systems, gave the compass heading of 345 degrees north-northwest. A moment later, the silence was broken with the low sound of an explosion. A brief orange flash erupted on the starboard side of the hull, amidships. As expected, the ship remained steady. There wasn't even the faintest tremor. The Trident GS continued to gracefully slice through the stilled waters. The video showed a collective sigh of relief on the bridge. The Suez Canal distance markers indicated the ship had coasted another 50 feet north. Then came the brief exchange between Trent and Omar. It was more a formality than anything that needed to be done to keep the Trident moving. They watched the captain as he turned to the SCA pilot. "Suggestions?" Omar opened his mouth to speak, but no words were uttered, as both men turned their head at what was a loud bang from inside the bowels of the massive cargo ship. At that point, the cable must have given way. A split second later, the U-shaped steering wheel jolted to port. Sam watched as the captain aggressively turned the wheel. It spun without any resistance whatsoever. He held the helm steady, but it was obvious the maneuvering cable was no longer attached. In other words, it held no more power over the Trident GS's movement than if it was the steering wheel of a kid's toy. On video, the disaster unfolded in slow motion. The Trident GS slowly coasted toward the starboard bank. They were traveling at just 6 knots, which was a little more than a walking pace. Backed by 237,000 tons, nothing could slow, much less stop, the ship in time. The captain reached for the rudder lever on his right. He adjusted the lever 10 degrees to port to straighten the cargo vessel's northerly direction. The ship continued, drifting to starboard. The rudder lever hadn't worked. "Engines full astern, Mr. Whitehead," Trent ordered. Michael Whitehead flicked a single switch, turning the ship into reverse. "Confirming, full astern." The captain paused the video once more. "As you know, the Trident uses a variable pitch propeller." "Yes," Sam said. "It allows you to stop faster in an emergency." "Indeed," Trent said. "But unfortunately, nowhere near fast enough." When the video started once more, the massive diesel engines whined. Sam imagined the gigantic propeller churning the otherwise still sea into a turbulent frenzy. The Trident GS continued to creep along as though nothing had happened. It was slowly, aimlessly traveling starboard. After nearly 2 minutes, the prow began drifting farther to starboard. As he fought with the mechanics and hydrodynamics of the ship, puzzlement, panic, and confusion showed in the captain's body language. Sam was surprised as he watched the footage. A man of Trent's experience and knowledge would have instinctively known where it would glide, given the set of circumstances. What might appear a complex web of physics, including tide direction, kinetic energy of the forward movement of the ship, and various changes in thrust based on propeller movements, almost impossible to understand for any layperson, someone like Trent should have emphatically known. And yet he simply seemed bewildered. Among the long string of mechanical sounds, a new one rang out. Trent appeared to recognize this one too in an instant, and Sam discovered why. The rudder suddenly swung fully to starboard. The Trident GS now turned perpendicular to the eastern bank of the canal. There was nothing that could be done to halt the coming disaster. A surplus of warning bells sounded, sirens calling that a collision with the canal was imminent, insufficient depth warnings, and so forth. It was now impossible for the enormous vessel to avoid running aground. The enormous cargo ship sliced through the gravel, the body of the vessel trembling as it encountered something much harder and sharper. With the weight of the Trident GS above, a hole had ripped through her hull. That's when water would have gushed in. More alarms sounded on the video as watertight bulkheads slammed shut. Shipping technology was vastly superior from the century since the Titanic had lost its battle against an inflow of water. Yet despite such improvements, if enough of a gash shredded the length of a ship's hull, even the most advanced vessel would sink. Cut open like a tin can, seawater would inevitably win. The Trident GS rapidly took on water until she sank, her hull becoming resoundingly lodged into the gravelly bed of the Suez Canal. The captain of the doomed vessel swore volubly as the Trident GS was trapped, just 300 feet north of where the Ever Given ran aground. Chapter 15. Sam inhaled deeply as the captain stopped the recording. Trent looked at him with anxious expectation. "Well, what do you think?" Sam had surprisingly few questions. Just one, actually, but it would answer a lot. His eyes focused on the captain. "Tell me, is the Trident GS left or right-handed?" "Right-handed," Higgins replied. "Come again?" A puzzled expression twisted across Tom's parted lips. "We're still talking about the ship, right?" "Of course." Sam raised an amused eyebrow. "It refers to the position the propeller turns when viewed from astern. If it is spinning clockwise when the ship is powering forward, it is called right-handed. If it is spinning counterclockwise, the ship is left-handed." "Right," Tom said. "Obviously. Go on." When a ship reverses, they generally change from being right to left-handed, except in the case of a variable pitch propeller. Trident has a reversible propeller, meaning the pitch can be set to negative values. This creates reverse thrust for braking or going backwards without the need to change the direction of shaft revolution. "Okay," Tom said. "So it's a more efficient setup?" "Sure," Sam said. "A controllable pitch propeller can be efficient for the full range of rotational speeds and load conditions, since its pitch will be varied to absorb the maximum power that the engine can produce. When fully loaded, a vessel will need more propulsion power than when empty. By varying the propeller blades to the optimal pitch, higher efficiency can be obtained, thus saving fuel. A vessel with a VPP can accelerate faster from a standstill and can decelerate much more effectively, making stopping quicker and safer. A CPP can also improve vessel maneuverability by directing a stronger flow of water onto the rudder." "All right," Tom said. "So all of that makes sense in the shipping world, but why are you so interested in it?" Sam said, "You see, a right-handed fixed-pitch propeller will drift to starboard when the engine is set to reverse, and to port with a left-handed fixed-pitch propeller." Higgins frowned. "That's right." Tom tried to picture the hydrodynamic movement. "Why?" Sam said, "It has to do with the fact that a propeller is designed to push the vessel forward, thus creating movement over the rudder. When the direction of the propeller is reversed, it will start to create water movement in the opposite direction of the hull, shifting the movement sideways." Tom closed his eyes for a split second, as though picturing the movement of the water. "That makes sense." Sam said, "A right-handed controlled pitch propeller will coast to port when it is thrown into reverse and powered astern." "Exactly," Higgins confirmed, his expression suggesting they'd gone over all these details before, yet he still hadn't a clue what Sam was getting at. Tom had a bemused yet somewhat enlightened grin on his face. Sam was his best friend, and he understood him. They were linked like brothers. Tom's expression showed that the penny had dropped, as though he had just realized where Sam was going with all of this. Sam held Captain Higgins's gaze. Without any steering, you threw the controlled pitch propeller into reverse. You say the Trident GS is a right-handed ship? That's right, Higgins said, almost rolling his eyes. We've been through this. Sam drew his winning card. Then she should have drifted to port. Higgins shrugged. Exactly. Only she didn't. Sam's eyes moved between Higgins and his father's, whose matching ocean blue eyes were already wide with understanding of the implication. Sam said, the Trident immediately shifted to starboard, turning that monstrous bow 90 degrees until you slammed into the eastern side of the Suez Canal, leaving the Trident GS stuck, perpendicular to the bank. Giving up, James met his gaze. What are you getting at? Sam rubbed his chin. I'm saying that given these statements are all correct and verifiable with the recordings from the bridge of the Trident GS, it proves that Captain Higgins made the correct movements. The collision wasn't due to negligence. If that's the case, then what are you suggesting? James asked, his tone one of irritation and disbelief. You can't for an instant be implying the Sundance, a fiberglass pleasure cruiser, caused the ship to fail to adequately navigate the canal. No, in that respect, we're all in agreement. Sundance couldn't have caused the ship to veer off its course so dramatically. Then what? His forehead wrinkled with confusion and concern. Sabotage. A person or persons unknown have intentionally set into motion a series of events that caused the ship to run aground at this precise location. Now it's stuck. We were targeted for the benefit of the Trident GS remaining in place, likely to prevent all vessels from moving through the Suez Canal for the maximum length of time. But why? Sam shook his head. I couldn't say exactly, but if I had to guess, I would recommend looking at all the manifests of all the vessels currently inbound to the Mediterranean Sea. Check out the ships which are now going to be forced to go around the Cape of Good Hope. It's a delay of roughly 2 weeks. Locate the one or ones that have the most to gain or to lose by such an interruption, and you'll have your answer. Captain Higgins said, It doesn't really matter what type of conspiracy we uncover. I don't see how we can substantiate someone else's involvement either way. Sam said, That's not true. Oh? Captain Higgins finally turned towards Sam, his weathered blue eyes, capped by bushy white eyebrows, suddenly arched upward. How do you plan to verify it was sabotage? Look for the smoking gun, Sam said. Evidence of a coordinated attack will be found in the steering hub. But the hydraulic pumps which drove the cable were severed during the collision with Sundance, Captain Higgins countered. I don't think they were. Sam gave a devil-may-care sort of smile. And I can prove it. How? The Trident's steering system runs on a telemotor? Yes. The modern telemotor system works on the principle of master and slave. It consists of 2 main units, transmitter and receiver. The transmitter is situated on the bridge and converts the mechanical movement of the wheel at the helm to the hydraulic force. It is then transduced back by the receiver at the steering gear unit. Sam nodded. In that case, if the system really did fail, the rudder should have naturally floated to midships due to the flow of water on both sides, and it would have been impossible to accidentally swing to starboard, causing the Trident to erratically swing to starboard when, by all known hydrology physics principles, it should have drifted to port. Agreed. Ergo, someone was controlling the direction of the Trident's rudder. That's impossible. The hydraulic cable was severed. Sam's ocean blue eyes glistened like magic. Only it wasn't severed. They only wanted us to believe it was. Captain Higgins was a big man. His chest was burly, and his hands were huge and gnarled. He placed them both on the table now, like two battering rams. You think someone boarded our ship? Some kind of skeleton crew member placed a remote-controlled transceiver designed to take control of the Trident's rudder, invisible as a ghost? Sam said, It sounds far-fetched when you put it that way, but yes, that's exactly what I think happened. The steering hub is submerged beneath more than 30 feet of water in an area of the ship that's difficult to access, even when it's not flooded. Gaining entry will be dangerous and probably impossible. Sam grinned. Well, we'll just have to be careful. You want to take a visual examination yourself? Sure. Trent asked, How? We have to get down there. Sam shot the captain a mischievous grin. And as neither Tom nor I can breathe underwater, we'll just have to go scuba diving. Chapter 16. Onyonga Kabir, Chad. The coffin was lowered by hand. It was a disconsolate, lonely funeral, watched over by just two local men who had been paid a meager allowance to bury the body, and a woman, the man's widow. The two men, a father and son, stood at the edge of the freshly dug grave in a remote village in Chad, their faces solemn as they prepared to lower the casket into the ground. The lowering device they used was primitive, consisting of simple ropes and pulleys, fashioned from wood and scrap metal. One of the men stood at the pulley, his hands gripping the rope that was tied to the casket. The other man stood by the casket, his hands on the sides, ready to guide it into the ground. They gazed at the grieving widow. Tears had pooled in her eyes. She gave a curt nod as if to say her final goodbye, and they began to lower the casket. The pulleys creaked and groaned under the weight, and the rope strained against the tension. The men worked together in perfect synchronization, their movements coordinated as they slowly lowered the casket into the ground. The sound of dirt and rocks shifting filled the air as the casket made contact with the bottom of the grave. The men carefully disengaged the ropes from the casket, ensuring that it was securely in place. The men stepped back, their faces still solemn, but with a sense of satisfaction at a job well done. The primitive lowering device had performed as intended, and the casket had been laid to rest with the dignity and respect it deserved. Amira Idris kept her eyes fixed on the waters her husband and she had once loved so much. Through blurred eyes, she watched as the sun began to set over Lake Toa, casting a warm glow over the beautiful and equally dangerous landscape. Her eyes traced the series of deep blue and green freshwater lakes that were set against a backdrop of towering sandstone cliffs and desert landscapes. She thanked the two men for their services and walked away, without waiting for the casket to be covered with soil. There would be no gravestone for Badri Idris. There was no reason to leave one. Nobody here knew her husband well enough to remember him, and even if they had, she didn't have enough money to pay for it. It was a pitiful service, yet surprisingly fitting for the man she'd loved, Badri Idris. The memories of the past couple of months washed over her, a bizarre reel of turmoil, of misunderstandings, of anger and love. Most of all, she felt simple regret. None of it made any sense. Until 3 months ago, they had been living in N'Djamena, the largest city and capital of Chad. He had taught engineering at the University of N'Djamena. She had met him at the university, where she was a junior academic, teaching French literature to undergraduates. They were an unlikely couple. He was Muslim. She was Christian. Neither were strict, but in Chad it was highly unusual for families to marry outside their religion. Both were only children. His parents had died years earlier in a seemingly pointless war. Hers had been traveling on a ship which had struck a reef off the coast of Madagascar. Most of those on board had been rescued. Her parents had not been so lucky. Somehow, when they found each other, it was like finding two halves of a broken family. And they came together. Badri wasn't anything like what she imagined her Prince Charming to be. He was strong, but neither reliable nor dependable. He was hot-tempered and slow to cool, but she had learned to give him the time, and he had learned to apologize and do better next time. Somehow it worked surprisingly well, and despite his failings, he was the most passionate man she'd ever met. He loved her unwaveringly, and to her surprise, he could make her extraordinarily happy. They had 5 wonderful years together. Then 3 months ago, their apartment had been broken into by bandits. Badri had spoken to the police and had reassured her that it must have been some kids from the university. The story didn't make sense to her. Her husband was a reclusive teacher who kept a distance from both the faculty staff and the students, but he was never disliked by anyone. And as for a crime of opportunity, where was the opportunity? They had enough money to live, but never anything to put away, available for times of need or trouble. Certainly never enough hoarded away in amounts worth stealing. The next day, Badri had packed up a single bag for each of them, and they left in the cover of darkness. He told her he'd always dreamed of another life, living somewhere far away from everything. It was meant to be an adventure, something romantic, just for the two of them. Amira went along with it. She had loved Badri and would have followed him to the ends of the earth, even if, in this case, that analogy wasn't so far from the truth. They both felt it would be an adventure. He suggested setting up a sort of general store or trading post on the outskirts of civilization, deep in the Sahara Desert. She agreed it was a great idea. They both lied. Strangely, they found a certain sublime happiness in Onyonga Kabir that surprised both of them. Even the work suited them. They set up a trading post, a sort of general store where locals and travelers could sell and trade their goods. They met people who continuously came and went from their lives. Close friends who they never saw for more than a few hours, once a fortnight, on their journey through the region. Like her husband, Badri, Amira grew to believe that Onyonga Kabir was paradise on earth. It was said to have been formed over 10,000 years ago during a period of increased rainfall in the region. There were a total of 18 lakes in the area, which were spread out over a distance of about 12 miles. The largest lake, Lake Yon, was 15 miles long and was surrounded by sand dunes and palm trees. The lakes of Onyonga Kabir were unique in that they were fed by underground springs rather than by rivers or streams. This meant that the water was always fresh and clean, and the lakes themselves were isolated ecosystems that were home to a variety of fish, birds, and other wildlife. In addition to its natural beauty, Onyonga Kabir was also known for its rich cultural heritage. The region had been inhabited by various ethnic groups for thousands of years. Unlike general stores in more populous places, the trading post was only open on trading days, or if they happened to be home. This meant that the two of them were able to travel frequently and explore the ancient rock art sites and other cultural landmarks scattered throughout the nearby region. They were happy. Then, last week, The trading post was ransacked by lawless nomads. They stole what they could carry and ransacked everything else. Badri had tried to intervene, but one of the men opened fire with a weapon, and just like that, her wonderful husband, so full of life and enthusiasm, had disappeared from her life. Amira shook her head at the memory. She walked toward their makeshift home that doubled as a trading post. It was round, like most traditional Chadian dwellings, and built with adobe mud brick. Her mind worked furiously to determine the next move. There was nothing for it. She would have to get out of the country. As a young Christian woman all alone in Chad, a predominantly Muslim and strictly patriarchal country, she could never make a life on her own here. No, she would need to get out. 2 questions remained: where and how? She only had a Chadian passport. Even that had been taken or destroyed in the attack, although why anyone would want to take her passport she couldn't imagine. She could probably get another one, but where would she go in Chad? It was the only way of life she'd ever known. That wasn't true. While her mother worked at Bordeaux University, she had spent years living with her in France. She'd even gotten an education under a scholarship while her mother was employed there. She could have gotten a French passport, but had never applied for one. She'd always planned to move back to N'Djamena, and once she had, and she met Badri, it only reassured her that she'd made the right decision. Amira shrugged. What do they say? Love is blind? Amira returned to the task at hand. She felt certain if she could reach Europe, she would make a life for herself there, with or without a visa or a European passport. She felt ashamed of herself and equally maddened that Badri should leave her in such a position of absolute vulnerability. Yet the thought made her even more determined to leave. There was a fury inside her. She was an educated woman with a degree from the University of Bordeaux, France. No reason she should be living like an ancient nomadic tribeswoman in the Sahara Desert, a rogue and primitive mistress to some man. Amira was a strikingly beautiful Chadian woman, with a unique blend of African and French features that made her stand out in a crowd. Her eyes were a deep, soulful brown, framed by thick black lashes that gave her an alluring gaze. Her skin was a warm golden brown, with a subtle hint of olive that revealed her French genetic background. She had a slender figure with long, lean limbs that moved with the fluidity and ease of a dancer. Her high cheekbones and full lips were distinctly French, adding a refinement and sophistication. Her hair was a wild mass of curly black locks that framed her face in a halo of untamed beauty. She wore it loose and free, a symbol of her independent spirit and unbridled passion. Despite her exotic looks, Amira was fiercely proud of her Chadian heritage, embracing her African roots with pride. She was intelligent and well-educated, fluent in both French and Arabic. Her sharp mind and quick wit were matched only by her innate grace and elegance. To those who knew her, Amira was a true enigma, a woman of contradictions. Her unique blend of French and African features, strength and vulnerability, and passion and intellect made her a true original. She was a force to be reckoned with, a symbol of the enduring resilience and a reminder that our differences are what make us truly beautiful. Getting out of Chad was an obstacle, but she refused to let it become an insurmountable one. She would not be broken by misfortune. Amira stepped into the dimly lit interior of her round adobe brick home, her heart pounding with anticipation. She had been waiting for this moment for months, and now that it had arrived, she could hardly believe it. She made her way to the back of the house, her eyes scanning the walls for the spot where she had hidden her most prized possession. It was a small journal filled with thoughts, dreams, and desires, but not written in her own hand. This journal had been her husband's, and it had been a secret throughout their marriage until his death. Amira had stumbled upon it by accident, and the contents had been a revelation. Badri had been a complex man, and the journal had given her a glimpse into the depth of his character. As she reached the spot, her fingers traced the rough surface of the adobe, feeling for the loose brick that concealed the hiding place. Finding it, she carefully pulled it out, revealing a small crevice in the wall. With trembling hands, she reached inside and retrieved the journal. Holding it close to her chest, she felt the weight of its importance. This was the last I had of him. The way to finally know his thoughts and emotions, to understand Badri and what he had been doing before he died. As she flipped through the pages, memories flooded her mind, transporting her back to a time when the man she loved was still alive. She read about his fears and hopes for their future together. It felt as though she heard him speaking as he talked of his struggles, his challenges, and the moments of joy that they had shared. Buried deep in the seemingly innocent ramblings of the journal, she found her dead husband's greatest secret. It was a treasure map. She thought of Badri's frequent trips into the nearby mountains and throughout the desert for what he described as his all-important alone time. Amira recalled the seemingly unlikely break into their apartment back in N'Djamena, followed by the even more unlikely robbery of their trading post. Strangely, her husband's joke at the time returned to her. She had asked her husband if he thought the break-in had been organized by the Shaco Syndicate. He laughed and shook his head. "I doubt it. Besides, I have no problem with organized crime. I figure if there's going to be crime, it might as well be organized." It was a lame joke, and he knew it. She'd touched his chest and thanked him for making her feel better. Then, speaking honestly, he had told her the Shaco Syndicate had better things to do than to organize a bunch of dumb kids to ransack their apartment. Now she wondered if there was an altogether other reason for the break-in. Her mind now drifted toward Badri's death. With that, she shut her eyes, trying to blink away the thoughts that pervaded her mind. "Badri, my love, what on earth were you really doing bringing me here?" Chapter 17. Trident GS, 19 Days Out. Sam Reilly stared at the sea of floating shipping containers. They were like giant icebergs, the size of small houses, silent killers moving in the dark confines of Trident's hold. Any movement, and those icebergs could gently move together, squishing them like bugs. Tom dropped their large travel bag. Both men watched the lethal containers in silence for a full minute. Tom said, "They don't seem like they're going anywhere." "No," Sam agreed. "They're perfectly still." "We should be safe to join them." "Indeed, unless a tugboat approaches." Tom frowned. "You think a tugboat's wake will have any effect on the Trident?" Sam slanted him a knowing look. "I suspect only the tiniest ripple will be enough to cause these containers to move, bashing into each other like the balls in a pinball machine. Even a small drift one way or another, and it would be like chaos theory. It's virtually impossible to predict where they'll end up in relation to wherever the hell we will be." Tom said. "You should be a travel agent. Or, no, wait, a tour guide. Remind me to recommend your services when they write up this place in the next Where to Dive This Summer magazine." Sam chuckled. It should be fine. We might get lucky. Yeah? How do you figure that? I don't know. Sam gave a bemused smile. We're only small. Maybe we'll just squeeze between the gaps. Tom arched an eyebrow. His dark eyes were not laughing. That's fine for you. He gestured toward his 6'6" frame. You should try squeezing this body into tight spaces. Sam laughed. It was a full, throaty laugh at an in-joke between them. Despite Tom's size, the man's body was like rubber. It was so malleable that he was an expert caver, both dry and flooded. He was far better than Sam at pressing his massive frame into the confined spaces of a cave. When Sam stopped laughing, he opened a map of the cargo ship. It depicted the various decks and storage facilities of the Trident. Ordinarily, the shipping containers were stacked 10 high below decks and 9 high above. Only now, flooding had filled the first 5 levels, leaving them drifting dangerously on the water. Toward the aft section of the ship was the massive engine room, which had been partially filled with water. It would be an equally large problem for the engineers to salvage the expensive engine as soon as the ship was refloated. Sam's eyes landed on the steering hub. Steering a cargo ship was a complex process that involved a combination of mechanical and electronic systems. The system is typically located at the stern of the vessel and controls the direction and movement of the ship. At the core of the system is the steering hub, which is a collection of hydraulic pumps, motors, and valves that work together to control the rudder. On board the Trident, when the helmsman spins the wheel, it sends a signal to the steering gear. This activates the hydraulic system that moves the rudder. If the system malfunctioned due to a ruptured hydraulic pump or strut, Sam would find evidence of that in the steering hub. The hub was at the very back of the ship, with nothing but the hull between it and the giant propeller and rudder. Sam pointed to the schematics. The steering hub is positioned here. Access to it can be gained by traveling through these 2 watertight doors behind this room here. He indicated the place they needed to go. Tom stared, his eyes fixed on the engine room in front. Is that the shaft room? Yeah, it's narrow, with a small gangway on either side of the massive spinning turbine. It's got to be big enough for an engineer under ordinary circumstances to go through and check the oil levels and so forth. It's roughly 300 feet long. We'll gain access through the back. Tom smiled. Piece of cake. James Reilly stepped into the cargo hold, carrying a pair of red wrenches. You might need these. Sam looked at them. They were roughly 2 feet long. Why? You want us to change the oil while we're down there? James shook his head. The steering hub is behind 2 watertight doors. These are designed to override the system. Sam picked up one. It was made of solid steel and weighed a lot more than his lead-weight belt. Right, thanks. Besides, if one of those containers moves, a faint smirk tugged at James's lips, these wrenches might be the only thing between you and certain squishy death. Sam suppressed a grin. I'll keep it in mind. Chapter 18. Sam unzipped the heavy bag and examined the tools of his trade. Inside were 2 closed-circuit rebreather dive systems, a series of underwater tools, and 2 diver propulsion vehicles, also known as sea scooters. The packs were stocked with a variety of breathable gases, including oxygen. Today's dive would be considered shallow in terms of pressurized depths. Accordingly, they would use a combination of oxygen and air via the rebreather system to maximize their available dive times. Sam and Tom began the rigorous process of setting up and testing their equipment. Sam opened the aluminum backpack. Inside was an axial type of scrubber unit filled with a granular absorbent used to remove CO2 from the closed circuit during the dive. He removed the half-used cartridge and replaced it with a brand-new unit filled with 5 pounds of soda lime. He then reinserted it, locking the lid with a heavy-duty thread. Engaged in this task, he tested twice for leaks. These were tests which were designed to check that the breathing loop was airtight for internal pressure lower and higher than the outside. The positive pressure test ensured that the unit wouldn't lose gas while in use. The negative pressure test confirmed that water would not leak into the loop where it would degrade the scrubber medium or the oxygen sensors. Sam and Tom methodically and efficiently worked their way through their equipment, going through the laborious process of preparing each part for the dive. Confident that their systems were completely functional and that their multiple redundancy systems were operational too, they finally donned their wetsuits. Sam finished his final check. "All good to go, Tom." Tom had already slipped his arms through the aluminum backpack of his closed-circuit rebreathing system that was designed to mold to his back. "I'm good, whenever you're ready." "All right." James asked, "How long are you planning on being down there?" "No idea," Sam replied. "We'll come back up when we're finished." "And what do I do if you take any longer than that?" James asked. Sam never heard concern expressed by his somewhat cold and detached parent. "What's this?" he asked. "Newly discovered fatherly love?" James shook his head. "No, just want to make sure the project doesn't get delayed." "Ah, of course." Sam grinned, but his blue eyes were humorless. "I'll try and keep it under an hour." With that final thought, Sam donned his full-face mask. He was using a Hollis Prism 2 rebreather with a Kirby Morgan Mod 1 full-face mask with a heads-up display and communication unit. The system made him look like Darth Vader, but it worked well and allowed him and Tom to communicate without hand signs while underwater. The same setup was currently used by the United States Marine combat divers and military dive teams around the world. Sam took a deep breath and started pre-breathing the unit, the process of breathing normally for about 3 minutes before entering the water. This was to ensure the scrubber material got a chance to warm up to operating temperature. Also, to make certain it functioned correctly and that the partial pressure of oxygen within the closed-circuit rebreather was within predefined parameters. Sam inhaled effortlessly. The gas he breathed was humid and warm, rather than the dry, cold air divers used with the compressed air scuba cylinder and regulator setup. In the frigid waters of the northern sea, that would be a welcome bonus. He checked his gauge for 2 things. One, that CO2 levels weren't rising, meaning the new soda lime scrubber was doing its job correctly, and 2, that the partial pressure of oxygen within the closed circuit remained within the initial set point of 1.3 bar. Sam ran his eyes across the top reading, where a non-dispersive infrared sensor showed that the CO2 levels weren't elevating. Below that, his glance paused to examine the oxygen analyzer. It showed the partial pressure of oxygen as 1.3 bar. 3 minutes later, he radioed Tom. "I'm all good to go." "Copy that," Tom replied. "Let's go see if your theory holds up." Sam slipped his dive fins on, switched on his flashlight, and slid into the narrow space of the Trident's flooded internal stairwell. The water was surprisingly clear, with visibility good enough to see the steps and walls which made up the flooded stairwell. The beam of his flashlight was able to reach the engine room another 5 decks below. He deflated his buoyancy wing until he was negatively buoyant. Then he started his descent in a counterclockwise direction, following the stairs to a depth of 30 feet. Then he stopped. There he checked his gauges, confirming on his heads-up display that his CO2 levels weren't climbing and that the partial pressure of oxygen within the fully closed circuit remained within normal parameters. Sam glanced at his buddy. "How are you doing, Tom?" "I'm good," came Tom's cheerful reply. "All gauges in order." "All right, let's continue down into the engine room. From there we'll make our way aft until we reach the maintenance tunnel to the steering compartment." Tom gave him a thumbs up. "Sounds like a plan." Sam swallowed, equalizing the pressure in his ears and sinuses. At a depth of 50 feet, the stairwell opened onto a level steel gangway. His flashlight reflected the shadowy outline of the ship's hull looming before him. Floating and sunken containers jostled into each other, forming massive, unmovable obstacles to their progress. As they tried to make their way through the hold, the containers kept blocking their path, forcing them to backtrack and try another route. It felt like a giant maze. Unlike the walls of a maze, however, these shipping containers continued moving. They were constantly changing from safe, hidden routes to dead ends and lethal wrong-way turns. Sam kicked his fins, working his way down through a vertical gap between 6 colorful containers side by side, stacked 3 high, and forming a narrow shaft. They looked like giant Lego blocks. It led straight to the engine room. Sam kept descending. He opened his jaw, equalizing the pressure in his ears as he made the descent. Sam turned around. His powerful flashlight shone on the massive diesel engine. He cursed silently to himself, because a shipping container was exactly placed, blocking the hatchway into the propeller shaft room and any possibility of reaching the steering hub. Tom illuminated the offending shipping container. "Any chance there's a second hatchway?" "Yeah, one more. It's on the other side of that container," Sam said, using the beam of his flashlight to point toward a hollowed space. Tom's eyes traced where the light was shining. "It's not going to work. There's another container above this one. We can't reach that other side." Sam said, "That's not entirely true. According to the schematics, there's another way there." Tom swirled his flashlight around in a small arc, seeking any possible gaps. But there were none. This entire section of the ship was blocked by sunken containers. They were stacked, one upon another, forming a massive, immovable barricade. "I don't see anything," he said. "What are you thinking?" Sam grinned. "We can bypass this whole section by diving in through the duct keel." Tom said, "You want to enter through the duct keel?" Sam inclined his head. "Sure, why not?" "Oh, no," Tom said in dismay. "Don't tell me. It's the Buckholts all over again." Chapter 19. A duct keel is provided in double-bottom hulls, consisting of solid plates welded into a box shape. This formed an internal watertight passage running along the length of the ship, usually from the collision bulkhead to forward engine room bulkhead. 5 years ago, they had been forced to dive the entire length of another cargo ship's hull. It was called the Buckholt, and had run aground at Newark Island as it sailed out of the port at Hamburg. A large gash had been ripped through the hull, and the containers were all floating through the ship, blocking their progress. The hull was split into 16 watertight compartments. Instead of navigating them all, they had dived through the ship's duct keel. Sam grinned stupidly. "Hey, if I recall correctly, that turned out all right." Tom made a deep, dramatic sigh. "If I recall correctly, the Maria Helena was sunk shortly afterward." "It was torpedoed." "Still, I wouldn't have said that project was 100% successful." "Hey, we ended up with the Tehila. No harm, no foul." "I think you need to work on your analogies." "Sure, I'll do that. You ready to try the duct keel?" "Sure," Tom said, lifting his hand in a back-and-forth gesture of, "Meh, what are you going to do?" Sam smiled. indicating the sign for let's turn around. He made a quick circle with his index finger. They quickly retraced their earlier movements back to the other end of the engine room. The engine room sprawled across 4 full decks, making it the largest open space on board the entire ship. Tom flicked his flashlight around the engine room, its light striking a series of large turbines and the massive prime mover engine used for the Trident's primary propulsion. The ray of light finally settled on a closed hatch at the opposite end of the room. Sam said, "That's it." Tom fixed his beam on it. "That hatch there." He descended quickly, as the flooded compartment allowed him to skip what would have otherwise been a ladder spanning 4 decks. Sam played with the steel lever until the hatch came free, and he opened it fully. "That's our opening to the duct keel." Tom shined his light into the dark passage. "Here's to finding another way through." Sam pulled himself into the manhole. It was small enough that he had to consciously position himself so that his arms and large closed-circuit rebreather system could squeeze through, the same way he might during a cave dive. The entrance led to 2 sets of vertical ladders, which extended downward another 20 feet. He made the descent, carefully diving head first, as the ladders didn't allow for anything else. At the bottom of his plunge, there was a second manhole. Sam quickly maneuvered the hatch open and swam through. The duct keel was comprised of 2 longitudinal girders spaced precisely 8 feet apart. These formed a narrow corridor running just shy of the entire length of the Trident. 2 sets of large piping took up most of the space. One pipe was there to shift the storage of the heavy fuel oil used to drive the large shipping vessel. The second one to remove the ballast water in a way that maintained an even sail and to compensate for swell. Tom's flashlight flickered past Sam's shoulder, disappearing far into the distance. He fixed his flashlight on a pair of horizontal wagons that seemed awfully similar to old mine carts, with a single set of railway tracks that disappeared into the blackness of the tunnel. At the back of the cart was a simple mechanical arm, known as a walking beam. The arm pivoted, seesaw-like at the base. The passengers alternatively pushed down or pulled up to move the cart forward. Beneath his full-face dive mask, Sam grinned. Last time, they had used the minecart-type machine to propel themselves along the full length of the ship. On this occasion, however, they had underwater scooters. They opened the throttles until their electric motors whirred, and they made their way along the duct keel. 300 feet later, they found what they were looking for. It was an internal hatchway leading to the back of the Trident's propulsion shaft. Sam mastered the latches and released the hatch. Then they swam through into the void, toward the opposite end of the propulsion shaft to the entry they had been on earlier. The doorway to the propulsion shaft was watertight. It had to be. The labyrinth seal, designed to prevent seawater from rushing into the propulsion shaft, was not infallible. If they failed, they could easily end up sinking a ship. Thus, most were housed inside a watertight room. As it was designed to protect water from escaping from the inside out, the doorway opened inward. A pressurized lock kept the hatch shut. Tom gave a little bow. "Allow me to do the honors." Sam attached the end of a rope to Tom's diving harness. "The second that door swings open, a huge gush of water is going to freely run inside. I'm going to tie the other end of this to the bulkhead over there. I'll secure myself, too. Otherwise, we're likely to get pulverized by the propeller shaft under thousands of tons of water." "Good thinking," Tom said, setting up the wrench. "Go for it." Tom began to work the latch. Nothing happened. Tom said, "There's a second hole over here." Sam eyed it. "I guess that's why my dad gave me a second wrench." "On the count of 3, Tom said. "Agreed, on 3. 1, 2, 3. They turned the watertight seal. The door swung open. More than 1,000,000 gallons of seawater raced through the hatch, slamming into them both. Chapter 20. Sam felt the violent pull of water. The rope went taut, and then sprang backward, pulling them away from the doorway. The water poured into the propulsion shaft. It was churning as it raced inside, mixing with air, and sending a torrent of bubbles skyward. For several seconds, Sam couldn't see or do a thing. His whole body was being tossed around as he and Tom dangled from the rope. He felt like he was in a washing machine, on spin. Then, as fast as it had begun, the pressure suddenly eased. Sam exchanged a glance with Tom. He could read Tom's accusing expression. It said that even with the rope, you just about got us killed. "You okay?" Sam asked. "Never better," Tom lied. Then, beside them, a large shipping container began to move. It slowly, steadily, and quite lethally began to drift toward them. Sam's eyes zeroed in upon the open doorway. His mind changed gears, picking up speed, calculating how long it would take to reach it. It couldn't be done, not before the shipping container crushed them against the side of the hull. Sam cut the rope with a sharp knife. His eyes darted everywhere, searching for alcoves or any place to take cover. There was nothing there. Sam shouted, "The door!" Tom was closer. "I see it! Go!" Both men pulled back the throttles of their sea scooters. Their electric motors whirred into life, and they shot toward the entrance to the duct keel. Tom might have made it, but there was no time for Sam. At the last moment, Tom yelled, "Use the wrenches!" They both lifted the wrenches upward, placing them perpendicular to the hull. Two small shields against the murderous incoming shipping container. The container innocently glided their way. It was like it was sneaking up on them. With a sudden shock, it struck both wrenches simultaneously, then slowly coasted away. Sam and Tom both exchanged an avalanche of impressive profanities. When they were certain the shipping container was no longer likely to glide back toward them, they made their way through the door leading into the propulsion shaft. At the other side of the chamber, inside, there was another watertight door leading into the steering hub. This room was much smaller, which meant the water didn't have as far to go. The pressure gradient would be much less intense, a little more even. Together they opened the watertight door. Holding on, a series of bubbles raced to greet them. The turbulence lasted only seconds before equilibrium was achieved. Sam said, "That's odd. It was already semi-flooded." "Wasn't it meant to be watertight?" "It was," Sam said. "Apparently not very well, though." "Indeed not." They moved into the steering hub. Sam shined his flashlight, revealing the electric wires that originated at the helm. They had been severed. Cut with a knife. Sam traced the damage with the beam of his light, following it to the main hydraulic station. There, sitting where an exchange hub normally processed the digital inputs made from the bridge, was an electronic device that didn't belong. Sam narrowed his eyes. It was still flashing with a small red light. 2 wires fed from the box into the steering hub, and a third one ran up through a small opening which had been drilled into the ceiling. He didn't recognize the device. Underneath was a symbol Sam did recognize. It depicted a single dot and 3 expanding semicircles, the ubiquitous sign for Wi-Fi strength. Right now, it was reading full bars. Sam guessed the device was linked to a wireless transmitter, most likely mounted somewhere on the Trident's deck. Tom asked, "What do you think it means?" Sam shook his head. "It means someone else took control of the ship and intentionally crashed it with exact precision, knowing full well that a battle tank would rip a hole in the hull. Hell, if I had to guess, I'd say that old war relic was intentionally planted there days ago and loaded with rockets, then set to explode when the Trident ran aground on top of it. Tom said, I hate to say it, but I think you're right. With a frustrated sigh, Sam swallowed hard. The question remains, who would profit most from orchestrating this elaborate scheme? Chapter 21. Professor Xavier shined his flashlight into the still pool of water. It was crystal clear, and the light touched the very bottom. It revealed an ancient stairwell of dark, perfectly cut volcanic stone blocks before disappearing into the void below. The walls of the passageway had transformed from compressed sand. Instead, they were made of granite and dark basalt blocks. All of them were lined up in perfect parallel rows, with a ceiling of stones built at equally perfect right angles. His heart rate kicked up a notch. The place certainly looked like the entrance to a royal tomb. Xavier took a swig of water from his drink bottle. It was cool and eased his throat, which had gone dry. He drew a few long, deep breaths, and his lungs burned. He was definitely getting too old for this, he thought, as he waited for his small army of hired laborers to work their dive equipment and other materials through the tight confines through which he'd just made his way. He was thankful that they were going to widen the hole and strengthen its structure with a series of wooden beams. The passage had narrowed deceptively, and the air had become somehow thicker, more oppressive as the tunnel constricted. Heavy moisture hung in the air, too. Xavier could easily imagine the Nile River flooding, trapping them all under water in the entire section he was crawling through. It was a fleeting thought, and he happily dismissed it, reassuring himself that it had been a star-filled night outside when he'd entered the subterranean world, and there were no clouds. There was no chance of rain. Even if there was, it would take weeks for the Nile to reach a height to flood the Pyramids of Meroë. Next to him, Sandik noticed one of the tiles laying at the top of the first volcanic step, its blue shine radiating in contrast to the dark stone. He picked it up and handed it to Xavier. Xavier studied it, feeling its glassy facade in his fingers. It's the same as the one that Bakit found here earlier. That's a good sign. It means the boy wasn't lying. His story checks out, as he must have found them right here. The boy would have been unlikely to progress any farther through that flooded stairwell. It's acted like a water sump. Sandik glowed with pride, as though he was personally responsible for their good fortune. I knew you would find it, sir. Xavier handed him the glass tile back. Here, a little memento to remind you of our good fortune. Thank you, Sandik replied with a slow smile, taking the tile and examining it in his hands. A few seconds later he turned to face Xavier. An incredulous grin played out across his lips. It's made of glass. That's right, Xavier admitted. Or lapis. Why do you seem so surprised? Sandik said, I didn't know the Kushite knew how to make glass. People in ancient Egypt had glass too, but it was special. Scientists have long debated where this valuable material came from. Only recently, researchers from London and Germany have found evidence that the Egyptians were making their own glass as far back as 3,250 years ago. Really? Yes, although the practice wasn't common with the Kushites. Xavier took another swig of water, washed the dust out of his mouth, and then added, Egyptians were the first to use tesserae to compose a mosaic picture. Initially, they used simple fragments of various materials in different colors. but they later progressed to coloring the tesserae with pigments and decorating them with gold and precious stones. But you said they also used glass. Exactly. The Egyptians didn't just stick to what was known and easily accessible when it came to mosaic-making materials. During the late Hellenistic period, they created the first mosaic glass plates. These glorious pieces of artistic expression exemplify some of the most sophisticated glass-making techniques in ancient history. It wasn't common, though, even in Egypt. It was unheard of by the Kushites and Nubians when the Pyramids of Meroë were constructed. That's why I'm so excited by young Bakit's discovery. If this turns out to be what I think it is, it will be the first wall mosaic outside of Egypt made of a variety of stone cubes in the opus vermiculatum technique. Sandik arched an eyebrow. Which technique? Opus vermiculatum was a method of laying mosaic tesserae to emphasize an outline around a subject. This can be one or more rows and may also provide background contrast, such as a shadow, sometimes with opus tessellatum. The outline created is often light and offset by a dark background for greater contrast. Interesting. Xavier grinned boyishly. It's more than that, Sandik. It's absolutely amazing. 4 laborers arrived with their scuba gear. Xavier set it aside on the dark stones that lined the entrance to the chamber and began quickly setting up his equipment. It was simple stuff. Single air tank, a buoyancy control device, wetsuit, fins, mask. No different than what you could observe at any tourist site where thousands of people dived recreationally. Only he was about to do it underground. He wasn't an expert cave diver. He'd done it previously for a challenge, but he was far from ever mastering the skill. Not that it fazed him. The water here was perfectly clear, its visibility so perfect that it may as well have come from a distillery. If he guessed right, it was only going to be a short scuba dive, down and under the stairwell and then back up, climbing the typical 45-degree angle toward the king's chamber. If he was right. Beside him, more air tanks arrived, along with the extra diving equipment, pulleys, and materials that would be needed to excavate whatever they might find. He was going to make the first dive, a simple reconnaissance mission. If he got lucky, if he found what he'd been searching for all these years, it would be a prolonged effort to extract the Golem. He donned his scuba gear and informed Sandik that he would be gone for a while. With his left hand, he placed the regulator into his mouth, and with his right, placed the face mask firmly across his eyes. Xavier took a few tentative breaths. The tanks and equipment had been with them since they had left Cairo nearly 6 months earlier. They hadn't been used yet, but that didn't stop them potentially getting damaged by the sand or heat or who knows what in the Sahara. The air tasted stale, but there wasn't much he could do about that. He glanced at his air gauge. It was holding place at 100%. Xavier made an OK symbol to Sandik and carefully stepped down into the icy, cold waters. He depressed the deflator on his buoyancy control device. Air hissed out of the dump valve. Then he slowly descended underneath the water. The volcanic stairwell seemed to descend much deeper than he was expecting, maybe 20 or 30 feet. The clarity of the water had made its depth deceiving. He gripped the flashlight attached to his right wrist and cast the beam across the dark walls. His ears hurt. He tried equalizing. It didn't help much. His ears still made him clench his jaw with pain. They always hurt when he dived. He'd served in the Marines about 1,000 years ago when he was near an explosion. It was too distant to do serious damage, but too close for his hearing to ever be the same again. Still, pain was a small price to pay to make a shallow dive and potentially fulfill his greatest aspirations. At 35 feet, The stairs leveled out to a horizontal passageway. Xavier gently made a frog kick, one of the more efficient sources of diving propulsion. It was used predominantly by cave divers to move through confined spaces like caves or shipwrecks, as that movement didn't kick up silt. The passageway extended longer than he expected, perhaps 100 or more feet. He pictured it being a long corridor between two pyramids, possibly a hidden passageway. It would have remained secret for eternity had it not been for the flooding 3 years ago. The flood ripped away so much of the foundation beneath the ancient tunnels, it exposed many mysteries. After a total dive time of 11 minutes, he reached a set of ascending stairs. The beam of his flashlight shone upward. The light followed the ascending stairwell. He took in the volcanic ceiling, with its glassy surfaces that reflected the glare back at him. It was like looking into a mirror. His head gently broke the surface, and he took the remaining half-dozen stairs on his feet. Once outside the water, he removed his mask, taking a few shallow, careful breaths. He was immediately struck by the distinct, musty smell of old age and history. The air was thick with the scent of dust, and the fragrance of dried herbs and spices that had been used to preserve the pharaoh's body. Despite the chamber being sealed for thousands of years, the smell was surprisingly potent. Xavier felt enveloped by the pungent aroma. It was as if the very essence of the pharaoh's life and his death lingered in the air. The smell was both exhilarating and overwhelming. Xavier couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence and awe. He knew that he was standing in a chamber that had not been seen by human eyes in millennia, and the scent seemed to confirm that he was in the presence of something truly ancient and extraordinary. He removed the rest of his dive gear and clambered up the remaining stairs. He climbed another 15 to 20 feet before the passageway leveled out and opened into a large vaulted room, the king's burial chamber. It was exactly as had been depicted on the parchment. There was also a king's sarcophagus, painted and inscribed with the deceased's name and titles, food offerings, a false door, and eyes through which they believed the deceased could see outside the coffin. The sarcophagus itself was made of granite or some type of dark rock, giving it a similar appearance to the stones used to build the Black Pyramids of Meroë. 2 brass oil lamps stood on the back wall, their flames long since expired. Xavier imagined them causing the light seen in the drawing. No doubt they would cast an eerie, almost ethereal glow on the burial chamber. A series of pictographs representing the king's life were etched into the wall, as was customary of the time. Xavier cast the beam of the flashlight in a wide arc. It took in a giant snapshot of the entire chamber, revealing the remnants of the mosaic on the wall, its color still intact, along with the massive, fully enclosed sarcophagus. His eyes landed on the most valuable thing of all. It was another golem, still looming beside the sarcophagus, where it had dutifully stood guard for more than 2.5 millennia. The flashlight fixed on the stone flooring. A single square of carved obsidian lay beneath the golem's feet, as if to remind the ancient sentinel where to stand, like a piece of a chessboard. It was 7 feet tall. Xavier stared at the creature's cruel countenance. This one appeared to be identical to the golem he had found. There was a solid face with 2 deep indents for the eyes and a small, savage mouth. Tiny ears adorned its big, bald head, which was jammed on top of 2 bowling ball-sized shoulders. There was apparently no need for a neck. It was both fascinating and disgusting in its appearance, yet robustly practical. a machine designed with no other purpose or thought in mind than to protect its master. 2 found. Only 1 more to go. The beam from his light transformed its surface into that distinctive red-gold glow. It was made of orichalcum, that rarest of minerals once mined by the Atlanteans. Xavier murmured a simple, "Hello. I'll bet you're glad to see me." The ancient golem made no reply. Although dormant for millennia, the strange artifact still gave him the creeps. Despite its ugly nature, something about it appeared alive. Xavier shook his head at his own superstition. Slowly, carefully, he took a few tentative steps behind the golem and found what he was looking for. He directed his flashlight on the creature's muscular back, the energy from the light instantly making a red-golden glow. He held the light there a little longer. Small dots began to glow in an incandescent blue. Dozens of these lights appeared, forming a very specific location in the night sky. Each one had been painstakingly tattooed on the back of the golem. It was a star chart. This artwork required such precision, he doubted the best of today's modern astronomers and artists could achieve it. Xavier shook his head. The creature was an absurd incongruity and work of craftsmanship. Its arms and legs were dumped so lazily. It was like a kid at the beach building a sandcastle with blobs of wet sand. How could a creator that seemed so indifferent to the location of the golem's limbs and its unformed appearance achieve celestial accuracy that would astound modern-day mathematicians? Xavier stared at the heavenly vision in front of him. Now there were 2 golems found, just 1 more to go. 1 more piece of the timeless puzzle, and then his map would be complete, and his life's ambition would be achieved. With those thoughts, Xavier turned and fixed his flashlight on the wall opposite the sarcophagus. It was a traditional burial wall which told a story about the ancient king or queen whose body was interred. There was a large mosaic. A little more than 60% of its pieces were missing. There was also a watermark on the wall, showing where the 2020 floods had scoured away much of the great masterpiece. It was that stroke of luck that had led him there today. Without the boy Bakit, he may have never found the tiles. Then he wouldn't be standing in here. Still, it seemed a shame that such a mosaic should be destroyed. Xavier stared at what remained. It represented the pharaoh with intense eyes and a strong jaw. In the background was a figure 8 on its side, also known as a lemniscate, the mathematical symbol for infinity. In this version, the figure 8 formed the outline of a snake biting its own tail, a common symbol in many cultures, implying the concept of timelessness. Xavier stared at the Ouroboros. It confirmed everything he had hoped. After so many years searching, he was 1 step closer to achieving his greatest dream. His gaze returned to the ancient king, an attractive man. He had brown hair, a large nose. Suddenly, Xavier gasped. The pharaoh's eyes were a dark shade of purple. Chapter 22. Vera MSC. The Vera MSC carved a steady path across the vast expanse of the Indian Ocean on its southwestern journey toward the southern tip of Africa. Its powerful engine churned beneath the surface, propelling it forward with a quiet but insistent hum. The vessel's bow sliced through the rolling swells of the deep blue sea, leaving a frothy white wake in its trail. As the ship continued its journey, The sun cast its golden rays upon the water, painting a breathtaking tableau of light and shadow. The azure waves sparkled beneath the ever-changing sky, reflecting the hues of the heavens above. As the day progressed, the sun dipped lower in the sky, setting the horizon ablaze with brilliant shades of orange, red, and purple. Chief Engineer Angelo Di Bartoli peered at the weird humanoid sculpture that looked like a damned golem. He called out, "Hey, Renzo, get your ass up here." A few seconds later, he heard the footsteps of one of his diesel mechanics running along the steel stairwell. Having just raced up 6 flights of stairs, the young man didn't even seem to be out of breath. Renzo stared up at him. "Yes, boss." Angelo stared at the mechanic. "You want to tell me why that stupid creature is still standing high up there, straddling those shipping containers?" "I don't know, boss." "Didn't I tell you to round up a team and move it?" Renzo shrugged. "I did. Antonio and I went through a world of trouble to rig up the horizontal crane to lower the bizarre artwork back into its box." Angelo blinked back the red fury that was clouding his mind. As chief engineer, he was an understanding manager, and people rarely took advantage of him for it. Yet right now he wasn't in the mood to stand for insubordination. "Are you telling me that you moved the golem back into its box?" "Yeah, we did. Its wooden crate is on E-deck. Antonio and I put it back there today. Do you know it must be solid copper or iron inside? The weird artifact weighed 7 tons exactly." Angelo made a puzzled frown. "Seriously?" "Yeah. 1 cubic foot of iron weighs 491 pounds. He eyed the strange creature, his hand resting on his chin as he contemplated the math. "I could imagine it being roughly 10 cubic feet, possibly a few more. Maybe it's made of copper or brass after all. Copper is 559 pounds per cubic foot." Renzo's expression suggested the man's knowledge of weights was both impressive and a giant waste of memory. "If you say so, sir. How did you work that out?" "I weighed it on the horizontal crane, before we returned it to its travel crate. Did you know the crate was stored in its own purpose-built shipping container?" "Yes." Angelo shook his head. "Are you telling me you really did go to the trouble of moving it?" "Yeah." "While we've been out at sea?" "Sure. I follow orders. I told you it would be dangerous and difficult, but you said you didn't care. Just get it done. So I did." Angelo patted him on the back, then gripped the man's shoulder. "Thank you, Renzo. I appreciate your effort. Now some bastard's gone and returned it to the top of the damned shipping containers again. What is wrong with people? Doesn't anyone have anything better to do than make stupid practical jokes while we're at sea?" Renzo said, "It wasn't returned to the same place." "It wasn't?" "No, just look at it. The artifact is much lower now, and it's facing over there, toward the lower decks. Isn't that weird? It looks like it's silently staring at something on C-deck." Angelo studied the golem. His eyes narrowed. Renzo was right. He'd assumed it was in the same place he'd seen it before, standing there like some sort of Viking ornament, watching over the rest of the crew. Yet now that he eyed it again, he realized it was nowhere near where he'd found it when he was on his way up to meet the captain. He had been distracted, understandably, of course. His brain, primed by the sight of the odd relic, had simply filled in the blanks, imagining that the creature hadn't been moved. Now he really examined it for the first time today. He scrutinized the monster's curious face. It gave the impression that it was staring at something lower down, inside the behemoth car carrier, as though it knew that danger would come from somewhere else now. Angelo let his mind wander. It was watching. It didn't seem happy or sad. Its peculiar expression appeared to display more than idle curiosity. Maybe it knows someone who doesn't belong has come aboard. The irrational thought seemed impossible. Angelo said, "Is it just me, or does that freaky creature seem to be looking at something?" It was Renzo's turn to be incredulous. "You know it's just an artifact, right? Probably came from a collector in Asia, after being dug up years earlier in Egypt or something. Or perhaps it's not even old at all. It's just a modern-day sculpture some dirt-poor artist has fashioned, then managed to sell to the highest and most naive bidder. I know. Still, its ugly face seems strangely animate." Renzo examined the hideous fiend. "Are we looking at the same thing?" Angelo lifted a hand in a gesture that tended to acknowledge the flaws in his own thinking. I know. The thing's shoulders came across as burly as deformed buffalo humps. It's as though it had been made of clay, then was dropped before its creator had time to put it in the kiln." Renzo laughed out loud. "You know what? That's actually a really very accurate description." Angelo said, "Come on, let's take a closer look at it." There was a horizontal platform that ran from the starboard to the port sides of the hull. It split the ship in half, allowing people to make a visual assessment of the shipping containers along that row. Angelo took it and walked behind the distorted yet somewhat human-shaped artifact. His eyes widened, landing on the monster's back. It was barely visible under the soft glow of the ship's weak fluorescent lighting, but there was enough to make him curious. Angelo took out a small pen flashlight and shined its powerful beam squarely on the golem's back. It turned the surface of the creature's torso red and gold. He held the light there a little longer. Small dots began to radiate with an incandescent blue. Dozens of these lights appeared, forming a very specific location in the night sky. Angelo shook his head in wonder. "It looks like a star chart to me." "No way, really?" Renzo asked. "It is." Angelo examined it intensely. "See right there, that's the northern star." Renzo shook his head. "You're making this up." But while Angelo was just an engineer, he had been a mariner for long enough to learn more than a few things about the stars. Celestial navigation was ingrained in every sailor, and over the years he'd spent more than his fair share of time musing on the beauty of the night sky. He pointed to the brightest blue star. "This is Polaris, the North Star. You can see it forms the tail end of the northern circumpolar constellation of Ursa Minor, also known as the Little Dipper." Renzo gave him an incredulous gaze. "Sure, if you say so." "It then points toward Ursa Major, the Big Dipper." "If that's the North Star, then why isn't it at the center of the chart?" Head tilted, Angelo studied it. Renzo was right. This celestial map showed Ursa Major and Minor toward the side of the chart, while something else, another, smaller star, seemed to have been placed at the more prominent position at the center of the golem's back. It formed another constellation. Bemused, he ran his finger along a series of smaller stars, like a rudimentary dot to dot. This one appeared a little more like a dragon to him. Angelo shrugged. "I don't know. Perhaps they've changed their positions since whenever this artifact was first crafted. I thought the stars in the sky were eternal, timeless. Nothing lasts forever, even the placement of stars." "They die?" "Sometimes, but no, that's not what I had in mind. I meant they move. It's something to do with the wobble effect of the Earth's rotation. Our planet's axis points to different stars at different eras." A noise originating on sea deck interrupted his thoughts. Angelo stopped talking. Hunching a little, he placed a finger to his lips to keep Renzo quiet. The sound triggered something deep in his memory banks, which had already primed him to respond. Then he recalled the golem's expression. It was ludicrous, but he could have sworn the creature was looking down at sea deck with menace, as though there was an imminent threat. Scanning the darkness far below, Angelo saw something move in the manner of a wraith. He watched it, trying to trace its progression through the cargo hold. Whatever it was, it seemed ethereal, like a ghost. Yet ghosts didn't make the distinctive sound of footsteps. His gut tightened. His heart sped, pounding hard, fast, and loud in his chest. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly through pursed lips. This was insane. They were sailing along the coast of Africa, heading southwest along the Indian Ocean. There was no reason why, let alone how, someone or something could have boarded them. Rationality took hold, and his pulse calmed into a dull roar. A moment later, he turned to see a man holding a black pistol at his head. Angelo didn't know much about guns, but he'd seen enough movies over the years to know that this one had a long silencer attached to the barrel. The stranger was a tall, authoritative man in his 40s with thick, graying hair, black eyebrows, and sly, liquid green eyes with a large scimitar nose and chiseled features. Behind him were several people, all dressed in black tactical gear. They looked like special forces people on TV when they were about to take a building, or in this case, a boat. They were all carrying submachine guns. Angelo shouted out without thinking, "Who the fuck are you, and how did you get on board my ship?" The green-eyed man gave a malicious grin. "My name doesn't matter, Chief Engineer Angelo Di Bartoli. What matters is, we have your wife, and now we have your ship. If you would like to keep either in one piece, I suggest you do exactly what we say." Chapter 23. Trident GS. Sam Reilly climbed out of the flooded hull. He paused in waist-deep water within the flooded internal stairwell and removed his snorkel, mask, and fins. Tom followed right behind him. Oliver Rodriguez, the coordinator for the tugboats, greeted him, taking the fins off his hands. "Nice dive." "The dive was fine," Sam said, stepping onto the first dry landing strip section of the internal stairwell, and began removing his scuba tank and wetsuit. "What we found, though, not so much." "That bad." Oliver took Tom's fins off his hands and followed both men up the final few steps and onto the dry landing strip. "Yeah, that bad." Sam paused, considering how much to tell Oliver, given that they still had no idea who was responsible for the treachery. But then he decided it must be okay. Since the man had flown over from Panama, it was doubtful he was responsible. Also, he and Oliver had a relationship that went back quite a few years. They worked together previously, during a salvage operation off the coast of Panama. In the end, Sam said, "Someone tampered with the steering hub. The Trident was remotely piloted into its current position." "Bummer. Any leads as to who's responsible?" Sam shook his head. "No, but I'm going to discover who profits from blocking the Suez Canal." "That's a big list." "You reckon?" Sam frowned. "Off the top of your head, who do you think would profit from it?" "There are plenty of competitors sending their goods through the canal. Raw materials, vital products, parts for assembly, all of these will affect the value of a company that needs them to produce their goods." "Won't they get them just 3 weeks later?" Sam asked. "I mean, after the ships divert around the Cape?" "Sure, But there's more to it than that. Shares go up and down all the time, making billions. If you knew that the Suez Canal was going to be out of action for a certain time frame, if you could accurately predict the instant Trident was salvaged, then you could make a fortune buying and selling shares in a whole range of stocks. Money had never been a problem for Sam. More accurately, at no time was a lack of money a problem. Consequently, up until now, he hadn't any interest in understanding shares. That didn't mean he wasn't interested in wealth. Travel, experiences, education, housing, and health. Sam knew more than most the good fortune he'd had in being born into prosperity. Sam liked to think that he was smart enough to realize he had enough wealth, so he didn't need to fight for it. Instead, got to spend his life doing what he wanted to do for the world, without trying to work out how to fill his pockets with cash. Still, now, he wished he'd paid a little more attention when his father talked about the stock market. Curious, he tilted his head. Won't all relevant shares temporarily just go down because of this? Not necessarily. Oliver helped Tom remove the large backpack from his shoulders that housed the rebreather. Some will go up, some will go down. Really? Sure. He then helped Sam take his gear off. Shares in most shipping companies will go down, yet the ones that don't use the Suez Canal, or those that normally travel around the Cape, will go up in value as their cargo won't be delayed. Then there's the knock-on effect. Sam and Tom were toweling themselves dry after removing their wetsuits. Such as? If you look through the manifest of all the ships planning to transit the canal, you will find hundreds, if not thousands, of raw minerals or products that companies are relying on to produce or sell their products. The corporations that are now being delayed may lose their share value temporarily, while others that have a stockpile of raw materials will be ahead of their competition. Thus, their share price will go up. Sam finished drying himself, pulled a shirt over his head, and put on a pair of shorts. Interesting. Tom took Sam's dive gear, as well as his own, and said, I'll sort out the equipment and meet you upstairs if you want to go over this with Oliver. Sam nodded. Thanks, I'll be there shortly. Sam stood up and gestured to his friend to go first up the steps. The man walked ahead of him, his distinctive ponytail making Sam smile. Go on, Oliver. What else have you got for me? Well, there are stock market put options you should know about. Oliver looked over his shoulder, shooting Sam a grin. His eyes lit up as he discussed these options. Hell, if investors knew the Suez Canal was going to be blocked for weeks, it wouldn't take a genius to purchase a boatload of put options and make a fortune. He snickered. Boatload, get it? Because we're on a ship. Sam smiled at the play on words, but he was thinking that this sounded exactly like what someone must have done, only on a grand scale. Really? He asked. Okay, I'll bite. What are put options? Oliver laughed. You really didn't pay attention when your family were getting richer and richer. Sam raised his shoulders, turned the palms of his hands outward. Afraid not. Well, you might just be the only rich person in the world who doesn't have all your attention on getting richer. Sam chuckled. Well, my plate is already pretty full. Oliver brushed a strand of hair that had escaped his ponytail behind his ear. Okay, put options are financial derivatives. In English, please, Sam said, as they entered the common area for living, recreation, and dining. It had tables, cozy wing-back chairs, TV, DVD player, a library, and board games. Sam nodded to a couple of crew members, noticing their bloodshot eyes and harried looks. He knew exactly how they felt. Then he saw his friend Trent, who was in one of those cozy winged-back chairs. His eyes were closed, and his mouth was open. Utterly exhausted, Captain Trent Higgins was softly snoring. Sam smiled as he poured himself a coffee, quietly offering one to Oliver, who added 5 teaspoons of sugar into his cup. Moving away from everyone else, they sat down in chairs facing each other. Oliver began, "Financial derivatives are basically an agreement that gives the holder the right, but not the obligation, to sell an asset, such as a stock or commodity, at a specified price within a specific period of time, over days, months, or years. The specified price is known as the strike price, and the specific period is known as the expiration date." Okay, so why would someone want to go through all that? When you purchase a put option, you're essentially buying the right to sell a stock at an exact price known as the strike price. If the value of the stock falls below the strike price, you can exercise your option and sell the stock at the higher strike price, thus making a profit. Sam pursed his lips, trying to wrap his head around the concept. So, if the value of the stock goes down, you make money. Exactly, Oliver confirmed. Let's say you buy a put option for 10,000 shares in a shipping company with a strike price of $50 each. If the stock falls to $40, you can exercise your option and sell the stock at $50, making a $10 profit per share. Bang! You get $100,000. Of course, you have to factor in the cost of buying the option itself, but if the stock falls far enough, you'll come out ahead. Sam looked thoughtful for a moment. But what if the stock doesn't fall below the strike price? In that case, Oliver explained, your option will expire, and you'll lose the money you paid for it. That's the risk you take with any investment, but the potential profits can be significant if you make the right call. Sounds like gambling. It is, he chuckled. You know, an economist, an accountant, and a lawyer were talking about how much they love gambling. We should make a global game of it. Want to? One asked. You bet, said another. And that's how the stock markets came into existence. Sam laughed. Like any bet, you can win or lose, unless you know exactly what the share prices are going to do. Sam grinned. That sounds like insider trading. Hey, you paid attention somewhere. It is. But even with insider trading, which, as you suggest, someone has been achieving on a grand scale by intentionally blocking the Suez Canal, put options would be the best way to win big at the New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, or Shanghai Stock Exchange, the world's 3 largest casinos. It's hard to imagine how much income an investment like that would attain. I mean, this sort of project would have cost millions to set up. What would they make in the aftermath? All the money, Sam. All the money. How much? He asked again. Oliver frowned. Well, on September 10th, 2001, trading for put options on United Airlines and American Airlines, along with their insurance companies, went through the roof. Although it was never proven, it's been suggested the terrorists, with foresight of the events to follow on 9/11, purchased put options and made billions. Sam paused, closing his eyes, taking a moment to let that sink in. Like most Americans, and people around the world for that matter, the mention of 9/11 brought his mind instantly back to what he was doing that day. He had been about to sit for an exam in his final year of high school. Instead, the exam was canceled, and he spent the day sitting in a classroom watching live news. It was instrumental in Tom and him becoming helicopter pilots in the Marines and serving in Afghanistan. That day changed his life, along with many others, forever. Sam opened his eyes, now with an aggressive appearance in his straight nose and chiseled chin, or the dogged fury in the set of his jaw. In cold words, he said, "We're going to find the bastards who did this, and we're going to make them pay." Oliver gave him an earnest look of agreement, then finished his drink, and patted Sam on the shoulder. "Yeah, I think you will." "By the way," Sam said, "what can I do for you?" Oliver cocked his head, as though he only just remembered the reason he'd come to see Sam in the first place. "I have a problem." Sam suppressed a smile. "It seems to be the day for it." "Sorry?" "Nothing. What's your problem?" "I've crunched the numbers. There's no way, even given all that we're doing to free the Trident, that we'll have enough pulling power to drag her into deeper water." Sam stopped walking. He met Rodriguez's gaze, seeing no fear, but simply a genuine, rational concern that the numbers didn't add up. "All right, show me." Rodriguez brought his iPad and showed him the data he'd gathered. He took into account what the Trident weighed originally, and then indicated all the areas where they had stripped the ship to reduce its tonnage. It detailed how much was going to be left over at the end of the day, and how deep the ship would naturally sit in the water based on those numbers. It then calculated exactly how much power the tugboats would need to exert to pull the container ship free from its sandy confines. It looked bad. Shaking his head with disappointment, Sam's eyes narrowed. "How certain are you that these values are correct?" "They're correct. I've checked them twice myself, and it's not enough." "Thanks for bringing this to my attention." Sam gave the table a quick rap, signaling the end of the discussion, pushed to his feet, and began walking away. "Hey, Sam, did you hear me?" Rodriguez called out to his retreating back. "I said, it's not enough." Sam turned. "I know." Rodriguez frowned. "Then where are you going?" There was a hint of mischief in Sam's expression. "To show you how we're going to increase our pulling power." Chapter 24. Sam stepped out of the stairwell and out onto the deck. Sunlight rained down on him, warming him from his dive. Even in this dry desert air, he could smell the ocean. He stopped on the Trident's bridge, removed a pair of binoculars from where they hung next to the navigator's table, and then kept walking toward the stern of the massive cargo ship. Oliver followed in his wake. "What's your plan?" Sam kept walking. "We're going to build a large pulley system, attach it to the northwestern bank of the canal, and winch the entire vessel off." "Impossible." Oliver's tone was emphatic. "Can't be done." "Why?" Sam's brow raised with surprise. "You don't think we can obtain cable strong enough to pull the Trident out of the sand?" "No, we've got the cabling," Oliver said. "But we need something to attach it to. There's nothing but sand on the western bank, or the eastern one for that matter, and there's no time to build one. It's a challenging place to access. There are power lines that make helicopter movements dangerous, and the sand is thick, making it almost impossible for all except large caterpillar-tracked vehicles to reach. Yet even those will have trouble making the journey, Because a secondary river system runs parallel to the Suez Canal at that section. That means a barge would be required to take the bulldozers across. Sam grinned. But what if we already had an anchor? It would have to be large, something capable of supporting enormous amounts of pulling weight. Sam reached the end of the Trident, where the stern was wedged into the western sandbank. He paused. Something like a concrete bunker? Exactly, Oliver grimaced. Pity we don't have something like that. Sam's eyes twinkled. Oh, but we do. I've checked the historical records. You have? Oliver gave a puzzled, tight-lipped smile. And? There is a large concrete bunker. Sam handed Oliver the binoculars. Take a look for yourself. It's left over from the 6-Day War. It's mostly buried in sand, but I've contacted the Historical Society from Cairo. They confirmed it was never destroyed. Over the years, shifting sand simply covered it up. I've got the GPS coordinates. You can just make out the shape of the mound that formed above it. If we can get a single bulldozer there, we can dig down and reach it. Then we'll attach cables to our ready-made concrete anchor and set up a series of pulley systems to create the mechanical advantage needed to shift the Trident. What do you think? Will that work? Oliver lifted the binoculars up to his eyes and stared at the noticeable mound in the sand. A pair of palm trees next to it was the only sign of vegetation for miles. I would need to see the bunker first, and I can't guarantee it would be able to withstand enough pull to overcome the friction, keeping the Trident firmly in her place. Sam said, But? Oliver grinned, handing him back the binoculars. I'd say, given what you've told me, that it just might do the trick. Chapter 25. Vera MSC, Indian Ocean, East Africa, 18 days out. There was a somber mood amongst the original Italian crew of the Vera. The ship was running on autopilot, and a new course had been set. The entire crew, including the captain, had been taken and held down below decks to where a series of shipping containers were being opened by the criminals. Whenever anyone had the temerity to ask what was going on, they were immediately hit, until the original crew eventually determined it was best to keep their mouths shut. Even the captain had been struck in the face with the butt of someone's weapon when he ordered his crew to do as the terrorists wanted. After that, everyone simply complied. Angelo stared at the open shipping containers. One of them was stacked full of rolls upon rolls of what appeared to be plastic sheets. Another filled with paint and carpentry tools, beams of wood, and large electric pumps. Intrigued, he examined the pumps. They were the sort that drove fans. It reminded him of the kind used to inflate jumping castles at kids' birthday parties, only these were much, much larger. His eyes darted from the open shipping containers back to the 6 people who had come on board and taken control of the ship. They spoke a mixture of French and Arabic, which could have placed their nationality anywhere in the northern half of Africa, as Arabic was the official language among most governments, with French still widely in use due to colonial French legacy. The hijackers were made up of 3 women and 3 men, all armed with semi-automatics. Ironically, in the back of Angelo's mind, he couldn't help but think that it was an equal employment opportunity gang of murdering criminals. The Vera MSC operated with a crew of 30 people. Yet a long-ago study once showed that a skeleton crew of just 6 people could successfully operate the cargo ship in an emergency. Somewhere in the back of his head, he thought this was important. It wasn't a coincidence. The boarding party had the exact number of people necessary to operate the vessel. The tall man with green eyes was in charge, and he spoke first. He communicated in Italian, but he looked Egyptian. "As you can see, we're in charge of the Vera MSC." The criminal didn't seem to expect a response, so nobody gave one. "I'm afraid to inform you that this is the end of the Vera MSC. It may be days before someone begins searching for the vessel, but I promise you they won't find it. Not only will it no longer be where it was supposed to be, but further, the ship itself will no longer exist. In its place, I'd like to introduce you to the Garuda Mariner, a container ship registered in Jakarta." He smiled maliciously. "And for the transformation, I would kindly like to ask for your help." Again, nobody said anything. The Egyptian said, "Did I mention this is voluntary? Anyone who isn't interested in helping the cause will be asked to step off the boat." An older deckhand with a weathered face and pugnacious set to his jaw, ironically named Romeo, said, "If it's all the same to you, I prefer to skip your offer of unpaid labor. I'll take my chance on one of the lifeboats." Before Romeo had taken another breath, the Egyptian aimed his weapon and squeezed the trigger. A small burst of 3 or 4 rounds ripped through the deckhand's torso. Romeo dropped to the floor like a heavy sack of sand. Angelo wasn't medically trained, but he and everyone else knew Romeo was dead before he hit the floor. The Egyptian laughed. "Anyone else not feeling the desire to volunteer?" Nobody said a word. The crew of the Vera MSC didn't need further encouragement. The Egyptian had made it abundantly clear that if they failed to work, they would be killed. "Very good," the Egyptian smiled. "Will some of my volunteers now toss this body overboard? I don't wish the smell of decomposing laziness to interrupt my pleasant and productive day." A few of the original crew immediately snapped to it, each crossing themselves and saying a prayer as they carried out their orders and buried their crewmate at sea. After that, the entire crew got to work, including the captain. They engaged in their tasks non-stop throughout the day, without breaks. 12 hours later, the roll-on, roll-off vehicle carrier was well on its way to being transformed into what appeared to be a traditional container ship. Heading toward the deck, Angelo and Renzo both carried 2 buckets of green paint each. The current color scheme involved a typical red paint below the waterline with green above it, white lettering for the name of the ship across the hull. If the Egyptians' audacious plan worked, the vessel would be altered to be painted green below the waterline with blue above and black lettering across the hull for its name. It was a remarkable plan. The task was extremely difficult to achieve at sea, nor in such a short time frame, but once complete, Angelo felt it would be impossible for any search and rescue teams to recognize the ship as the Vera MSC. Changing the color scheme of the hull below the waterline was the boldest. All cargo ships have large ballast tanks designed to pump seawater in to lower the entire ship's hull deeper into the water, or to pump water out when running without cargo. They had taken refuge in calm, shallow waters, sheltered by a nearby island. Then the Egyptian had ordered them to activate the pumps and empty 80% of the seawater ballast. The effect was that the Vera MSC sat a full 12 feet higher in the water. Now they were quickly painting that section of the hull, which usually sits below the waterline, green, before taking on more water ballast until the ship's waterline returned to normal. Then the Vera would have a green below waterline hull. That would be unusual, though not entirely unique. Traditionally, the vast majority of cruise and cargo ships' hulls below the waterline are painted red. This is because they use copper-based anti-fouling paint to reduce the buildup of barnacles on the hull, as they slow down the movement of the ship through water. Copper, a naturally red-orange color, meant that the cheapest version of the paint was red. These days, various dyes were added to make the anti-fouling paint any color a shipping company may want. Yet additional dyes meant more money. Thus, most vessels were still painted red below the waterline. The practice of green below the waterline was recently becoming popular in Jakarta, as the hull appears to blend into the greenish tropical waters. This, Angelo realized, was an amazing piece of chameleon-like mimicry, which would further sell to any search and rescue teams the fact that the ship was the Garuda Mariner, a container ship registered in Jakarta. Given the hijackers' extensive resources, he was certain they'd taken the trouble of registering the ship in Jakarta. No doubt a simple search of the newly transformed Verda would reveal a photograph which would identically match the shape and color that was now being produced. Angelo walked closer to Renzo. They were making the painful journey up the series of steel-grated stairs toward the top deck. It was hard work. Despite both men being fit, a full day of strenuous exercise had left their arms aching and the muscles of their thighs burning. In a whisper, Angelo said, "I need you to do something for me." Renzo's eyes darted furtively before answering. "What?" Angelo silently mouthed the words, "Keep going." Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, said, "I'm going to escape." Renzo's eyes widened. "How?" "When they're not watching, I'll make a run for it. Enter one of the maintenance conduits and get away." "They'll never let you off the ship." Angelo shrugged. "They'll never let any of us off the ship. Did you think they would let us go once we're done with the transformation?" "No." "Right. Of course not. They're only keeping us alive to get this work done." Renzo said, "What do you need me to do?" Angelo rounded the next section of the stairs and continued the climb. He stopped for a few seconds, leaning over his knees, as if he was having difficulty catching his breath. It wasn't far from the truth. He mouthed the words, "They have Julia." "Shit! They took your wife. Why?" "Whatever they plan. They needed to keep the Vera MSC from reaching port for 21 days. He panted. "Wait." After silent mental arithmetic, he said, "I think it's 18 days now." "Why your wife?" "They wanted me to do something to the ship to stop it." Renzo arched an eyebrow. "You were lucky there was an accident on the Suez Canal." "Yes. I guess they didn't know that was going to happen." Angelo stood up. "Look, I'm hoping they don't care about me now that they don't need me to stop the ship. I don't know what they've done to Julia, but I need to try. Now, there's a chance they'll ask for me by name. If they do, you need to tell them that the chief engineer, Angelo Di Bartoli, was the man they shot and threw overboard." "It's risky. You might get killed." Angelo gave a half shrug. "So staying here and waiting to die." "You're right." Angelo met his eye, holding the gaze for a moment. "So, you'll do it?" "Yeah. Good luck." "Thanks." Angelo ran up the next 2 flights of stairs. Behind him, a woman with blonde hair lifted some type of semi-automatic and aimed it toward him. She yelled, "Hey, where on earth are you going so fast?" He stopped instantly, suppressing a grin. "Sorry." It's just habit for me to get the job done quickly." "Sure," she said, rolling her eyes. Still, somewhat mollified that he had obeyed her and stopped at her voice, she lowered her weapon. "Didn't you ever hear slow and steady wins the race?" "Right you are." Angelo would have liked to escape unnoticed, but he was about to step out onto the deck where two other pirates kept their weapons tracked on the workers. This still may be his best time. In a split-second decision, riddled with insanity, Angelo swung the heavy paint can, throwing it down at his guard. The woman swore and dived to the side of the stairwell, out of the way of the incoming projectile. Using both hands, he threw the second one immediately. The woman was still recovering from the initial shock, and she didn't react quickly enough. The paint can landed on top of her head with a sickening thud. She dropped to the floor. Angelo's gaze raced toward the weapon lying next to her unconscious body. He took the first step down the stairwell, ready to gamble that he could reach it before she regained consciousness. A series of shots raked the steel grate beneath his feet. It was enough to dissuade him from making a try for the weapon. Above him, he heard the heavy footsteps of two people running from the outside deck down to meet him. Below him, another guard was already trying their luck to take him out. He turned away from the next flight of stairs and ran across the horizontal gangway, which split the hull from port to starboard. A winching chain hung from the ceiling. It dangled above him and was roughly 6 feet away from the gangway. Hanging in the open expanse between two rows of shipping containers, it formed a natural valley that ran through the ship's hull. The chain dropped nearly 30 feet down from where he was, stopping another 40 feet from the bottom of the hull. Angelo climbed across the railing and jumped. His hands caught the thick chain, and his feet naturally twisted around it. Terrified of being shot, he slid down the chain. His hands felt like they were on fire. Above him, nobody shouted or commanded him to halt, like you see in the movies. Instead, he simply heard the report of the semi-automatics rapidly being fired. The rounds struck the shipping container in front of him, sending sparks flying in every direction. He still had no idea what secret cargo the Vera MSC was carrying, but he hoped to the good Lord above that it wasn't explosive. Angelo, still hanging some 40 feet off the ground, swung the chain backward and forward. On the third movement of the pendulum, he let go. Flying through the air, he landed on the side of the gangway. His fingers were gripping the steel balustrade with vice-like tenacity, like he was holding on for dear life, because he was. He slipped over the railing. Then he ducked into another chasm formed between two 40-foot shipping containers and ran straight into the 7-foot-tall Golem. It made a metallic sound as his head clashed with the red-gold metal of the otherworldly artifact. The hit was enough to knock Angelo to the ground. Bullets raked across the chasm right where Angelo had been intending to run. It was lucky he was lying face down on the steel grating, as every shot went flying over his head. A spread of more than a dozen rounds landed across the muscular torso of the abnormally shaped fiend above him. They made loud pinging noises as the bullets ricocheted violently. The shots suddenly fell silent. Angelo could hear the distinctive sound of new magazines being loaded into various weapons. He looked up, half expecting the frightening Golem to move. It was ridiculous. The ancient artifact had recently been discovered, probably after being buried for millennia. It was decidedly inanimate, lifeless, which was exactly what he would be if he hung around any longer. Angelo crawled between the Golem's tree-trunk legs and clambered down a service ladder. More shots were fired. This time they were coming from at least 3 different weapons. He heard their bullets whizzing by at supersonic speeds. A whole series of rounds indiscriminately raked the edge of another shipping container. Again, Angelo made a silent prayer that whatever secrets were stored inside, they weren't flammable or explosive. Now he was running fast. The muscles of his chest and diaphragm burned. Angelo reached the end of the last shipping container, turned the corner, and put his back against the wall. His heart felt as though it might burst from his ribs. Through pursed lips, while trying to be as quiet as possible, his lungs fought desperately to suck in more oxygen. The Egyptian yelled, "I'll give you 3 seconds to come out, Angelo. Then I'm going to hunt you down and kill you myself." Silence. "1, said the Egyptian. 2. Angelo didn't wait for him to reach 3. His eyes darted to a small hatch. It was on the side of the deck he was on, and led to a string of maintenance conduits that ran both vertically and horizontally across the hull of the ship. If he could reach that doorway, he could get anywhere within the ship, but he would be exposed for a few seconds. It was unlikely he'd make it. But then again, he was going to die any second now. Angelo took a deep breath and bolted. Shots fired as soon as he became visible. He expected them to rip through the soft tissues of his body at any second, but he kept running. Momentum and terror drove him on. His right hand reached the hatch. He opened the heavy door, climbed inside, slamming it shut behind him. Angelo listened to bullets pinging against the heavy steel door. Angelo looked around. It was dark inside the conduit passageways. He fumbled in the dark for a light. His fingers tightened around the light switch, and he pulled it on. A row of fluorescents began to glow. Angelo ran his eyes across the various corridors. He would be a sitting duck as soon as someone came through the door. He couldn't just run. A large red maintenance wrench, the same ones used to shut off the watertight compartments, was hanging on the wall. Next to the hatch was a large hydraulic lever. It was sealed behind a thin shield of glass, with one of those notes that read "break in an emergency." He'd say this was just about as big an emergency as they come. Angelo struck the glass with the back of the wrench. Then he pulled the lever. The watertight compartments were spread throughout the ship. A moment later, the maintenance conduit echoed with a cacophony of mechanical sounds as the hydraulic locks secured all the watertight doors between the outer hull and the internal hull. It would take hours for them to override and get inside the conduit. Angelo swallowed, but then had the ghost of a smile. He'd just bought himself a little time. Outside, he recognized the voice of the Egyptian. "Deal's off. When we find you, we're no longer going to kill you. We're going to torture you. You're going to be an example of what happens when someone defies the Shaco. Torture and death. Some choice." Angelo held back a retort that he had no real incentive to hand himself in. Instead, he turned and quickly headed toward the stern of the cargo ship. Shaco. It meant a hot, dry wind. What a pretentious prick that Egyptian was. A prick that was also a deadly murderer. He needed to discover a means of communicating with the outside world before the Vera MSC, along with her crew, all disappeared forever. Chapter 26. Trident GS. Sam Reilly heard shouting from the cabin he shared with his best friend. He exchanged a glance with Tom. "Where's that coming from?" Tom stood up. "It sounds like it's coming from the East Bank." Sam's heart missed a beat. He ran down the corridor and stepped out onto the deck. There was a commotion on the eastern sandbank. The local team, who was operating the bulldozers and dredgers, clearing away the sand and gravel that formed the eastern bank to make way for the Trident, were yelling in Arabic. The speech was gunfire fast. Sam was catching the few words in Arabic shared with the French language, but otherwise missed everything. But there wasn't the sort of high-pitched shrill of a serious disaster. Still, the two men began to run along the gangway toward the Trident's bow. If he had to guess, Sam figured one of the bulldozers had probably slipped into the embankment, falling on its side, or worse yet, into the canal. They reached the railing at the bow. Sam's eyes swept the eastern bank. It was a sight to see. The place appeared like an oversized kids' play area at the beach, with different bulldozers all working the sand. They were excavating a large, deep canal around the bow of the Trident, which had already penetrated more than 30 feet into the eastern sand dunes. He counted each of the bulldozers. There were 5, all of them upright. A large flag with their number rose from the back of their driver's cabin, identifying them by their number. 4 had stopped excavating. Their drivers had placed them in the park position, with their bucket positioned firmly in the sand for stability. Their engines switched off. The 5th one had also stopped moving, but its engine was still running. Fumes were rising from its exhaust. Sam's eyes concentrated on an object buried deep in the sand in front of the bulldozer. It was little more than a dark outline. Looked like planks of wood. Even at this distance, he could tell they had uncovered what appeared to him to be some sort of traditional boat. He imagined in the vast, sun-kissed expanse of the desert through which the Suez Canal now ran, the relentless winds had been sculpting the dunes for centuries. They had been shaping and reshaping the arid landscape in an ever-changing dance. This archaic vessel might have remained buried under the golden sands forever, had it not been for the unlikely set of events that had recently led to an excavator's metal claws tearing into the earth. Sam picked up his local handheld UHF radio and depressed the mic. "Excavator 1, this is Sam Reilly. What have you got?" The excavator operator, his skin dark from the ever-present scorching sun in the region, glanced up at the bow of the Trident. Sam waved at him. The man replied through the radio. It was close, and the clarity near perfect. "I don't know, sir. My initial scrape of the bucket hit an unexpected solidity beneath the sand. It is hard and looks wooden." Sam frowned. "Any idea what it is?" "Not yet. It is solid, perhaps hardwood." "Any chance it's the remnants of a tree that's been buried for centuries?" "I doubt it, sir. The lines of buried wood appear to run in much too uniform a direction for it to be anything natural. It may be part of an old dock, long since buried in sand. What do you want me to do with it?" Sam depressed the mic again. "Take it slowly and see if you can gently excavate around the object. Try not to damage it if you can." "Understood, sir." Sam exchanged a glance with Tom. "Think we're about to destroy an ancient Egyptian construction of historical value?" "Maybe." Tom suppressed a grin. "But right now, I think the current Egyptian government are far more concerned about having their Suez Canal back." Sam laughed. "You may be right about that." A moment later, the other 4 excavator operators backed their machines away, giving the first one room to work. Sam had naturally good vision, 20/10 to be exact, a certain level of inherent visual acuity that few people had, and pilots dreamed of. Right now, those eyes focused on the shape buried deep in the sand. He watched as the excavator continued to operate, tentatively at first, slowly scraping ever more sand away from the hidden object. Soon a silhouette began to emerge, one that seemed to defy the very nature of its surroundings. There, hidden beneath the desert's embrace, lay a traditional wooden felucca, an Egyptian vessel that had long been forgotten by time. The felucca's elegant lines and distinctive craftsmanship stood as proof to the skilled artisans of a bygone era. Its curved bow and stern, masterfully carved from resilient wood, had been designed to navigate the powerful currents of the Nile River. The wooden planks that formed the body of the vessel were joined together with precision, their seams sealed with age-old techniques that had somehow withstood the brutal assault of the desert. The sailboat was lying on its side, its hull sideways. Sam was shocked to see that, despite the ravages of time, the felucca's single mast still stood tall. He considered the stories it must have witnessed as it carried its passengers across shining waters. The remnants of a tattered sail clung stubbornly to the mast, its faded threads whispering secrets of adventures untold. He pictured the craft roaming the Nile back when the pharaohs were the most powerful rulers on earth. The small workhorses featured a mast that angled sharply forward, and a large triangular sail hanging down from a long two-piece yard. The discovery of the felucca, buried beneath the sand, was nothing short of miraculous. It was a remarkable find that had survived against all odds. As the excavator continued to uncover the vessel, it seemed as though the desert itself was reluctant to relinquish its long-held treasure. As the sands were swept away, the felucca's story came to life, transporting those who gazed upon it back to a time of ancient wonders and water-borne journeys. This was a relic of the past, an evocative demonstration of human ingenuity and the indomitable spirit of exploration. And there, at the front of it, was something else. The excavator's metal claws caught something solid. Then it pulled it free from its sandy confines. It appeared to be made of metal and entirely ridged. It was a solid box. The operator stopped the excavator. He got out and stared at the item in the mouth of the bucket. Over the handheld radio, Sam heard the operator speak. "Sam, you'd better get down here." Sam licked his dry lips. "What is it?" The operator said, "If I had to guess, I'd say we just found ourselves an Egyptian treasure chest." Chapter 27. Onyonga Kabir, Chad. Amira didn't like Musa right from the very start. There was something wholly untrustworthy emanating from him, as though from his dark soul, as if his entire goal in life was to cheat anyone and everyone. It almost made her want to forget the entire idea of trying to cross the Sahara, illegally making her way across international borders and into Europe. Yet she had to leave, and like it or not, Musa was the only means of doing so. If she stayed in Chad, her life was as good as over. Musa was a short, corpulent man with a thick beard of brown hair, rotten teeth, dark, malicious eyes, and a cruel mouth. He smelled like he hadn't showered in a year, which wouldn't surprise her if it was the literal truth. Taking his every characteristic into account, Musa's physical appearance was what she liked best about the man. It was a very low bar. Amira felt ill at the thought of placing her life in his hands. But then, she reminded herself, if he was an honest man, he probably wouldn't have chosen to be a people smuggler. No, she must find a way to work with him. The man owned a small garage that sold gas and provided basic mechanical services. There was a single Bowser, which delivered diesel fuel. Anyone driving past or buying fuel may have even been duped. For all she knew, it might have been mildly legitimate. Yet anyone who examined the gas station for more than a few minutes would quickly see that it was far from what it seemed. There were 4 mechanics, all of whom looked like they belonged in a bad gangster movie. They sat around all day playing cards, while a fully stocked truck workshop remained empty nearly all year round. The owner, Musa, came and went with little interest in the everyday workings of the garage. None of them appeared to flaunt their wealth, nor did they try to conceal it. They wore expensive watches, ate food that had been brought in from around the globe, and had an insouciant air that they had all the time in the world. The attitude belonged to the aristocracy, not to blue-collar laborers in the middle of the Sahara. Amira tentatively approached the garage, still unsure if she could go through with her plan. She had spoken to some of the other women in Onyanga Kabir, told them of her plight, and her need to leave the country and return to France. Most were sympathetic to her misfortune in being widowed in the middle of the desert, left without support, vulnerable as every woman without male connections is in a strongly patriarchal society. Sadly, they were unwilling to get involved or to offer any help. She couldn't blame them. Medina, the wife of a local fisherman, had gone as far as discussing the matter with her husband, Batul, who had suggested she speak with Musa, who owned the garage, along with a bus that disappeared once a month. It was rumored to go as far north as Tripoli. Amira had thanked him profusely for the advice and pressed him to know how much one might be expected to pay for such a journey. Batul had simply apologized that he didn't know, but offered the warning that Musa was notoriously untrustworthy. Musa approached her, his gaze taking her in top to toe, his face lit with desire. "What can I do for such a beautiful lady?" Amira knew she must be careful. "I'm seeking a gentleman named Musa. Would that be you, sir?" "I am Musa," he replied. She gestured toward a beat-up bus that had clearly seen much better days. "And you own a bus?" His eyes proudly landed on the dilapidated vehicle. "The garage, the repair shop, the bus, all of it is mine." Her eyes narrowed. "Is it reliable?" He laughed. "It may be nothing to look at, but I assure you it will go places that no other vehicle can travel." Looking downward, she bit her lower lip with her upper teeth. Then she asked tentatively, "And what do you do with the bus?" "It's a bus." He rolled his eyes, implying she was a fool for asking such a ridiculous question. "People pay me. Then I drive them places far, far away. Very distances. Why?" "Do you have a set route?" His eyes narrowed. "You mean, do I have a regular bus service?" She persisted. "Do you?" "No. The bus goes wherever people want to go, when enough are willing to pay." "So it's a sort of personalized service?" He laughed. Yes, I like that. I provide a personalized service." Amira drew a breath at the clearly sexual connotation. "Does such travel include going north through the Sahara?" Musa's eyes widened with fear. "Why do you ask about the desert?" It was decision time. She had to play her final hand and see where the cards fell. "I'm a widow, with nothing left for me here. I need to find a way out, and I've heard that you might be able to help." "Help?" He shot her a smug smile, the kind a tiger would flash a fawn. "Of course. I would like to help you. Where would you like to go?" "Europe." she replied without hesitation. Ah, I see. He placed an arm around her shoulders in a sign of familiarity unforgivable in a predominantly Muslim society. An unpleasant smell from his armpit reached her nose. I will look after you, my dear. You can trust me. She dislodged his arm, using all her restraint not to offend the man. My cousin Batul will be traveling with me. I wouldn't have come alone, she stammered. He would be here now, but he had to work. Batul. He let the name linger, as though he was trying to recall where he'd heard that name before, and she instantly wished she'd thought up a better backstory. The fisherman is your cousin? No, Batul the herdsman. Excellent. And your cousin will be traveling with you? He said. A small frown between his eyebrows was the only outward sign of his disapproval, or perhaps his disappointment. Yes, Amira said, trying to return to the task at hand and not get bogged down with who her non-existent cousin really was. How much? He suddenly switched, becoming a merchant again. To get you to Europe. She nodded. All the way. How much have you got? Nothing. She lied again. But I might be able to borrow some money. He appeared to see straight through her deception. The price is 5,000 American dollars each. You need to pay me now to guarantee your place on the bus with your cousin. Bring one bag each, no more. She was quickly realizing how naive she was to expect a simple deal with a people smuggler. The man must have assumed she was incredibly foolish, helpless, or a horrible mixture of both. Lord knows she did feel at risk. I don't have any money with me. Amira gave him an enchanting smile. Then you may get left behind, he snapped. My bus gets fully booked. I am so sorry Batul couldn't be here. She shook her head, pretending to be embarrassed. I must be too stupid to understand. He said you normally charge 3,000 for a family. Musa's lips firmed. He was annoyed. Perhaps your cousin would like to take you to Tripoli instead. He seems to know everything. She lowered her head in a submissive gesture. Now that my husband is dead, Batul is the head of my family. I must be ruled by him. Musa appeared mollified by the answer. It was an obvious truism. Of course you must. He is a man. When do you expect to leave? In exactly 1 week's time. She gritted her teeth, looked at him hopefully. Any chance the bus might leave earlier? No. Her eyes drifted toward the bus. Why wait? Her desperation made her blurt out without thinking. The bus just sits there for a week. He wasn't in the mood to be patronized by a mere woman. The bus is mine, and it goes when I say it goes, he snapped. I understand. Will we see you there? She nodded. I will try to borrow the money. We will see you then. Very good, Musa said. Remember, we go in 7 days. You and your cousin must be here at dawn. Chapter 28. Hangar 8, Private Airfield, Texas. The aircraft hangar was just one of 20 at the private airfield. There was a typical security fence with barbed wire topping around the perimeter of the airfield, and a security firm paid to maintain the safekeeping of planes, gliders, helicopters, and jets. It was predominantly utilized by enthusiasts, with many rented to house small aircraft, mostly single-engine craft. Yet some of these glorified garages housed private jets, which were leased on a charter basis. To maintain privacy, Elise had taken out a hangar lease through a limited liability company. It was this anonymity which had provided the greatest amount of security. Her private hangar was simplistic to the point of being barren. It was all white inside, with the surgical cleanliness of an operating theater. There was a small room at the back that served as a kitchenette, bedroom, and restroom facilities. The massive barn-like doors were shut and locked. Nobody walking by could have imagined that despite its seemingly mundane surroundings, housed within was a state-of-the-art nuclear-powered spacecraft, capable of reaching suborbital spaceflight, at the heart of which was an AI-powered computer that had attained the standard definition for sentience. Elise glanced at her cell phone, picked it up, and said, "Google, call Sam Reilly." The phone began to ring. Sam answered immediately. "Elise." "Sam," she said, her eyes resting on the magnificent spacecraft they had discovered buried beneath the ice in Antarctica. "Are you busy?" "A little. Why? What have you got for me?" "Are you close to refloating the Trident?" she asked. "No. I'm about to crack open an ancient Egyptian treasure chest, actually." "Wait, what?" Bewildered, Elise shook her head. "I thought you were on a salvage mission to refloat the Trident and renew travel through the Suez Canal." "I am." Elise found herself grinning widely. "So, how did you come to be cracking open an ancient treasure chest?" "It's a long story. One of the bulldozers clearing the sand on the eastern bank pulled up what might be a very old felucca." "Of course it did," she smirked. Elise didn't miss a beat. Those 4 words communicated an entire paragraph of meaning. It looked like everything was perfectly normal in Sam Reilly's world. "I've looked into the booking sheets of every vessel originally planning on transiting the Suez Canal over the next month." "You cast the net that wide?" "Yeah, just to be sure." "What did you find?" Elise said, "All ships will have financial repercussions by not being able to pass through the Suez Canal. These will flow on to both the buyers and the sellers." Sam paused as he considered that. "Okay, so we're no closer to finding out who would want to cause all this trouble blocking the Suez Canal with the Trident GS." "No, I didn't say that." "What are you saying, Elise?" Elise licked her lips. "All vessels that were booked to transit the Suez Canal are affected by the sinking of the Trident GS, but the ripples are far greater with some than others. In fact, while most are just that, minor ripples, some are about to make giant waves." "Go on." "There's one ship in particular that has just left China carrying cars, bound for Gioia Tauro, Italy. It's called the Vera MSC. "Cars?" Sam asked. "What does that have to do with global supply chain issues and massive financial repercussions?" "Nothing." "But you said the Verda was supposed to be carrying a full load of cars." "I did. I mean, that's what's on its manifest." Still not following, Sam's brows raised. "So?" "So someone lied through their teeth. That ship was never carrying vehicles. Cars were never a part of the Verda's inventory. The whole thing was a ruse. Illegal market manipulation on a grand scale." "What was the Verda actually carrying?" "Rhodium." "As in used for car exhaust manifolds?" Sam didn't bother hiding his incredulity. "Exactly. The Vera MSC is holding the largest shipment of rhodium, a rare precious metal. It's 8 times more valuable than gold per gram and used in catalytic converters. Without rhodium, modern car companies can't make cars." There was a wry tone to Sam's reply. "And let me guess," he said. "Right now there is a global shortage of rhodium." "Biggest shortage in history, all over the world. Car companies are trying to reinvent the wheel, or, in this case, the catalytic converter. They hope to somehow circumvent the need for the rare element." "Interesting." "It gets better." "Go on." "In 18 days' time, there's a meeting in Italy among global car makers to determine what to do about it." "You think some investor knows about the rhodium consignment, and they're planning on playing the share market to make their fortune?" "I'm not sure. I have an idea there are opposing forces pulling on the Vera MSC, somehow." "Why?" "Well, if they knew about the rhodium, then the last thing they would want is for the Suez Canal to become blocked." "Right. So, whoever owns the Vera MSC and the valuable cargo upon her can't also be responsible for the Trident running aground." "True. But someone who knows about the shipment sure as hell did." "Why?" Elise drew a breath. "Do you know what a put option is?" Sam chuckled. "Oddly enough, I do. And I'm hearing that word a lot currently." "On the day before the Trident ran aground, blocking the Suez Canal, nearly $25 million worth of put options were bought for Fiat Chrysler automobiles. This is Italy's largest car company and parent company to Fiat, Lancia, Ferrari, Maserati, and Alfa Romeo." "Oh, yeah? How much is that compared to normal trading of put options for FCA?" "Most days it trades less than $250,000 worth of put options." 10 times increase seems unusual." Elise smiled. "Insider trading and market exploitation on a grand scale." Sam said, "The Verda and her crew are a pawn in this industrial-scale crime." "Exactly." "We need to contact the captain." Elise said, "Sam, that's what I'm trying to tell you." "What?" "I've tried to contact the Verda MSC through every route possible. I've even spoken with the owners at the Mediterranean Shipping Company." "And?" "The Verda MSC disappeared 12 hours ago." Sam's voice tightened. "You think it sank?" "Without leaving so much as an SOS or making a satellite call. A massive state-of-art cargo transport. Not a chance. Nothing's going to sink it without a trace." "You think someone's stolen it?" "I do. And I think right now a Skeleton Crew are in the process of delivering it to a port in Italy. Depending on whether or not they're working for the company or new shareholders, I think they'll deliver it when it's least expected." Sam said, "I need you to contact Matthew on board the Tehila. Get him to divert around South Africa, fill him in on the Verda MSC, and join the search." "What do you think he'll find?" Sam said, "I've no idea, but we'll find out one way or another in 18 days from now." Chapter 29. Verda MSC. Angelo continued running hard through the ship. He had the advantage right now, but it wouldn't take long for the hijackers to find out how to override the watertight locks and gain access to the internal conduits. By that time, he needed to put as much distance between him and his attackers as possible. Somewhere toward the stern, he sank to the floor, pausing long enough to take long, deep breaths. In the primitive recess of his mind, the name the terrorist had called their group echoed, the Shaco. Where have I heard that name before? Yes, the Shaco was a powerful Mediterranean wind that originated in the Sahara. But it was more than that. He closed his eyes and thought about it for a few minutes. He opened them suddenly as he remembered an online newspaper article. It referred to the Shaco as one of the strongest organized crime syndicates to ever infiltrate the highly lucrative trade of smuggling weapons, drugs, and people through the sub-Sahara through to Europe. According to the article, most smugglers were individuals who had trucks or buses that could be used on a small scale to make fast money. Yet the Shaco were bringing in the large-scale organizational power of the Italian mafia. Still, he couldn't work out what any of that had to do with the Vera MSC. They had wanted him to prevent the Vera from reaching Italy for 21 days. That suggested that whatever cargo the ship was carrying, it needed to be delayed. The question remained, what had they taken on board in Japan? He made a mental note to find out. Then Angelo pushed to his feet and kept moving. At the stern of the vessel, he took a vertical access shaft all the way to the surface. He waited at the top, carefully listening for any sounds from his enemies, or anyone else for that matter. When he was as certain as he could get that he was alone, he disengaged the watertight lock on the door using his engineering access code. It would be automatically registered on the bridge. He just hoped the captain would have the foresight not to disclose it to these murderous pirates. He carefully braced himself for a fight and prepared to open the door. It was a terrible risk, but he had to warn someone about the Shaco. Not just the Shaco, it was the Shaco Syndicate, an Italian-run people-smuggling mafia that ran drugs, weapons, and people in the highly profitable Sahara. Angelo opened the door. He waited a good 30 seconds, listening for the sound of breathing, footsteps, or anything that might indicate that one of his enemies was nearby. Slowly, quietly, he made his way outside. He waited again for another 30 seconds just to make sure he was alone, then closed the hatch and moved through the narrow gaps between the freight containers, heading toward the absolute stern of the cargo ship. It was there that he found what he was looking for. Secured in its purpose-built cradle was the Vera MSC's free-fall lifeboat. The specialized craft was designed for a quick and safe evacuation in emergency situations. This one was mounted on the stern for easy access and deployment in rough seas. It was aerodynamically shaped, with high-strength fiberglass that could accommodate a full crew of 30 people. Fully enclosed, watertight, and with a fire-resistant hull, it provided maximum protection against harsh weather conditions and extreme temperatures. The interior of the lifeboat was equipped with comfortable seating, complete with harnesses to secure the occupants during the launch. There were also essential survival supplies, such as food, water, first aid kits, emergency communication equipment, and navigational aids stored on board. It was the satellite phone and the emergency position indicating radio beacon, known as EPIRB, that he was after. Angelo quickly climbed the steps up onto the specifically designed launch ramp. He opened the hatch and climbed inside, closing it behind him to conceal his presence from any would-be watchers. He strapped himself into the pilot chair, switched on the freefall lifeboat's power mains. He could taste freedom. Angelo knew that 12 hours ago they were running somewhere along the east coast of Africa, approaching Madagascar. He was below decks when the ship changed course, but knew they were heading northeast by the angle of the sun. He tried to picture where they were. They could be on their way to Sri Lanka, Malaysia, or perhaps simply 12 hours deep into the Indian Ocean. It didn't matter. The lifeboat carried enough diesel for a range of 300 nautical miles. It might not get him to land, but close enough to reach a main shipping lane. The important thing was that he didn't want to switch on the EPIRB transponder just yet. That would flag his location and provide it to the Vera MSC. The terrorists would come get him right away. No, he needed to get away from this vessel. Then he would switch on his transponder radio and start trying to pick up local maritime traffic. Angelo strapped himself into the safety harness. It was 5-pointed, the same sort of harness used in Formula One cars, designed to keep him safe in the 80-foot drop into the ocean below. He double-checked the safety system for launch. The free-fall lifeboat was designed to self-right after impact with the water, ensuring it would remain upright and stable even in rough seas. Once launched, the little craft was propelled by an inboard diesel engine, allowing the crew to navigate to a safe location away from the distressed ship. Below him, he heard a man shout, "Hey! This hatch is unlocked!" Angelo's eyes darted back toward the maintenance conduit. Someone must have been going around checking every one of them, trying to find a way into the watertight compartment. There were 2 men standing at the hatchway. Both were carrying semi-automatics. The taller of the 2 of them said, "You go inside and secure the tail end of the maintenance conduit and wait there for me." The second one said, "Where are you going?" "I want to check the lifeboat, just in case he has ideas of getting off this ship." "Good idea." Angelo cursed silently under his breath. He ran his eyes across the safety instruments, confirming that the freefall lifeboat was secure and its watertight hatch was locked. He pulled the launch lever. It was meant to release its holding mechanism, allowing it to fall from its cradle, sliding down the ramp, before free-falling directly into the ocean. Instead, nothing happened. A flashing light on the side of the dashboard indicated that the safety clips had been inserted and locked. They were designed to prevent the lifeboat from accidentally triggering its release while the cargo ship was at dry dock. The locks themselves required a key and were stored in the captain's quarters at the bridge. It was illegal for them to be locked while the vessel was at sea, but Angelo quickly guessed it was one of the first things the hijackers had done when they boarded the ship to prevent any would-be escapees from leaving. Sweating with effort and anxiety, he swallowed hard with a dry throat. From the deck, he heard footsteps running up the metal stairs toward him. The watertight hatch was shut tight. Angelo held his breath and wondered how long a closed doorway would hold off the men who were intent on killing him. Chapter 30. Trident GS. Sam watched as his mysterious prize was winched aboard the Trident. He had brought out a small table from inside the mission room and set it up on the deck. The chest was unceremoniously dumped on top of it so that Sam could examine its contents. Ordinarily, it would have been a delicate process involving detailing every aspect of the locked box and its craftsmanship before determining how to open it while inflicting the least amount of damage. It was a notoriously painstaking process, ordinarily. Sam stared at what appeared to be an old and perhaps ancient chest, measuring approximately 12 inches in length, 8 inches in width, and 5 inches in height. The rectangular box was adorned with hieroglyphs. A patina of age blanketed the bronze surface, revealing a deep greenish hue that added an air of mystery to the ancient treasure. Tom examined it. "What do you think?" Sam shook his head. "I don't know yet. It certainly looks to have come from ancient Egypt." He picked up the box. It was heavy, but much too light to have been made from gold or any other precious metal. Instead, he guessed it was probably brass. The exterior of the box featured a captivating bas-relief design, showcasing an array of sacred symbols and figures. A prominent carving of the Egyptian god Anubis, the jackal-headed deity associated with mummification and the afterlife, was found on the lid, suggesting that the box may have once held significant ritualistic or funerary objects. Other deities, such as Isis, Hathor, and Horus, were also depicted on the box's various sides, which were framed by columns of hieroglyphs that hint at the purpose or origin of the artifact. It had a rusted lock on its side. Tom said, "I suspect it's valuable." Sam made a theatrical sigh. "So do I. Unfortunately, we must remove that ship, and although Egypt has strict laws on archaeological discoveries being protected, the message being communicated to us from the government through the SCA officials is that no time is to be wasted on archaeology at the expense of delaying the refloating of the Trident and freedom to navigate the Suez Canal." Tom picked up the pry bar. "That sounds pretty self-explanatory. Do you want the honors, or should I?" Sam took the pry bar. "I'd better do it. My family's already in serious bankruptcy-level trouble. If some government official's going to get further upset, it may as well be with us." Tom gave a half-shrug, as though it were neither here nor there with him. Sam etched the tip of the pry bar into the rusted brass lock. It took 2 small jabs, and the dilapidated lock snapped. He pushed the sharp end of the bar into the gap between the top and bottom parts of the lid and pried it open. The hinges gave a creaking groan before giving way, and the lid popped open. A secondary box, nestled inside, was lined with a layer of fabric, now degraded and fragile due to the passage of time. His eyes landed on the internal side of the lid. A geometric pattern etched into the interior surface caught his attention. The design was reminiscent of the stars and constellations, possibly a representation of the ancient Egyptians' profound understanding of astronomy and their deep connection to the cosmos. It might have marked a specific time and date, or possibly some sort of celestial map used to navigate the desert, made by the combined efforts of ancient cartographers and astronomers. He pulled back the degraded fabric and swore. Inside was a relatively modern, heavy-duty, watertight plastic container nestled securely within the ancient-looking exterior. The unexpected presence of the plastic container suggested that the box was not an authentic artifact, but rather a replica sold in a local market. If it was legitimate, someone had more recently discovered it and used a modern plastic container to preserve something within its watertight space inside. He popped open the latch. Inside was a single item, a leather-bound journal. Sam picked it up and grinned. "I'll bet you'll make for a fascinating read." Chapter 31. Sam informed the excavator operators they were free to continue their work, and to notify him if they found any more unusual artifacts. He then took the journal inside the mission room and sat down to read. Tom grabbed a soft drink from the fridge. "You want anything?" Soft drink was more addictive to him than junk food. Sam could have used a beer, but he wanted to keep his wits about him. "I'll have a Dr. Pepper." "Sure." Tom couldn't withhold his grin. "Here, catch." He threw Sam a can of the drink. Sam caught it and popped it open with a hiss and took a mouthful of its sugary goodness. "Thanks." Tom shook his head. "I don't know how you can drink that stuff. Tastes like cough syrup." Sam turned his palms upward in a gesture that suggested it wasn't the first time he'd received the question about his choice of soft drink. "Honestly, it's not even the taste, it's the memory." Tom arched an eyebrow. "The memory?" A long time ago, I sailed across the Pacific in a small yacht, a Catalina 42, to be exact. I was young and stupid and full of bravado. How many weeks ago was this? Tom asked, a teasing tone in his voice. Sam swallowed a retort and simply smiled, as though lost in the distant past. The yacht was rigged for solo sailing. A friend of the family had bought it, and despite his inexperience, he'd asked me to sail it for him, with him. It was to be my first ocean crossing with myself in command. Although I'd had extensive sailing experience with my father and brother, it was going to be the first time with me in charge. Tom sat down, nursed his own drink, a root beer, and settled down to listen to the story. Sam paused long enough to take a sip of the soft drink. We left from Cabo San Lucas in Mexico and were meant to sail through to Hilo on the Big Island, Hawaii. I remember hearing about this trip. I was away with my family on vacation. By the time you got back, nobody talked about it. Yeah, some tales are best kept to oneself. Well, I want to know about it, Tom said. What happened? My friend went crazy and nearly killed me. Tom watched him, waiting for him to elaborate. When Sam didn't, he swore and said, "Oh my gosh, you're serious?" Afraid so. Sam nodded, surprised at how much the past could still affect him. He got terribly seasick. We hoped he would develop his sea legs in a few days' time. Instead, he got desperately dehydrated, delirious, and deadly. How come? He went insane, ran around the yacht with a machete, trying to protect the ship from who knows what. Invisible pirates, or the little people, for all I know. How did that turn out? Badly. I bet. Sam looked at him, but his gaze was staring at a memory several thousand miles away and 20 years old. I slept the rest of the trip on the deck of the yacht. We split the boat up, him down below and me up above. We were both armed with machetes. It almost worked, too. Tom frowned. What happened? A storm hit. Sam drew another breath. It was late May. He shook his head again. They called it the coconut milk run. Trade winds blow for 3 months of the year during that time, at a steady 10 to 15 knots, used by the ancient sailors of the Pacific Islands for millennia. Except on that day, those winds rose to 60 knots, ranging to 85. I reduced the sails until there was nothing but a foot of cloth, keeping us running with the wind. Then I locked myself down below with a madman. Tom shook his head. How did it end? 3 days later, Poseidon relinquished his grip, and the storm abated. We sailed into Hilo not long afterwards, arriving on Memorial Day. I jumped ship and walked into town. Nothing was open but a McDonald's. I bought a burger, I don't remember which one, but I also got one of those giant soft drinks filled with Dr. Pepper. I don't know why. I can't remember much about that trip, but I remember that Dr. Pepper as being one of the happiest moments of my life, as that was when I realized I was safe. Tom smiled. His eyes were wide with wonder. Heck of a story! A few seconds later, Sam placed the Dr. Pepper on the table and said, Here's to another. He opened the journal. The name of a ship was on the first page, the MS Asion, followed by the date, June 5, 1967. Next to that was a name, Clément Plouffe. Tom! Sam's eyes widened in an involuntary expression of surprise. The owner of this journal was a bosun on one of the ships of the Yellow Fleet. Chapter 32. The Yellow Fleet, 1967 to 1975. The Yellow Fleet Tom asked, finishing his soft drink and setting it down. A wry grin formed on Sam's lips. You haven't heard of it? Not that I recall. Sam leaned back in his chair. Remember the 6-Day War, when hostilities broke out between Israel and Egypt in June 1967? Sure, Tom replied. I studied history. Right. Well, at that time, 15 cargo ships were sailing northwards through the Suez Canal when both ends of the canal were abruptly closed. It soon became obvious that the canal would remain out of service for some time as ships, dredgers, other floating craft, and even a bridge were sunk to block the canal. Okay. The thing is, after the war began, those 15 cargo vessels and their respective crews remained trapped for 8 years within the Suez Canal. 8 years? That's ridiculous. I agree. Can you imagine being a sailor, innocently going about your business, then ending up caught between two warring nations? The stranded ships were from West Germany, Sweden, France, the United Kingdom, the United States, Poland, Bulgaria, and Czechoslovakia. They were ultimately nicknamed the Yellow Fleet. Why the Yellow Fleet? Sam smirked. It was the color of every ship stuck there once the desert sand coated them over the years. Shocked and appalled for the luckless sailors, Tom swore. Sam's eyes lit. He lifted his chin. I know, right? Throughout those years, the Israeli and Egyptian armies faced off against each other on either side of the Suez Canal. Sometimes raiding parties from both sides would slip across the canal to carry out intelligence-gathering missions. In 1975, when the war was over and the Suez Canal reopened, ships were allowed to leave after 8 years of being stranded. At that time, only 2 of those vessels could move under their own power. Glad I missed it. I'd rather have my entire body waxed and tarred 100 times than remain between 2 warring nations for 8 years. Interesting visual, Sam laughed. Tom sat back, shut his eyes, and relaxed while Sam got to work on the journal. Sam began to read the journal of Clément Plouffe, a bosun on the French cargo ship MS Océan. Plouffe described how his ship was one of 15 marooned vessels. 14 ships were forced to anchor in the widest part of the Suez Canal, the Great Bitter Lake. Sadly, some scuttled ships cut off the American vessel, the SS Observer. It had to anchor in Lake Timsah. Plouffe wrote with the evocative honesty of a seasoned novelist, portraying his sense of incredulity, disbelief, and eventually acceptance, as it became obvious that the ships were going to be stuck inside the Great Bitter Lake, at the heart of the Suez Canal, for some time. Everyone agreed that Bitter Lake had been appropriately named, as they were angry and unhappy at the conflict, at their circumstances, and of being confined. He felt as restricted as a prisoner of war. Sam fingered through the lengthy stories, slowly pausing to read about the mundane life of the trapped crew members. In October 1967, the officers and crews of 14 ships met on the Melampus to launch the Great Bitter Lake Association, which provided mutual support and lines of communication. A postal system evolved, and the Egyptian Postal Authority recognized these stamps. The handcrafted postage stamps became collector's items around the world. Crew members organized social events, founded a yachting club, and held the Bitter Lake Olympic Games to complement the 1968 Summer Olympics in Mexico City. Lifeboat races were coordinated. Soccer games were played on the largest ship, the MS Port Invercargill, while church services were held on the West German motor ship Nordwind. Movies were shown on the Bulgarian freighter Vasilevsky, while the Swedish Kilara had a pool. In 1969, the vessels were gathered into several groups to further reduce the number of crew necessary for their upkeep. Those crew left to maintain the vessels were rotated every 3 months. In 1972, the last crew members of the German ships were finally sent home, with the maintenance of the ships left to a Norwegian company. Plouf's diary spoke of tedium and disbelief that he had to spend his days caught in the middle of a war that finished years earlier. Sam turned the page and found a drawing of a felucca. "There," he said, pointing to the traditional Egyptian wooden sailboat. "This is what we found." Tom looked at the sketch and whistled. "Beautiful young lady." "Yeah, she was a sweet little boat." Plouf discussed how he'd purchased supplies from a merchant who traded with the Yellow Fleet and set to work constructing the traditional sailboat. It started as a labor that began from boredom, but soon rose to that of love. The bosun started dedicating time to sailing the Suez Canal, starting off small and refining his solo sailing skills by sailing throughout the lakes. Soon he progressed to voyaging both ends of the Suez Canal. Most of his personal records were filled with trivial notes, bored ramblings of someone who was starting to wonder if he was going to spend the rest of his life trapped between two countries who had long since stopped fighting. Sam casually flicked through the rest of the journal and was about to put it away, having assuaged his curiosity over the original question of where the felucca had come from, when something on the next page caught his eye. It was a series of hand-drawn sketches depicting the inside of what appeared to be an Egyptian tomb. There were hieroglyphs, pictographs, and detailed drawings of a pharaoh's sarcophagus. Sam read along, now with eager haste. He was trying to determine where he had gotten them while confined within the Suez Canal, and nowhere near any known Egyptian pyramids or temples. Sam backtracked several pages, attempting to find what he was looking for. A terrible khamsin had apparently struck Egypt. From the Arabic word for 50, these dry, sand-filled windstorms blew sporadically in Egypt over a 50-day period in spring, hence the name. When the storm passed over the area, it lasted for several hours and carried great quantities of sand and dust. With a speed up to 90 miles an hour, the humidity in that area would drop below 5%. Even in winter, the temperatures rise above 113 degrees Fahrenheit due to the storm. Historically, these sandstorms were reported to have seriously impeded both Napoleon's military campaigns in Egypt as well as Allied German fighting in North Africa in World War II. Plouf wrote that this khamsin dumped a layer of sand several feet deep over everything stationary. This sand pooled in the north of the Suez Canal. There, a destroyed bridge, combined with a sunken ship, formed a near watertight dam. This coincided with the low end of a king tide, when the sea was at its most extreme. This one happened during the perigean, when the sun and moon lined up closest to the earth. When the storm finally abated, Plouf woke up to a phenomenon never seen previously or since. With the northern end of the canal completely blocked with sand, the receding king tide had drawn most of the water out of the southern end of the Suez Canal. It dropped the height of the canal by more than 15 feet. Plouf took his felucca out of storage in his cargo ship, lowered it into the shallow water, and spent the day sailing north. At a point just north of El Kantara El Sharkia, he discovered the opening to a tunnel. Ordinarily it was flooded, but the unique combination of an outgoing king tide, along with the khamsin damming the northern end of the canal, meant that the ancient tunnel was opened to the world for the first time in many centuries. The water lapped halfway up the uncovered vaulted canal. Plouffe wrote a description of this normally hidden tunnel, the offshoot of a canal under the Suez Canal. He found the canal's walls and arches had been constructed using limestone blocks, carefully cut and shaped to fit together securely. The blocks had likely been sourced from nearby quarries, such as those under the Giza Plateau or along the Nile River. Functionally, arches would distribute the weight of the structure evenly, providing increased support and stability. This was particularly important when constructing a canal that would hold the weight of the water it carried. Aesthetically, the curves had created a visually appealing look, reflecting the artistic sensibilities of ancient Egyptian architecture. The interior of the canal had been lined with mortar or plaster to create a smoother surface and minimize water seepage. There had been talks of the ancient pharaohs having built part of the Suez Canal or similar waterways to provide water for the old cities, but there was no known record of one starting near El Kantara El Sharkia. The waterway may have been used for irrigation, transportation, or as a part of a larger water management system, or had it been built for access to an ancient temple. Plouffe, filled with a naturally inquisitive mind, egged on by years of perpetual boredom, decided he needed to find out. He quickly dismantled his felucca's mast, attached the oars, and began rowing into the subterranean canal. Plouffe used an old oil lamp, which was stored on the felucca as a navigation light, to shine the way. Its soft glow reflected across the arched dome above the subterranean tunnel where receding seawater still dripped. Sam skipped over some of the sections of the journal that referred to Plouffe's difficult journey through the dark passageway. Instead, he concentrated on a section where Plouffe discovered an Egyptian burial tomb at the end of the canal. This brought him to the part of the journal that had first caught Sam's attention: the sketches of hieroglyphics and various pictographs that depicted the wealthy pharaoh. The next 3 pages were dedicated to Plouffe's illustrations of what could only be referred to as an ancient map. Sam studied the manuscript. He couldn't work out whether the diagrammatic representation was now illegible after decades had withered its image, or if it was incomplete, or simply poorly reproduced by the inadequate artist who made the sketches. Sam stared at Tom. "This look familiar to you?" Tom shook his head. "Afraid not." "No, me either. I'll send it to Elise and see if she can match it to any known cartographer's maps of the era or modern-day topographies." Sam studied the next few pages, then a few more, and more. They were all fixated on the chart he had transcribed. Plouffe had clearly become preoccupied by it. There were copious notes over and over. If he followed these clues, he felt certain he would soon find an unimaginable amount of gold. Tom suppressed a smug smile. "Sam, is this what I think it is?" Sam's eyes lit with excitement, and he grinned. "Yeah, I think what we have here is a bona fide Egyptian treasure map." Chapter 33. Sam quelled any thoughts of going on a treasure hunt. He had just 4 days to achieve a miracle and bring the Trident to the surface, and tow her out of the Suez Canal. Whatever reward he might find would pale by comparison to the loss he would undoubtedly suffer as a result of failing to free the Trident. Sam had made the mental note to follow Plouffe's subterranean journey through the now fully submerged canal at a future date, once the Trident had been freed. In the meantime, he sent details of Clément Plouffe and the ship he was on board to Elise, in the hope she might shed some light on what happened to him, how his felucca ended up sunken, where he was now, and if he ever found what he was looking for. He'd expected it to be a long shot. Elise was good, but this had happened in the 1970s, some 5 decades ago. 10 minutes after Sam had given the details to Elise, he got a call back from her. Sam answered it. What did I forget? Nothing. Sam could imagine Elise with her winning smile on the other end of the line. I have a phone number for you. You're joking. No? For Clément Plouffe? No. Monsieur Plouffe died in a nursing home 3 years ago. Elise paused. I have a contact number for his only living relative, a niece named Caroline Plouffe. She lives in Quebec, Canada. Sam said, You are amazing, Elise. Thank you. A few minutes later, armed with the journal and a pencil and a blank notepad, Sam dialed the woman's number. The phone went through to her voicemail. Sam listened to the recorded message, picturing a young, vivacious Quebecoise. He was about to leave a message when she answered in French. Hello. Hello. Caroline Plouffe? This is she. My name's Sam Reilly. The woman's tone was polite but curt. I'm sorry, Mr. Reilly. Whatever it is you're selling, I'm not interested. Sam drew a breath. I understand, ma'am. I'm not selling you anything. I found something that I believe belonged to your late uncle, Clément Plouffe. He waited, letting that sink in for a moment. Ma'am, are you still there? He asked, piercing the silence. I'm sorry? Are you from the nursing home or something? I can't imagine my uncle leaving anything of value. No, I'm a maritime salvager. I'm currently working to free the Trident GS from where it's blocked the transiting of cargo ships along the Suez Canal. You might have heard of the incident. The woman drew a sharp, inadvertent breath. The Suez Canal? This has something to do with the Yellow Fleet, doesn't it? Yes. As a matter of fact, I found your uncle's old felucca. If you found that old boat he built by hand, you've probably found his journal. That's right. So you want to know about the treasure? Oh, yes, please, Sam grinned. It's just my curiosity now, but did he find it? I'm not sure it ever existed. What do you know? His search for riches nearly got him killed. Sam exhaled slowly. How? If you've read his journal, then you would know that Clément found a hidden subterranean canal dating back to the early Egyptian dynasties. Yeah, I got some of it. Well, my uncle was consumed, beyond obsessed. He found a burial temple at the end of the subterranean canal. Knowing it would become fully submerged as soon as the tide shifted, the sand blocking the northern end of the Suez Canal, he spent every night and day there making as many notes as possible. He secured this information in his journal. By the time he left, that tunnel was so flooded he barely got out alive. He nearly drowned in there. Yeah, that's right. Greed kept him longer than was safe. The felucca became more and more compressed between the vaulted ceiling and the rapidly rising sea. Eventually, my uncle could no longer row the boat. What happened? He jumped out and swam, pulling the felucca behind him. As the water rose to keep moving, he was forced to tip the hull on its side. Eventually, his craft became stuck. Knowing full well that it was the last chance he would ever get to enter the tunnel, he tipped the boat all the way on its side. Sam arched his eyebrow with incredulity. His boat filled with water and sank? Everything has a limit. What did he do then? He swam outside the tunnel, and he and his boat returned to the Suez Canal. His little ship was full of water, but it was made of wood with few buoyant compartments. It didn't sink all the way to the ground. No, just a foot or so underwater. Sam grinned. Clement didn't let it go. No, he drifted out into the Suez Canal. All he wanted was his journal back with its precious drawings and what he believed to be directions to a lost treasure. But they were stored in a small watertight safe, locked in a secret compartment within the felucca. He tried to dive down to retrieve it, but the chest, locked in the hold, was impossible to free. What happened? By the time he and the semi-sunken felucca drifted into the Suez Canal, it was midnight on a moonless night, and darkness shrouded everything. With the water roughly half a foot above the small sailboat's deck, it was impossible to shift the boat toward the shore. Instead, he lifted the mast and tried to raise the sail. How did that go? Mr. Reilly, you said one of your excavators dug my uncle's felucca up, so I guess we both know how that went for my uncle. What happened? Clement raised his sail. A light breeze caught the cloth, but with the hull already under water, it simply didn't have enough buoyancy to move. The sailboat tipped on its side. Then it rapidly began sailing toward the bottom of the Suez Canal. Did he mark the location? He mentally tried, but he lost sight of the felucca and had no way of knowing whether it had kept drifting down the canal or sunk into the seabed below. He ran along the bank of the Suez Canal and tried to keep track of the sinking ghost ship, but a mixture of cold seeping into his body and the wraith-like night meant it soon disappeared permanently. After that, he never entered the submerged canal or enlisted the Egyptian government's help with the archaeological discovery. Uh-huh, she sighed. Something about this whole thing sent Clement crazy. How so? He couldn't stop searching. He really believed in a lost fortune. It sent him crazy. When the shipping company began changing their crews every 3 months, he volunteered to remain aboard. He insisted. He then spent all his waking time trying to locate that felucca again. Sam asked, why? He kept talking about his hunt for his lost treasure. But what treasure exactly? Sam asked, his interest piqued. I thought you said the tunnel led to a tomb with hieroglyphics. The riches weren't there. Caroline sighed. Not inside the tomb, anyway. But? Look, my uncle's mind was rambling in the later years of his life. If you ask me, that decade spent mostly alone, maintaining the MS Essayant, really had an effect on him. Eventually, someone realized he was losing his mind. They stepped in, insisting he go home. Sam said, let me guess. He refused. Exactly. He offered his services on another ship, but his employment was declined. In the end, Clement simply squatted for several years. After the Suez Canal reopened, he kept looking for his ship. He bought scuba gear and searched the canal. However, the tides and shifting sands had all but washed away any evidence of his felucca. In the end, his obsession bankrupted him. He thought whatever he'd found inside that tomb was his ticket to the sort of freedom that only obscene amounts of wealth can buy. Exactly. But there was no treasure. If you ask me, there wasn't. I see. And if you asked Clement, he would tell you that those ancient hieroglyphs were a map to a fortune in gold. A map? Sam asked. What made him think that? I mean, they were hieroglyphics. Unless he understood ancient Egyptian pictography, they wouldn't mean much at all to him. There were drawings of distance, direction, and symbols for mountains, oases, and other desert areas. It was a map. Did he know where these places were? No, but he thought he knew where the map led to. Go on, Sam said. I'm listening. There was a name. It stood out because it wasn't written in hieroglyphics. So he copied it down, and later, having received numerous books on ancient cryptography, which he had mailed to various experts, he discovered the name was in Latin. Once he did, it didn't take much to find out what it meant. You must understand, all of this took years. I mean, it wasn't like he had anything like Google to use back in the 1960s to find quick answers to his questions. Sam said, "What did it mean?" Caroline said, "Well, if you believed him?" "Sure." "The Midas Vault." As in where King Midas stored his unlimited supply of gold? Exactly. And gold, you might know, is a funny thing. It has a certain power over people, a type of magic. It can completely ensnare otherwise sensible people and make them do stupid things. Gold does seem to be able to put a spell on humans, Sam acknowledged, having seen it all too well so many times previously. So your uncle never found it? The Midas Vault? Sam nodded. Yeah. No, King Midas was a legend, nothing more. And the myth of unlimited gold is a story for children to believe. No more real than ghosts. I understand. Sam grinned. But you know, you'd be surprised how many times I've seen ghosts come to life. Chapter 34. Ancient Pyramids of Meroë, 17 days out. Professor Xavier Griffith's mouth was set in a line of grim determination. There was no going back after today. He was going to steal the second Golem. If the Sudanese government knew it, they would hunt him down and do everything in their power to prevent it. Fortunately, they didn't know it had been discovered, and if they had, they would have no idea just how valuable it was. Beneath the ancient sands, a team of laborers worked tirelessly to extract the priceless artifact, a large golem hidden deep within a forgotten burial chamber of the Kushite pyramid. This golem was a magnificent specimen, crafted from the legendary metal orichalcum, of which its only known source was from Atlantis. It stood at an impressive 7 feet in height, with intricate hieroglyphs engraved on its gleaming surface, reflecting the dim flashlight. The ancient passageway that separated the burial chamber with the labyrinthian maze of tunnels was flooded, forming a type of sump which needed to be overcome. To free the golem, the team had devised a complex system of ropes, pulleys, and flotation devices, all designed to ease the enormous burden and carefully navigate the flooded chamber. The delicate system had been rigged to transport the golem from inside the burial chamber, through the flooded chambers, into the labyrinth, and all the way to the surface, via 4 distinct sections. The laborers had first secured a network of sturdy ropes around the golem's chest and legs, making sure the knots were secure. These ropes were connected to a series of pulleys that hung from the pyramid's stone ceiling. The pulleys had been carefully positioned to distribute the weight of the golem evenly, preventing any damage to the ancient structure. Xavier set up his scuba gear on the rocks that lined the entry to the ancient chamber. Sitting down, he quickly began setting up his equipment. He donned his scuba gear alongside Sandik, who would help him make the final preparations to attach the golem to the system inside the burial tomb. They would soon be followed by another group of laborers who would help with the heavy lifting. Xavier double-checked Sandik's equipment, confirming everything was okay. He placed the regulator into his mouth and with his right, placed the face mask firmly across his eyes. Xavier took a few tentative breaths. The tanks they were using now had been refilled with air via a compressor that they had taken with them. They had set it up in a tent that doubled as a makeshift dive shop, just in front of the closest entrance to the flooded section of the tomb. The air tasted fresh somehow, no longer stale. He glanced at his air gauge. It seemed to be holding its place. Xavier made an OK symbol to Sandik, who repeated it back to him, and then carefully stepped down into the icy cold waters. He depressed the deflator on his buoyancy control device. Air hissed out of the dump valve, and he slowly sank under the water. The volcanic stairwell appeared to descend much deeper than he was expecting, maybe 20 or 30 feet. The clarity of the water had made its depth deceiving. He gripped the flashlight attached to his right wrist and cast the stream of light across the dark walls. His ears still hurt, despite being diligent with the equalizing process. He vowed to give up diving as soon as he combined the 3 golems. Let someone else, a younger person, do the difficult and dangerous stuff. He continued trying to equalize. Nope, still painful, as usual. Nothing he could do about it. Xavier led the dive. Although both he and Sandik had now made the journey so many times, he could do it comfortably in the dark. He recalled the first dive, when the still water had been crystal clear. Now, after numerous dives by various laborers who set up the golem's cradle, harness, and rigging, the water had become clouded, impossible to see through. In the murky depths of the flooded Egyptian passageway, both divers embarked on an underwater exploration, their torches casting eerie shadows on the ancient stone walls. As they finned their way through the tunnel, the water swirled with sediment. The passageway stretched on endlessly, like a watery road to the heart of an ancient civilization. The only sounds that filled the eerie silence were the rhythmic inhalation and exhalation of their regulators. Suddenly, Xavier's breath caught in his throat. Panic rose in his chest as he tried to take another breath, but the life-giving air refused to flow. Desperation crept in, and his heart pounded faster, quickening into a machine gun tempo. He fumbled with his dive gear, searching for the source of the problem. To his horror, he discovered that his air cylinder had been turned off. He could feel the crushing weight of the water pressing down on him, like the stone walls closing in. With the last bit of energy he could muster, Xavier kicked his legs furiously, propelling himself toward the end of the passageway. His lungs hurt, and his vision blurred as the dark tunnel elongated before his eyes. With every stroke he clawed his way through the water, desperate for survival. Finally he broke through to the other side, gasping for air as he resurfaced in the dimly lit chamber. As his breath returned, Xavier turned to confront his would-be assassin. His eyes widened in an involuntary expression of surprise. Sandik had tried to kill him. The question was, why? Sandik climbed out of the flooded passageway, up into the ancient burial chamber. He removed his dive equipment, starting with his fins, face mask, and eventually buoyancy control device, with its attached air tank. Panting with adrenaline, the need for oxygen, and horror, Xavier confronted him immediately. "You want to tell me what that was about?" "What?" Sandik replied, his face a mask of feigned innocence. Xavier stared into the man's face. He appeared nonplussed, but the cold calculation in his eyes revealed the truth. Sandik had intentionally turned off Xavier's air cylinder, hoping to leave him lifeless in the depths of the ancient tomb. Sandik stepped closer, his face a mask of indifference. "Professor, what has got into you?" Xavier turned his hands outward in a gesture of supplication. "You tried to kill me," he puffed. "That's all. Look, let's talk." "There's not much to talk about really, Professor. It's over." Xavier's eyes narrowed. "But why?" "You can't steal the ancient Kushite treasure It's of national importance, and I won't let you get your hands on it out of greedy desire. That's what you think this is about, isn't it? This golem is part of something infinitely more valuable than gold. It belongs to the people of Sudan. Xavier nodded. Perhaps you're right, but that doesn't change the fact that I've made a deal with the relic hunter, and some deals you just can't walk away from and live. In the dimly lit chamber, Sandik reached behind his back and produced a Zandi knife, the crescent-shaped blade glinting menacingly in the sparse light. The etchings on the blade seemed to dance as Sandik brandished the weapon. Xavier, his instincts sharpened by years of experience in the Marines and his time in Afghanistan all those years ago, caught a glimpse of the blade and reacted with lightning speed. As Sandik lunged forward, Xavier sidestepped the attack, the deadly edge of the knife narrowly missing his torso. He kicked the younger man's left knee in the process. It was a brutal blow, with all his rotund body weight behind it, and Sandik rolled to the ground. In the process, he tried to slice him with the blade. With practiced precision, Xavier struck Sandik's wrist with a scything motion. The blade came free, landing with a clanking sound on the granite floor. Both men raced for it. Xavier was closer. He grabbed the weapon. Sandik dived toward him. Xavier didn't hesitate. He lifted the crescent blade upward in a decisive thrust, plunging the Zandi knife into Sandik's chest, penetrating his heart. Sandik's own weight forced the blade home. The man crumpled to the ground, his life extinguished by the very blade he had intended to use on Xavier. Xavier was a big guy, but he wasn't young. The exertion alone nearly killed him. With his lungs pounding in his chest, he tried to suck in much more needed air through pursed lips. He shook his head, looking at Sandik. All he could think of was what a terrible waste. Toward the water, he saw a couple stray bubbles escape. A shadow of fear crept across his face. His heart raced again. The next set of divers would begin their journey through the flooded sump in a few minutes. He paused to check out the granite sarcophagus. The top had already been cracked and pulled to the side, revealing the dusty remains of an ancient pharaoh. An elaborate wooden frame had been constructed next to it to hold the heavy lid. He and Sandik were supposed to close it so that future archaeologists could properly examine the sarcophagus and the royal body in the future. Xavier had a plan. It was abhorrent to him, but there was no way he was going to be caught with the murder of Sandik in Sudan. Such a crime would result in a fast trial and even faster death from capital punishment. He picked up Sandik's body and dropped it into the sarcophagus. A steady stream of bubbles began to rise from the submerged staircase. He ran toward the second set of scuba equipment, picked them up, and disposed of it all inside the sarcophagus. Xavier then quickly lifted the pry bar and slid the sarcophagus lid back on top, concealing the ancient pharaoh and Sandik together. The two divers came through less than a minute later. They were both local herders who had been brought in as cheap labor for Xavier's team. Both were young men, their bodies strong and wiry. The younger of the two looked around the burial chamber before his eyes landed on Xavier with an amiable smile. "Where's Sandik?" "You don't know?" Xavier turned his palms outward in a gesture of confusion. "I understood he was staying back on the other side." Chapter 35. Vera MSC. The watertight hatch shook as if in an earthquake. Angelo stared in horror as his enemy jiggled the handle of the lifeboat he was hiding within. A moment later, Angelo flicked the switch, and the hatch unlocked. The man outside appeared to sense the change in the locking mechanism, and, finding the emergency opening lever, pried the large hatch open. He seemed determined. The stranger was a man in his 40s, with dark hair and a clean-shaven face. He leaned down, searching to see if anyone was inside. Angelo squeezed the trigger of his only weapon. It was a single-shot 25mm flare gun manufactured by Patel Ballistics. The trigger mechanism dropped the hammer onto the center fire pin. A red-hot flare shot through the air, striking his attacker in the middle of his chest. The calcium phosphide erupted in a violent orange-red flame, which burned at 1600 degrees. His target yelled in horror, stepped back, and in the confusion frantically tried to remove the burning flare from his chest with his bare hands. The pirate fell backward. Angelo raced toward the front of the lifeboat he was in to see where his attacker fell. His eyes traveled all the way down the side of the small craft, just in time to see him land in the water. The wounded man cried for help, but his voice was instantly drowned out by the sound of the Vera MSC's massive propeller churning the water, leaving a wake of whitewash nearly a mile long. Angelo quickly checked the rest of the equipment on board. The EPIRB was missing. So was the radio. The first aid kit was there. It was big enough that it filled a small backpack. He also found an additional 6 rounds of naval flares. He loaded one into the flare gun and pocketed the rest of them into the medical backpack just in case. He opened another drawer and struck gold. It was an iridium satellite phone. Angelo flipped open the sturdy phone and pressed the power button, waiting for it to come to life. As the display lit up, Angelo extended the antenna, preparing to search for available satellites to establish a connection. His entire body on edge with nerves, he navigated through the simple menu to initiate a search, his eyes fixed on the screen as it displayed its progress. The Iridium network, known for its global coverage, relied on a constellation of satellites that should have provided a strong signal even in the most remote areas. Come on, he murmured softly to himself, worried the green glow of the phone's moderate screen might act as a searchlight to his would-be attackers. The phone continued to scan for satellites. Angelo's anticipation turned to frustration. The device failed to lock onto any signal, and the screen displayed a disheartening message: no satellite found. Angelo furrowed his brow, perplexed by the lack of connectivity. He climbed out of the lifeboat, moving into a more open area, hoping to eliminate any potential interference, but the result remained the same. He swore in his native Italian. Wi-Fi signals were being jammed, cutting him off from the outside world. The realization sent a chill up his spine as he understood the implications of this sinister development. Without a working satellite phone, Angelo was isolated and exposed, with no means of communicating with the outside world. A moment later, his eyes landed on something else. It flickered in the sunlight. Angelo's eyes lit up, and he grinned. It was the submachine gun his attacker was carrying. He must have dropped it as he fell into the sea. The weapon became stuck on one of the support beams used to form part of the free-fall lifeboat's cradle. Angelo leaned in, careful not to follow his attacker into the sea, and retrieved the weapon. Then he quickly hid behind a large shipping container to examine his priceless, perhaps even life-saving find. His eyes narrowed on the weapon with an engineer's mind. He'd never even fired a gun, but he'd seen movies, and he sure as hell had operated more complex machinery every day of his life. It looked like a small machine gun, or was that called a submachine gun? He really didn't know, or even care. It was black, with the word Norinco. He'd heard of the company. He thought they made airplane parts or something. Apparently they made weapons too. On the other side of the handle, he found the weapon's name or model, QBZ-95. It had a barrel, a handle with a trigger, and a magazine. The magazine appeared to be made of plastic, so thin he could see the rounds inside. He couldn't count them, but it appeared to be full. Not that it mattered. If he needed more than a few shots to take his attackers down, he probably would have already lost the battle. Next to the trigger, he found a selector switch. There were 3 settings, 0, 1, and 2. He decided that 0 was the safety, where it was currently set. He gently squeezed the trigger. It confirmed what he thought when he found it stiff and immovable. If 0 was safe, then 1 had to be shoot. 2 must be shoot faster. Angelo grinned as he set the selector switch to 2, then said, "Now I've got a gun, you assholes!" Chapter 36. Trident GS. Sam and Tom had climbed the radar tower. It was positioned above the bridge and rose over 40 feet above the deck, offering them an eagle's eye view of the entire ship and its surroundings. Sam took in the progress they were making with a level of confidence he feared bordered on hubris. The bulldozers and excavators had dug a deep trench far into the eastern bank, more than 30 feet past the Trident's bulbous bow protruding from the ship. Dredgers were working now to remove the sand and gravel deep beneath the keel. A tanker was tied off perpendicular to the south of the Trident. 2 large pipes, like twin pythons, snaked inside the fuel hold where more than 3 million gallons of heavy oil had been removed. The ship already appeared to be resting higher in the water. To the north, the Mashur, the Suez Canal Authority's dredging flagship, was hard at work suctioning the gravel and sand from beneath the Trident's keel. And to the northwest, a pair of excavators had dug down to the old concrete Tobruk, left over from the Suez Crisis of 1956. Named after the Libyan city, the Tobruk was a small, circular, reinforced concrete bunker designed for 1 soldier, usually armed with a machine gun. They were shelters with a hatch at the top and an entry and exit door behind it. This top opening gave the soldier partial protection, while enabling him to sweep the area he was defending with a simple circular movement. A steel cable had been fed through the top opening of the bunker, through to the exit hatchway, and looped back around to form a cradle that was now bolted to the ground, or at least concreted in for the past 70-something years. A series of pulleys had been set up to create a mechanical advantage, along with a large motor, all feeding into a cable now attached to the stern of the Trident. A constant array of bubbles surfaced along the starboard side of the Trident, where Elisa's dive team worked around the clock to make repairs and block the gaping holes to the ship's hull. All in all, they were making excellent headway. Tom had a curious expression on his face. Sam had seen it on his friend's face many times over the years. The man was trying to work out something, the cogs of his sharp mind turning over various possibilities in silence. A wry smile washed over Sam's face. "What are you trying to work out?" Tom grinned. "What's the story with all the different colored shipping containers?" Sam laughed. "You want to know why there's a virtual rainbow?" "Yeah, I mean, surely it's cheaper just to paint them all the one color if it's about protecting the containers from the salty air. You don't think people just like to see a little bit of color in their cargo ships?" "I'm sure they do." Tom lifted his chin with certainty. "But I'm equally certain the shareholders would prefer responsible fiscal management and mounting profits than aesthetics." "True," Sam admitted. I think it would look boring all the one color, though. So what's the truth? Last time I checked, there were over 827 million shipping containers globally. There are a few reasons, but the main one has to do with coding. Different colors help depots and other facilities when storing containers. It solves the lengthy process of checking individual owner codes, as the color indicates what is in the container. White is reserved for perishable contents that need to be kept frozen during transport. Maroon and brown containers belong to leasing companies, and yellow, red, magenta, gray, orange, and green are usually related to the various transport companies' branding. Tom laughed. See? As much as you've tried to avoid it, shipping is in your blood. Sam nodded. That it is. Both men sat in silence, watching for a few minutes. There was lots of work to be done, but little for them to do right now. Not until the Trident was ready to refloat. Tasks were given to specialists who had their own teams to work with. Until the show was ready to start, Sam and Tom were little more than spectators. Tom finally broke the silence. There's something else that's on my mind. Concerned by the tone of his voice, Sam's lips straightened into a hard line. What is it? Tom held his breath, trying to find the right words. You look like crap, Sam. Sam grinned. Thanks. You too. Tom lifted a hand in a gesture that suggested Sam should hear him out. I mean it. I've been on many adventures with you and survived terrible battles, but I haven't seen you look like this before. Yeah, I know. I appreciate that you've noticed. What's going on? It's the pressure of this thing. Something about it being tied into the family fortune. My dad's absolute trust in my ability to achieve a miracle. Everything. It's got to me. Sam drew a breath. And I just haven't been sleeping. Really? Tom shook his head. You don't care about the money. Never have. I don't buy that. Maybe I don't care about the money because there's always been enough. And I mean for my exorbitant tastes in activities. But if my father goes bankrupt, the tequila's over. And everything else, too. I'll get a job, but it's not the same. Not after all we've achieved. Truth is, even that doesn't really bother me. But I couldn't imagine having to face my father's disappointment when he placed all of his trust in me without even a moment's reservation. Strange. Yeah, what can I say? The stress is getting to me with this one. Tom said, You need to do what you always do to relax. Sam gave a sort of half shrug. I normally dive into work when I want to relax. Tom burst out laughing. Exactly. You dive. What are you suggesting? Tom met his eyes with unblinking determination. I'm saying we should follow Clément Plouffe. Sam grinned. You think we should use Monsieur Plouffe's map to find the canal? What else have you got to do? We're going to try refloating the Trident in 3 days. I'll bet you $50 this will only take us 1. You're on. We'll take a motorboat up the canal to El Cantara El Sharkia. Locate the submerged entrance to this ancient Egyptian subterranean canal, and then use a pair of diver propulsion vehicles to reach the inner sanctum. Indeed. Tom nodded, as though it were all Sam's idea, and he was just going along for the ride. Sam grinned. All right, let's go find this forbidden temple. Chapter 37. The Chris Craft Corsair 28 skimmed across the waters of the Suez Canal. At the helm, Sam Reilly guided the powerful motor yacht through the empty canal at full speed. The boat had been a loan from Mike Ortega, one of his father's friends who had been on a fishing trip in the Mediterranean Sea off the coast of Cyprus when the Trident ran aground. The CEO of a company that specialized in shipping containers, he had decided to visit Sam's dad to offer whatever support he could. As Mike Ortega was spending the next couple of days on board the Trident, and without anywhere to tie off the small motor yacht, Sam was only too happy to take the vessel off his hands for the day. The motor yacht passed El Cantara El Sharkia, heading north. Sam eyed Tom, a wide grin on his parted lips. "You're right. I needed this." "I know," Tom replied, looking out at the architecture of the rising mosque in El Cantara El Sharkia that dominated the skyline. "You don't do well with time constraints when there's nothing you can do to make a difference." Sam eased off on the throttle. The Chris-Craft Corsair came off the aquaplane, its hull gently sinking back into the water. Sam further reduced speed, bringing it to idle. The powerful twin 300-horsepower motors were growling and grunting like a couple of tigers waiting to be released. Tom dropped the 3 buoys overboard. They were attached to ropes and trailed the motor yacht like a distant wake. Each one carried a single beam echo sounder, which synchronized to produce a bathymetric reading of the shape of the seafloor. Tom glanced at the bathymetric monitor. A small snapshot of the seabed came slowly into view. "We're getting a good reading." "Great. I'm starting the first run of the search grid." It was slower than expected. Definitely slower than Sam would have liked. He headed north of El Cantara El Sharkia for a full 5 miles. He brought the Chris-Craft Corsair right in close to the western bank of the Suez Canal. He turned around when the Suez Canal split into 2 channels that flowed into the Mediterranean Sea at Port Said. Sam looped around to the eastern bank and headed south. It was unlikely, but he wondered if he was misreading Plouffe's hand-drawn map of where the Egyptian tunnel originated, back to front somehow. He reached El Cantara El Sharkia with no luck. It boded poorly for their chances. It wasn't like they had a large area to survey. If the ancient tunnel was anywhere near El Cantara El Sharkia, they would have found it. Sam shook his head. "What do you think, Tom?" Tom stared at the map of the grid already searched. He frowned. "What about the middle of the canal?" "The middle?" "Yeah. Maybe that's why no one else has spotted it since Plouffe." "You think it's hidden in a cave or something at the middle of the channel and then heads west?" "It would explain why nobody had noticed it since the Yellow Fleet finally left the Suez Canal." "All right, let's give it a try." Sam circled north again at El Cantara El Sharkia and got roughly 500 feet along the center of the canal before something came up on the bathymetric monitor. Tom said, "I've got a change in topography here." Sam glanced at the screen. His eyes narrowed on something almost imperceptible. "What is that?" "I don't know. Some sort of slight undulation in the sandy bottom?" Tom stared at the image. "Any chance it's just silt buildup because of the lack of movement along the canal since the Trident ran aground?" "No way. We have the data from the 8-year blockade of the Suez Canal. One of the big concerns was that the canal would become silted up without regular dredging. It turned out to be a non-issue. Apparently 90% of the canal's silt was a result of currents caused by the turning of ships' propellers, which was virtually non-existent during that period. So what would have caused this?" "It seems unlikely. But if I had to guess, I'd say there's a little cavern there. Or more specifically, what looks like a little cave is the arched dome of an underground canal. We might be on to something." Sam grinned, moving to drop the anchor. "I'd say there's only one way to find out." Chapter 38. Sam and Tom were in the water 10 minutes later. They wore diving equipment and used closed-circuit rebreathers, fitted with integrated full-face masks and Vox digital underwater radios. To overcome large distance, they each used an electric diver propulsion vehicle. They descended slowly to the seabed floor. The bottom of the Suez Canal at this section was all sand, no gravel. The raised section was little more than a blip along the seafloor. Sam descended to the bottom, his fins steadily kicking as he made his way along the seabed. For a minute he thought they'd missed it completely. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the gap. It appeared to be little more than the opening of a stormwater drain or something, barely visible from above, blending in perfectly with the bottom sections of the canal. He switched on his flashlight and shone it inside. The entrance had become clogged with sand and debris over the years, but it quickly opened into a much larger tunnel, much too big to be a simple stormwater pipe. Sam's eyes narrowed on the beam. It glistened against the white of Egyptian limestone. Tom's eyes widened. "Bingo! That's what I'm thinking. Let's go." Sam gently opened the throttle and eased his way through the narrow constriction. His DPV glided effortlessly through into the large flooded tunnel. The underwater scooters whirred, propelling them forward as they navigated the enigmatic passageway. The submerged, enduring canal stretched for nearly 2 miles, a proof of engineering prowess of the ancient Egyptians. As Sam and Tom traversed its depths, the water around them swirled with sediment, revealing glimpses of a time long past. Sam marveled at the precision of the limestone blocks that formed the tunnel walls. They were lit up by the flicker of their dive lights, which cast eerie shadows on the ancient stone. Guided by their DPVs, Sam and Tom maintained a steady pace, the hum of the propulsion motors blending with the sound of their own breathing. The tunnel seemed to stretch on forever, a watery road to the secrets of a forgotten era. After what felt like an eternity, they finally spotted the rippling light of water up ahead. In a desert, it may have been a mirage, yet in a cave or a tunnel, such a shimmer generally indicated an air pocket, or in this case, the end of the submerged canal, the entrance to the lost temple. As Sam approached the mirage, the light of the DPV shone on a series of stone steps ascending into the gloom above. Abandoning their DPVs a couple steps above the waterline, Sam and Tom began the arduous climb, water cascading off their dive gear as they emerged from the flooded depths. The air in the chamber above was cool and musty, carrying the scent of undisturbed history. Upon reaching the top of the steps, they found themselves standing in a temple. In the dim light, thousands of hieroglyphic symbols adorned the walls. Sam's eyes widened. Plouffe was right. Chapter 39. Sam clicked on his flashlight. Light sliced through the darkness to reveal a massive chamber, its scale and grandeur almost too much for his eyes to comprehend. Elaborate carvings adorned the walls, while towering pillars stretched towards the ceiling, supporting the vast weight of the temple above. As Sam's flashlight swept across the room, it illuminated an ingenious oil lamp system. It was a complex network of channels and reservoirs carved into the stone, allowing oil to flow freely throughout the temple. This marvel of ancient engineering was a form of lighting that would have bathed the temple in a warm, flickering glow. Tom noticed a piece of flint resting near the central oil reservoir. With a nod of approval from Sam, he picked up the flint, studied it, then struck it against the side of the reservoir. The sparks that flew from the impact ignited the oil in the reservoir, casting a golden light throughout the chamber. As if set in motion by some unseen force, the flames immediately spread through the oil lamp system, following the channels carved into the stone. One by one, the lamps came to life, their fiery glow chasing away the darkness that had shrouded the temple for millennia. The light revealed the stunning details of ancient Egyptian art and architecture, transporting Sam and Tom back to a time of mystical worship. As they stood in awe of the temple, the flickering flames lit their faces, casting shadows that connected them to an ancient civilization. And at that moment, Sam and Tom realized they had discovered a treasure far more valuable than gold or jewels. It was a window into the past, a demonstration of the innovation of a people from long gone. Sam and Tom cautiously entered the dimly lit interior of the hidden temple. The cool air held the weight of centuries within its stale confines. The walls, covered with hieroglyphs and faded murals, whispered ancient secrets to the explorers as they stepped further into the hallowed space. Sam spoke wistfully. Egyptologists divide Egyptian temples into two separate types. Tom opened his mouth to say something, then closed it again. Instead, he licked his lips, suppressing a grin. He had heard Sam talk like this before, like when he was on a roll, which he clearly was right now. Sam said, by the time of the New Kingdom period in Egypt, roughly 1500 BC, the two principal types of temples consisted of cult temples, known as mansions of the gods, and mortuary temples, known as mansions of millions of years. Cult temples were dedicated to the worship of various gods of Egypt, such as Amun, Ptah, Horus, and Osiris, and were designed to house their images. In a mortuary temple, the object of worship was the deified pharaoh. What would you call this one? Sam grinned. This is a mansion of the gods. Which gods belong in this temple? Well, there is Ra, the sun god. Sam pointed with his flashlight at various deities carved into the stone pillars, the largest statue being at the center. He frowned, a little surprised. Actually, every reference seems to be about Ra. The Egyptians sure were interested in Ra. Tom stared at some hieroglyphics next to the symbol for Ra. What's his story? Why is he so popular? Sam was drawn to a particularly impressive wall carving. It depicted a falcon-headed deity with a sun disk on its head, surrounded by adoring worshippers. His eyes lit up with excitement as he recognized the deity's significance. This temple, Sam said, his voice barely above a whisper, is dedicated to the sun god. Oh, yeah. Tom's eyes glanced around at the symbols for Ra that seemed to fill the temple. Ra was one of the most important gods, a central figure in their pantheon. He was believed to govern the cycle of day and night, as well as the seasons. The ancient Egyptians revered Ra as the source of all life. They believed that he created everything in the world, including gods and humans. Sam walked around the temple, his eyes discerning the various images of Ra that adorned the walls. He saw the falcon-headed god with the sun disk above his head, sometimes seated on a throne, sometimes sailing across the sky in a solar baroque. Fascinated by Sam's absolute fascination, Tom followed right behind him. The beam of Sam's flashlight locked on the ancient depiction of the sailing ship of the stars. See this? The Egyptians believed that Ra traveled across the sky during the day in his sunboat, and then through the underworld at night, battling evil forces that threatened to consume the world. Okay. Sam continued. Each morning, Ra emerged victorious, bringing forth the dawn and giving life to the world anew. Tom nodded, a sage grin wide across his face. He enjoyed an interest in Sam's enthusiasm, rather than the mythology that surrounded the enigmatic deity. So, Ra was not only a powerful god, but a protector of the world as well. Exactly, Sam replied. They believed that without Ra, darkness and chaos would prevail, and life as they knew it would cease to exist. That's why they built temples like this one, to honor and appease him, hoping to ensure the continued existence of the world. They delved deeper into the temple. The duo came across a chamber where the walls glistened with gold leaf, depicting scenes of Ra amidst the treasures of the earth. Most of the gold leaf had been forcibly removed, probably hacked away by grave robbers. It wasn't uncommon throughout the ancient temples all over the world, but it was an indication that Plouffe wasn't the first person to visit the spot. Tom's eyes widened at the sight of the glittering walls, and he turned to Sam. What's the connection between Ra and gold? He seemed fascinated by the stuff, didn't he? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Sam paused, taking in the breathtaking chamber before beginning his explanation. Gold was associated with the sun, and therefore with Ra himself. The Egyptians believed that it's literally the skin of the gods. They often used it to create objects of religious significance, such as statues and amulets. Tom traced his fingers over the images on the wall, marveling at the craftsmanship. So, Ra and gold were intimately connected because of a shared association with the sun. Exactly, Sam affirmed. Gold was a representation of the divine, as it was seen as an earthly manifestation of the sun's rays. Its enduring nature made it the perfect symbol for the eternal sun god Ra. The Egyptians believed that the pharaoh was the son of Ra. As such, they decorated his burial chambers with gold to emphasize his heavenly status. Tom nodded. That's why we see so much gold in tombs and temples. It's a symbol of the divine. Indeed, Sam agreed. Gold was a way for the ancient Egyptians to honor Ra, expressing their devotion and their belief in the power he held over the world. They turned another corner, navigating the temple's corridors. Along the side of the passage was a unique emblem etched into one of the walls. The symbol stood out among the other carvings that adorned the ancient stones. It depicted a collar of gold beads, with a pendant shaped like an inverted teardrop hanging from its center. The pendant was framed by a pair of outstretched falcon wings, their tips nearly touching, creating an aura of majesty and importance. Sam's face lit up with recognition as he pointed at the symbol. Look at this. It's Nebu. Tom, who had been admiring the surrounding carvings, turned his attention to the symbol Sam was indicating. Who is Nebu? He asked, assuming it was another deity in the Egyptian pantheon. Sam smiled. Nebu isn't a god, but it might as well have been the next best thing. This symbol represents gold. The inverted teardrop pendant symbolizes a golden drop or nugget, while the wings signify the divine nature of gold, as it was associated with the gods, especially Ra. Nebu depicts a golden collar with the ends hanging off the sides and 7 spines dangling from the middle. Ancient Egyptians believed that gold was an indestructible and heavenly metal. Ra was often referred to as a mountain of gold. Tom examined the Nebu symbol more closely, appreciating the combination of simplicity and elegance in its design. So this symbol is a way for the Egyptians to represent gold in their writing and artwork? That's correct, Sam confirmed. Gold was so important to their culture that they created a specific symbol for it. You'll often see the Nebu symbol in inscriptions and carvings related to the pharaohs, treasures, or sacred items. Sam turned another corner, seeing a series of Nebu symbols. The royal tomb was known as the House of Gold. The pharaohs of the Old Kingdom were called the Golden Horus. During the earliest periods of Egyptian history, only kings were allowed to wear gold, but later the privilege was extended to priests and some other members of the royal court. The chamber that held the king's sarcophagus was known as the House of Gold. Never tarnishing, it was used extensively in the statues of gods and to adorn temples. Mixed with other metals, it coated the pyramidions atop the pyramids and obelisks. "Where did the ancient Egyptians find so much gold?" Tom asked. Sam said, "The same way every other civilization found it." "Make slaves? Work underground mines?" "Pretty much," Sam admitted. Mining was often carried out by convicts under military control. This was a dangerous endeavor from which many of the laborers probably never returned. Rock embedded with gold had to be broken up and washed prior to the actual refining. Early mining operations were carried out in the eastern desert and Nubia to the south. Some scholars believe that the name Nubia derives from an early name for gold, and there is little question that much of the warfare between Egypt and Nubia resulted from the Egyptian thirst for this precious metal. Sam turned another corner. The oil lamps dimmed in this section, and they were guided only by the dim glow of their flashlights. The air was heavy with dust and history, and the walls were adorned with complex hieroglyphs and bas-reliefs. As they progressed deeper into the temple, the atmosphere grew more solemn. It was as though long-dead spirits still lingered, watching their every step. In a remote chamber, Sam's flashlight shined on something metallic glinting from the corner of the room. He approached the object and carefully brushed away the layers of dust that had accumulated over the years. His mouth quirked up as he discovered an exquisitely crafted French saber, its steel blade gleaming in the dim light. The hilt was ornately decorated with gold and silver. The saber was out of place, an enigma amongst the ancient relics. Sam carefully picked it up, feeling the weight and balance of the weapon in his hands. As he examined the blade more closely, he noticed a faint inscription etched into the metal, almost hidden under the patina of age. He read the inscription aloud to Tom. "À la gloire de Napoléon et de la grande armée." Translated into English, it read, "To the glory of Napoleon and the Grand Army." A sudden realization washed over Sam as he pieced together the history of the curved blade. It must have belonged to one of Napoleon's soldiers during the French invasion of Egypt in the late 18th century. The soldier, perhaps separated from his regiment, had found his way into the temple and left his fencing sword behind, either intentionally or by accident. Sam's discovery was a rare and tangible link to a fascinating period of history when two vastly different cultures collided. Tom and Sam stood in awe, feeling the weight of history in their hands as they continued their exploration, eager to uncover more secrets hidden within the ancient temple. Tom said, "I guess we now know who looted the gold off the walls in the temple." "I guess so." Sam turned another corner and stopped. They had found the epicenter of the temple. Buried deep inside, the room was made of solid Aswan granite, a type of rock primarily found in the Aswan region of southern Egypt. The stone was characterized by its reddish-pink color, which is derived from its unique composition of minerals. Aswan granite is an igneous rock that consists mainly of quartz, feldspar, and mica, with a reddish hue coming from a high concentration of potassium feldspar. Sam swept the room with a beam of his flashlight. The walls glowed from reflections. The stone was highly prized for its beauty and durability. They used it for the construction of obelisks, statues, and other architectural elements in temples and monuments. Notable examples include the unfinished obelisk at the Aswan Quarry, the granite columns in the Luxor Temple, and the sarcophagus of Pharaoh Tutankhamun. Sam ran his gaze across the prized wall at the center of the room. Whatever this is, the Egyptians must have thought it was important to use so much Aswan granite in its construction. Tom turned his flashlight onto the wall at the back of the room. Like a detailed map, perhaps? Sam grinned. Yeah, like a detailed map. His gaze searched the wall, and he realized he was right. The map was etched into the stone with great precision. The map appeared to depict a distant region with landmarks clearly marked. Sam was unable to recognize any of them at a glance. As he examined the detailed representation, Sam's eyes widened in recognition. He noticed the Nabu symbol repeated several times throughout the map. The golden symbol was strategically placed along a particular route, leading to a marked location that was the focal point of the entire design. It depicted a vault at the center of the map, filled with the Nabu symbol. There were rows and rows of detailed hieroglyphs, which would take days to decipher. Tom smiled. You're the ancient Egyptian expert. What does it say? Sam grinned. It says, King Midas existed. And when the Trident is free, you and I are going to find his ancient vault filled with unimaginable amounts of gold. Chapter 40. Ancient Pyramids of Meroë. Professor Xavier Griffith's heart raced. He'd just murdered Sandik, one of the most respected members of his team, and his intermediary with the rest of the local men who labored for him. His absence would undoubtedly be noticed soon. Sudan's judiciary system still believed in the benefits of capital punishment. Technically, the murder he committed was self-defense, but there wasn't a court in Sudan who was going to believe that, especially after he'd tossed Sandik's corpse inside the ancient pharaoh's sarcophagus. No, he needed to get out of the country, just as soon as he could get the golem to the surface. His gaze returned to the task at hand as his laborers worked to bring the golem through the flooded tunnel. To keep the golem afloat in the water-filled chamber, the team had affixed large inflatable airbags to its limbs and torso. These airbags were made of thick, durable rubber, designed to withstand the pressure and abrasions caused by the golem's immense weight. Once the airbags inflated, the golem bobbed gently on the water's surface, ready to be guided through the subterranean canal. The laborers, clad in waterproof wetsuits, scuba apparatus, and headlamps, waded into the murky water, their boots sinking into the soft sediment of the chamber floor. They began to heave on the ropes and pulleys above. The mechanisms creaked and groaned as the immense weight of the golem was slowly lifted. With each pull, the golem inched forward. Xavier intermittently released air from the main buoyancy bladder until the golem became neutrally buoyant. Underwater, the team communicated with hand signals, indicating when to pull or release the ropes as they guided the golem through the submerged labyrinth. The journey was slow and arduous, each step calculated to avoid damage. The walls of the flooded chamber echoed with the steady sloshing of water and the muffled grunts of the archaeologists as they continued pushing and pulling. At last the team emerged from the flooded chamber, the golem gliding gracefully behind them, buoyed by the airbags. Exhausted but triumphant, the archaeologists exchanged weary smiles as they set their precious cargo down on solid ground. Now, free from its watery tomb, the golem glistened in the flickering flashlights. It took another 4 hours to reach the surface. People were now regularly approaching Xavier, asking him about Sandik. Xavier kept feigning surprise, hoping for a mixture of annoyance and mild indignation that his chief laborer had disappeared without any discussion. On the sandy surface, he felt able to breathe better. Xavier's mind and heart were clearing. At the base of the ancient Pyramids of Meroë, where the vast arid landscape stretched to the horizon, the setting sun painted the sky with warm hues of orange and red. The blazing African sun descended, casting long shadows that danced across the golden sands. The air was heavy with the scent of desert flora, as the gentle evening breeze brought a welcome respite from the day's scorching heat. Amidst the rolling dunes, a solitary figure stood out, its presence both mystifying and awe-inspiring. The golem's metal surface shimmered with an otherworldly sheen. As the sun dipped lower, the golem seemed to come alive. It absorbed the essence of the setting sun, reflecting it back in a kaleidoscope of luminous colors. The lustrous glow intensified, casting a ghostly aura that lit up the surrounding sands. The golem stood as a sentinel, watching over the vast expanse of the Sudanese desert. As day surrendered to the embrace of the night, it embodied the power and the majesty of the ancient world, a silent witness to the passage of time. Xavier observed the amazing artifact and knew, with absolute certainty, that he had to do something terrible. He must renege on his deal with the relic hunter. Chapter 41. Vera MSC. The darkness of night gave Angelo the confidence to move. He felt only a little safer with the submachine gun in his hands. It was a deadly weapon, and he'd seen enough action movies to realize it didn't take that much to point and shoot at someone. If he could get close enough, he had no doubt he could kill as needed. Whatever it took, he didn't even have a qualm with putting bullets in his enemy's back. His job was to kill his attackers before they killed him. The problem rose if there was an ongoing shootout. Strict, honest logic, the sort that only an engineer could believe in, suggested that professionals trained in the weapons, along with the arts of war, were far better positioned to win in any open conflict. Still, with the satellite phone jammed, he had only one choice: to get help and save the crew, and that meant making his way to the bridge. He moved in short, fast bursts from one hidden position to the next hidden position, slowly making his way toward the bridge. Angelo was amazed by the rapid transformation of the Vera MSC. The previously predominantly empty deck of the roll-on, roll-off vehicle carrier was now filled with inflatable shipping containers. Rising 4 containers high on the deck, it now had the appearance of a traditional super shipping container carrier. The entire deck echoed with the high-powered hum and vibrations of the massive fans, which fed air into what could be described as the world's largest inflatable jumping castle. Angelo reached the outside of the bridge and stopped. There were voices speaking rapidly inside. They were speaking in rapid-fire French, so common in many of the sub-Saharan countries. Angelo could speak a little French, but the words were coming out too fast for him to fully understand. After a few minutes, he heard something that turned his veins to ice. "Should we kill the crew now or later?" one of the women he'd seen before with a submachine gun asked. "Later," came the male voice. "We might still need to change the shape of the ship again." Their leader said, "I have to go. Remember the plan." "You're leaving?" a third voice asked, his tone concerned. "Abdul and Farah are both missing." Angelo crept closer to the edge of the bridge to get a better view. There were 3 people in the bridge, 2 men, 1 woman, all still armed. He considered spraying them with bullets from above. He might get them all, but he'd need to move his position to get a clear shot, and even then it was unlikely he'd kill them all. The taller of the 3, the one that appeared to be in authority, said, "So deal with one that escaped. I have things to do. I've got to get out of here." The other man asked, "You're abandoning us in the middle of the job?" The tall one gave a half shrug and turned the palms of his hands outward. "There's been an unexpected discovery in the Sudan. Something the relic hunter has specifically been looking for a very long time has been found buried beneath the ancient Pyramids of Meroë." "What will you do?" "The timing is terrible, but it's worth more than you could imagine if I can collect it. The relic hunter paid an archaeologist to locate the artifact, but now that same archaeologist has reconsidered his stance on stealing national treasures." "Some fool has reneged on a deal with a relic hunter?" "It would appear so." "He obviously doesn't realize what sort of person the relic hunter is." "Apparently not. And now it's my job to go and make an example out of his mistake. Nobody betrays the relic hunter." "All right," came the woman's voice. "What do you want us to do with our escapee when we find him?" "It's obvious, isn't it?" The tall one grinned maliciously. "Kill him, of course." "All right." "Remember, keep to the plan. Get the ship where it's meant to be, and I'll see you in a few days." She peered up at her boss. "And the old crew?" "We'll murder them all and throw them over the side when I get back." Angelo huddled in the dark, damp corner of the cargo hold, pressed against one of the few real steel containers. The salt-laden air mingled with the pungent aroma of diesel and the ever-present ocean smell of the sea. His heart sped faster, thudding against his ribs, as he clutched the small submachine gun. A chilling gust of wind swept through the open hatch above, causing him to shiver. It was then that he noticed the faint, rhythmic thumping in the distance. Curious, he carefully crept closer to the opening, his eyes scanning the dark skies. As the thumping grew louder, a black chopper appeared, hovering just above the ship's bridge. The stealthy craft materialized out of the darkness like a bird of prey on the hunt for its next kill. He held his breath, watching intently as the chopper made a calculated semi-landing on the ship. A single figure emerged from the bridge, clad in black and wielding a submachine gun. It was the leader of the pirates. Angelo held his breath, a sudden surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. Who were these people? Quickly and efficiently, the armed individual climbed into the helicopter. The rotors whirred loudly, and the aircraft began to ascend, vanishing into the night sky. Watching the aircraft disappear into the horizon, Angelo knew what he needed to do to save his crew. He just hoped it wouldn't get him killed in the process. Chapter 42, Trident GS. It was a strikingly beautiful night, clear and still. The velvety darkness of the sky overhead was punctuated by the brilliant pinpricks of starlight. The water of the canal gently rippled, reflecting light from the stars. It created a mesmerizing, mirrored surface that danced with each subtle movement of the boat. Sam brought the Chris Craft Corsair 28 up alongside the Trident, anchored, and climbed the ladder up onto the deck. He and Tom headed back toward the main bridge, mission room, and quarters. It was getting late. After they'd checked in with Captain Higgins, who was in charge of the mission room at this time of the night, they were both planning to go straight to sleep. Pupils large and dark with adrenaline, Sam said, "The Midas vault, Tom. We're going to get this old girl to float, and then you and I are going to find the lost treasure of King Midas." Tom laughed and put a hand on Sam's shoulder. "Yeah, good to see you're immune to gold. Clearly, it can't cast its spell on you." "Me? No." Sam lifted his hands out in a what-can-you-do shrug. "This is for historical purposes." "Right." Up ahead, a man in an officer's uniform from the Trident approached. Sam recognized him as Michael Whitehead, the first officer of the ship. He was moving with the determined stride of a soldier, or in this case, naval officer, on a mission. "Mr. Reilly, I'm glad you're back," Mr. Whitehead said, carrying a manila envelope in his hands. A ghost of fear crossed Sam's path. "What's happened?" "It's nothing to do with the Trident, sir," Whitehead said. "There's an archaeologist in Sudan on the phone for you. He says it's very urgent." Sam frowned. "Did you tell him I'm a little busy here?" "I did, but he wouldn't accept that." "What did he say?" "Not much. Just sent me an image of an artifact and said you'd drop whatever you were doing to help him." Whitehead handed him the envelope. "Here, we printed it out for you." Sam stopped walking and checked out the image that Whitehead had printed out for him. It was of a golem. Sam's world turned upside down. Everything was happening all at once. Whitehead said, "The guy says it can't wait. Says he's in trouble." "Who's the guy?" "A professor. He said you'd know who he was straight away. Said you served together in Afghanistan and would know what this is about." Sam nodded, following Whitehead back to the bridge. He picked up the phone and spoke without preamble. "Professor Xavier Griffiths, as I live and breathe." There was warmth in the man's voice. "Ah, so you do remember me, Sam. I have a story to tell you. Then I'm going to need your help." Chapter 43. Sam's world was still spinning. Now, nearly 20 years of his past had disappeared with just the sound of the professor's voice. "So, the golems really do exist?" "Yes." "How many have you found?" "2. One more to go." "Do you really believe the legend?" Xavier said, "that 3 golems were built in Atlantis, ancient bodyguards to the gods, and that they will lead a future prophet to the necropolis, the birth of the Atlantean civilization?" "Do you?" Sam persisted. "I believe the necropolis is real, that some of the greatest powers of Atlantis are hidden within its ancient ruins, and that right now I'm in possession of 2 of the golems needed to locate it. Anything else is guesswork." "I'm happy for you," Sam said, with the genuine pleasure of someone who understands how obsession can take over one's life. "What can I do for you, Professor?" "Honestly, Sam, I'm in serious trouble." "Why?" "I'm in over my head. I needed help funding my research. There's a man named the Relic Hunter, and he's able to obtain big dollars to fund special archaeological projects. There's talk that he's backed by the Shaco Syndicate." The sub-Saharan people smugglers. Yeah, as well as drugs, weapons, and anything else they can lay their hands on, including archaeological artifacts, which means now I'm involved with them. Sam frowned. You're involved in grave robbing now? Look, I know this might sound hard to believe given your track record, but archaeology doesn't pay so well for everyone, and I might have borrowed more than I could afford. I was going to lose my house. Sam said, So, you sold your archaeological soul to the devil. It was a statement, not a question. Xavier said, I know, I messed up. I took a shortcut, and I regret it. But now you've seen the treasure. You're having second thoughts? Yes. See, Xavier exhaled loudly. I knew you'd understand. I didn't even know for certain that the treasure existed. I took this job expecting to be paid a daily rate to lead this expedition, never imagining in a million years that I would find it. Now that it's real, your moral compass has kicked in. I'm afraid so. Sam shook his head. Hell of a time to grow a conscience. This, what did you call him? The relic hunter? He won't be happy without his return on investment. No, the idea of donating it to a museum, I assure you, wasn't in his plans. Xavier swore softly. I'm in real trouble, Sam. How deep? As deep as it goes. If I get out of here with my life, I'll be happy. Why don't you just keep your word with the relic hunter? Xavier's tone sounded horrified by the concept. And be damned with the historical significance and the truth? Is your conscience worth dying for? If I thought I could, don't you think I would? Xavier asked shrilly. Why can't you? I have spies working for me. They said the relic hunter knows about my betrayal. He's coming here, to Sudan, to ensure others never make the same mistake. Sam said, All right, sit tight. I'll catch the next flight to Sudan. I can be there in the morning. What should I do in the meantime? Contact the embassy and tell them what you found and that you think it's all about to be stolen. I'll make some calls and see if we can get you government protection. Sam. Yeah. Get me out of this mess, and I'll be in your debt. Sam shook his head. His mind returned to that fateful day in Afghanistan. No, sir, I owe you my life, and it's a debt I'm only too happy to repay. Sit tight, and I'll be there in the morning. Chapter 44. Sam picked up the cash, a bundle of U.S. $100 notes. He threw it on the bed next to the rest of the gear he was quickly packing for his trip to Sudan, with the same indifference he gave to his pair of woolen socks. He then withdrew a second, smaller bundle with small denomination notes that he could use at local markets, and so forth, without getting killed. Going shopping? Tom asked, picking up the first bundle and fingering the neat bundle of bills. Just the usual touristy stuff? I'll get you something nice. Tom suppressed a grin. Hope so. What is this, $50K? That's a bundle. 1,000 $100 notes. Plus there's another 1,000 in small denominations. Right, you're taking $100K. That makes sense. I expect you to bring me back something good with that. I don't know, some sort of exotic animal, or maybe a Kalahari bushman to guide me on future trips to the continent? I'll see what I can do, Sam said, retrieving a small sealed case with a Heckler & Koch MP5 submachine gun. Seriously, Sam, what are you going to do with all that money? Sam shrugged. Buy some stuff. I've hired a helicopter for a few days. I'll need a local guide, and I'm pretty certain I'm going to be bribing some government officials. They take U.S. dollars. Everyone loves U.S. dollars. Go figure. Sam packed his Glock in the same concealed compartment in his backpack that hid his cash. Tom's mouth was creased with worry. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you? No, I wish you were, but someone has to stay here to make sure the Trident gets shifted during the coming king tide. Sam grinned. Besides, if I were honest, I'd tell you I really wish your girlfriend was coming with me. No offense. You and me both know Genevieve is the sort of person you need in a fight. How far off is the Tehillah, by the way? 2 days, I think. You don't want to wait? In another 24 hours, Genevieve could fly the Eurocopter out to the Nubian pyramids. I can't wait. I don't think my friend will survive without me. It may be too late by the time I reach him as it is. Besides, if all goes to plan, I should be able to get in and out in 24 hours. Then I'll take it easy until the Trident is refloated. All right, Tom said. You make sure to do that. Sam studied Tom's face, aware that he was holding back. What is it? You're heading into a serious fight with some bad people on your own. I know, Sam said with a shrug. It can't be helped. Why? I already told you my friend can't wait. No, I mean, why is this so important to you? Saving the professor. Yeah. In Afghanistan, he and I were targeted for our archaeological backgrounds. They wanted to search for a temple in the mountainous region near the Khyber Pass. I got pinned down by a sniper. We were on our own, and the Taliban were moving in our direction. The shooter didn't have to kill me himself. All he had to do was prevent me from leaving. Tom met his eye with a sort of understanding that only another veteran may have of the secrets of war. What happened? The professor crept around behind the assassin and slit his throat. That seemed needlessly gruesome. Why not shoot him? Sam chuckled. He was out of bullets. You're kidding me. He silently snuck up on a sniper who was armed with a rifle and presumably a handgun without a weapon? Sam nodded. He had a knife. Impressive. Yeah, so when the professor calls and tells me he needs me and is in serious trouble, I think it's fairly safe to say I'll be there for him. All right, good luck, Tom said. I'll contact the Tehillah and make sure Genevieve has a team ready to arrive by helicopter as soon as they're close to the Sudanese coast. Thanks. Sam's cell phone rang. He hit the answer button. Without preamble, the professor said, What's your ETA? I've organized a MIL Mi-17 helicopter to pick me up. It's ex-Sudanese Air Force with 4 auxiliary fuel tanks, giving it the range needed to reach you and get out of town without refueling. The helicopter is currently used for shipping mining executives and archaeologists, so the pilot can sign all the forms to get us across the border. Great! I don't know anything about helicopters. Is it going to be powerful enough to lift the Golem? Yeah, it should be able to lift both the Golems in one go. It just needs to lift one. Sam frowned. I thought you said you'd found 2 of them. I did. I found the other one in China. It's currently on the Vera MSC, bound for Italy. Sam felt his gut fall with a sharp jolt. What did you say? It's on a ship bound for Italy. No, the name of the ship. The Vera MSC. Why? Sam's lips firmed as he suddenly realized the connection. The Vera MSC was recently diverted around the Cape of Good Hope after my father's supercargo ship ran aground, blocking the Suez Canal. The professor tried, but failed to see the connection to the tragic accident. So? The Vera MSC is lost. Lost! As of 2 days ago, the Vera MSC was believed to have been sunk somewhere in the Indian Ocean off the coast of Africa. Its entire cargo lost. That's impossible! Sam paused. What do you mean? I have a small GPS tracking device on both my golems to ensure I can retrieve them, even if they're stolen. I have the code on my phone and my laptop. You can see the tracking for the Vera MSC? Yes. Sam's mouth went dry. When did you last check it? An hour ago. Xavier, I need you to send me access to those tracking codes. Half the South African Navy, along with the Egyptian and Israeli Air Forces, are out searching for that ship. Yes, I'll send them to you right away, Xavier said. There's something else you need to know about the golems. The phone connection transformed into static. Sam asked, What is it? Look, you're never going to believe what I discovered. More static. The phone cut out. Sam hit redial. Xavier answered, breathing heavily. Sam could tell the call had connected, but his friend didn't speak. Even through the broken connection, Sam could hear his friend was running, or exerting himself more than he should. In the background, he listened to the sound of people screaming. Sam whispered, What's happening? I've got to go. Xavier, tell me what's happening. Xavier whispered, raw fear in his voice. They're here. Chapter 45. Nubian Desert, Sudan, 16 days out. Under the scorching Sudanese sun, Tarek lay motionless atop a sand dune, his eyes locked on the expansive valley below. The unforgiving desert stretched out before him, its heat waves distorting the horizon. A soft breeze carried fine sand particles, adding a subtle haze to the vast, barren landscape. Tarek was equipped with a Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle, a .50 caliber semi-automatic long-range weapon known for its lethal accuracy. He carefully set up the rifle, extending the adjustable legs of the bipod to ensure a stable platform on the uneven terrain. His finger traced the rifle's contours from the fluted barrel to the monopod at the rear before settling on the grip. The scope was already calibrated, providing a crystal-clear view of the valley floor. His eyes narrowed as he spotted 3 Toyota Land Cruisers driving in formation, a plume of dust billowing behind them as they traversed the arid landscape. Tarek adjusted his position slightly, ensuring his line of sight was unobstructed. He wrapped the sling of the rifle around his arm, stabilizing it further and minimizing any potential movement. The vehicles moved closer, and Tarek's heart slowly thudded in anticipation. Like all good snipers, he kept his pulse low when shooting. His fingers tightened around the grip, and his breathing also slowed as he prepared for the moment. He pressed his cheek against the stock, aligning the crosshairs in his scope with the lead vehicle. Now, Tarek whispered into the mic on his tactical headset. A split second later, an explosion erupted near the front Land Cruiser, sending a shower of sand and debris into the air. A massive boulder, dislodged by the blast, rolled onto the path, effectively blocking the vehicle's progress. Almost immediately, another explosion boomed behind the last car, sealing its fate as another boulder obstructed its escape route. The middle Land Cruiser, now trapped, screeched to a halt. A team of armed criminals appeared from behind the dunes, swiftly descending on the vehicle. The situation escalated rapidly, with the criminals shouting and pointing their weapons menacingly. Suddenly, the door of one of the imprisoned vehicles swung open. Out stepped Professor Xavier Griffiths, hands raised in surrender. His eyes were filled with both fear and defiance, and beads of sweat trickled down his brow. Tarek's scope remained locked on the professor's head, crosshairs unwavering. Without hesitation, Tarek squeezed the trigger. The thunderous report of the .50 caliber rifle echoed across the valley, and the bullet found its mark, instantly killing Professor Xavier. Dropping the satellite phone from dead fingers, his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Chapter 46. The sun was setting on the vast expanse of the Nubian desert, casting a warm golden hue on the undulating sand dunes. Amidst the serene landscape, a powerful MiL Mi-17 helicopter approached from a distance, its rotors churning the air with a deep rhythmic thud. The helicopter's sturdy fuselage was painted in a desert camouflage pattern, blending seamlessly with the arid environment. As the Mi-17 drew closer to the dunes, the pilot carefully surveyed the terrain, searching for a suitable landing spot. The sand dunes, shaped by ruthless desert winds, were a challenging and unpredictable landing surface. However, the skilled pilot had years of experience in navigating such treacherous landscapes. Sam stared out, scanning the scene below. 3 white Toyota Land Cruisers had become caught between 2 rockfalls. The lead and tail vehicles had been damaged by the rocks, while the middle one became stuck fast. A couple military trucks were there, with the head of the police service too. Sam exchanged a glance with the pilot. "Put us down as close as you can." The pilot nodded. "Taking us down, sir?" The pilot identified a relatively flat section on top of a dune and began the descent. The helicopter's powerful twin turboshaft engines roared, and its rotors sliced through the air, stirring up a whirlwind of sand particles. The golden grains danced and swirled in the air, obscuring the view momentarily as the helicopter hovered just above the dune's surface. The pilot, with unwavering precision, gently lowered the Mi-17 onto the sand. Its sturdy landing gear touched down with a soft crunch, sinking slightly into the yielding dune. The rotor wash continued to buffet the sand, causing it to cascade down the dune's slope in mesmerizing patterns. As the rotors gradually slowed and the whirlwind of sand dissipated, the MiL Mi-17 stood atop a sand dune of the Nubian desert. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the twilight sky cast a final ethereal glow on the horrific scene. Policing in Sudan was shared between the Sudanese military and the police force. Sam had called in every favor he could muster to convince both agencies to try and help the professor. Hundreds of soldiers as well as police officers had been mobilized, but it was too late. Xavier was dead. The chief of police greeted him with a curt handshake, filling him in on the grisly details. How a small team of criminals had used an explosion to cause a landslide, which in turn had trapped the cars. A sniper had taken out the professor, while those closer had killed the rest of the occupants with submachine guns, leaving nobody alive who witnessed the attack. Sam shook his head. There was a ridiculous irony to the fact that the professor should get killed by a sniper while traveling in a convoy with armed guards. Sam followed the chief to the site of his friend's murder. Resting serenely, Xavier appeared to be at peace. Sam kneeled next to him and made a silent prayer for the fallen soldier. The cars had been ransacked of anything of value, and the Golem stolen from its cradle, where it had been laid in the back of the middle Land Cruiser. The chief of police told him that they had put roadblocks on all the roads out of the region, and that they would search any vehicle large enough to carry the Golem. It was heavy, as well as big, so even if it had been put in a standard vehicle, it would sink the suspension because of the golem's weight. Sam thanked him and asked him to keep him posted on his progress, and turned to leave. In the sand, beside Xavier, he noticed a satellite phone, an Iridium 9575. Its case was badly smashed. Sam bent down and pocketed the sat phone. At best, it was stealing from a crime scene, and at worst it might have been misconstrued as tampering with evidence. In reality, Sam was already planning on doing things that were far worse. Sam climbed back on board the helicopter. The Mill Mi-17's rotors began to whir before taking off. In the air, Sam made a call to a private aircraft hangar in Texas. "Elise, I need you to talk me through how to upload the data from a sat phone's SIM card. I'll need you to look at it." "For anything specific?" "Normal intel, but I particularly need you to find a tracking code for me." Chapter 47. The Mill Mi-17 helicopter landed at the makeshift camp along the Nile, overlooking the Kushite pyramids. Roughly 30 people gathered around a large fire at the center of their temporary accommodation. Sam scanned across the small looters' village. These people, he assumed, had worked for the professor. Now, with that job permanently over, they had probably returned to searching the ancient ruins for anything they might be able to sell, while many would return to their normal lives as herdsmen in the desert. There was a large police presence, with many interviewing local laborers, trying to find out where the professor's attackers might have gone. Sam introduced himself and asked for any help anyone might offer. When nobody was forthcoming, he sat by the fire and decided to sleep on board the helicopter for the night. The pilot was armed, as were the 2 air crewmen, who would take turns to act as bodyguards to the multi-million-dollar aircraft. He made a fire and heated up some dinner. They were military MRE ration packs, usually warmed from a simple chemical reaction and flameless heater, but they always tasted nicer having been cooked over a campfire. Afterward, he offered 10 grand in US dollars to anyone that helped him find the person or persons who killed the professor. That caused a murmur of interest, but again, no one was forthcoming. Perhaps they already knew who had killed the professor, and consequently realized their lives would be short-lived if they betrayed the Shaco Syndicate. Sam waited, warming his hands by the fire. A small boy with dark skin and a big smile tentatively approached him. "You are a friend of the professor?" "Yes," Sam said. "I'm Sam Reilly. What's your name?" "Bakit." "Hi, Bakit. You want to take a seat?" The kid shook his head and just stood there. Sam opened his mouth to ask him if he knew anything about the professor's death, but then thought better of it. If the kid knew something, he would talk or he wouldn't, and there were no hurrying kids up with these things. Instead, he just waited and enjoyed the fire, the twilight, and then the seemingly infinite stars in the desert. "I can tell you where they went," the kid offered. Sam saw honesty and truth behind the boy's intelligent, dark eyes. He said, "You can you?" "Yes, I saw them dragging the professor's golem into the desert." Sam grinned. "In that case, that makes you my newfound best friend." Chapter 48. Trident GS. "We have a big problem," Elisa said. Tom looked at her. The salvage operation had gone on for 6 days without a hitch, and now, under 12 hours after he'd taken charge, they'd hit their first major glitch. He drew a breath. "What's happened?" It's the forward compartment destroyed by the explosion, the one we knew we might have trouble with. Tom said, "Go on." "We finished the repairs on the hold yesterday, and the pumpers began to drain the seawater from the Trident's hull, but the welds hadn't been given enough time to set." "What happened?" "The repair imploded." "Okay, that's a major problem," Tom admitted. "What are we going to do about it?" "Sam said he spoke with someone on board the Tehila, an engineer or something, who said they would have the problem solved by the time they got here." "That would be Veyron," Tom explained. "He's a submersible engineer. He'll know more than anyone else in the world what to do about implosions and high-level pressure leaks. Sam didn't mention it, but he'll be here in another day. I'll give him a heads up that we need him to now perform that miracle he said he was working on." James Reilly stepped into the mission room and grabbed him by the shoulder. "Tom, have you seen Sam?" Tom swallowed hard. He could only imagine how this conversation was going to go. Sam's dad had a reputation of having a temper when someone screwed up. Tom decided to confront his problem head-on. "He had to go to Sudan." "Sudan!" he yelled, his face reddening. "What in the hell is he doing in Sudan?" "Something about saving an old friend of his from his time in Afghanistan," Tom frowned. "I would have thought he'd tell you he was going." James radiated an angry presence. "Yeah? Well, me too." "I guess he didn't mention that he put me in charge of the refloating?" "No. But at least he's left someone I can trust," James said. "The king tide hits in 2 days. Where are we at?" "Good. Everything's moving in the right direction." "I heard a bang earlier," James said, relieved that it was nothing. "I thought there was some sort of implosion down below." Elisa gave an impish smile. "Yeah, it was an implosion." James locked his eyes on Tom. "What happened?" "Elisa tells me the repairs to the major damage caused by the battle tank's explosion have imploded under the external pressure once the water was pumped out." "That sounds like a major problem. What are we doing about it? We've got 2 days." "Yeah, I'm about to speak to Veyron. The Tehila's 24 hours out, and he told Sam he was working on a miracle that should resolve the problem." 24 hours? We only have 48 to go until the Trident's supposed to float free. You know everything's riding on this." "Yeah, I know. Don't worry about it. Veyron's miracles are better than most people's certainties. He knows what's at stake. He'll get it done." "He'd better." Tom picked up his cell phone and called the Tehila. Matthew, the ship's skipper, answered. "How goes it, Tom?" "Sam jumped ship and left me in charge, and now there's been an implosion and—" Matthew said, "Here, I'll put Veyron on." Veyron answered the phone. "Tom?" "Veyron, we're in deep trouble here." Tom drew in a deep, steadying breath. "Please tell me you have that miracle ready to go." Chapter 49. El Fasher Market, North Darfur, Sudan, 15 days out. The Mill Mi-17 helicopter landed on the dusty outskirts of the markets. Sam and Bakit, along with Bakit's father, climbed out. The pilot and his small team of guards leapt out and secured the helicopter. Elise had cracked the various passcodes that protected the professor's data stored on his sat phone's SIM card. It had taken her 3 hours to overcome the AES 256-bit encryption that Xavier had used. This meant little to Sam, as Elise boasted about the speed at which she resolved the problem, but apparently it meant that the professor had gone to the trouble of storing his data behind the firewall of some of the most advanced decryption codes in existence. Clearly, he had been storing something extremely valuable. Sam would have loved to see the professor's face if he saw how quickly Elise cracked it. Sam now had access to the GPS tracking for the Golem. It showed that it was being taken across the desert into neighboring Chad. Sam figured that made sense. The Sudanese police and military had closed the major roadways out of the region and set checkpoints at all borders, with guards searching every vehicle capable of concealing something as big and heavy as the Golem. If it had been Sam trying to get the Golem out of Sudan, he would have used a helicopter. Yet even that, the chief of police had argued, would be difficult. All helicopters were being searched at their respective airports, and the airways above the Kushite necropolis had been given a blanket ban on non-government flights. Thus, Sam admitted as he watched the slowly moving tracker on his digital watch head east toward Chad in the desert, this was the way he would get the Golem out of the country. No one could police the entire Sahara Desert. There was simply too much land to cover. Elise had suggested waiting for Genevieve to arrive in a few days with the Eurocopter and a team, and then heading out to retrieve the Golem by force. Sam had another idea. Xavier had told him he was being hunted because he'd broken a deal with the relic hunter. It then stood to reason that the relic hunter had funded the successful attack on the professor's life. Ergo, he wanted to follow the Golem to the relic hunter, where he planned to seek revenge. But to do that, he would be better off pursuing on the ground, under the auspice of a local herdsman. In this way, he could follow the Golem through the desert and find out the location of the relic hunter, instead of some low-level thugs who had been paid to kill the professor. Sam left the helicopter with Bakit and his father. He strolled through the bustling marketplace of the small Sudanese village, the sun casting long shadows over the crowded stalls. The scent of spices and roasting meats filled the air, mingling with the cacophony of voices and the bleating of goats. As he weaved through the throngs of people, Sam's eyes scanned the stalls, searching for something specific. He finally spotted a modest wooden stand draped in vibrant embroidered fabrics. Behind the stand, a middle-aged Sudanese woman worked diligently at her sewing machine, her skilled fingers expertly guiding the cloth through the needle's path. "Assalamu alaikum," Sam greeted her with a respectful nod, his Arabic accent slightly labored but sincere. The words meant, "Peace be upon you." "Wa alaikum assalam," the woman replied, her warm smile revealing her genuine kindness. It was the standard Arabic response and meant, "May peace be upon you." "I'm looking for traditional garments worn by the Meroë, the nomadic herdsman," Sam said, reverting to English, his eyes flicking over the array of fabrics on display. He gestured toward Bakit and his father. "Like these gentlemen are wearing." "Ah, yes," she nodded, understanding his request. "I have just what you need." The seamstress reached for a bundle of fabric, unfurling it to reveal a beautiful jalabiya, a loose-fitting, ankle-length cloth made from white, breathable cotton. Complex embroidery adorned the neckline and cuffs in vibrant shades of blue and red. "This is perfect for the desert," she explained, handing it to Sam. "The Meroë wear these to stay cool and comfortable while they travel with their herds." Sam inspected it, appreciating the craftsmanship. "It's beautiful," he admitted, running his fingers over the embroidery. "Can you make one for me?" "Certainly," she replied, measuring Sam with an experienced eye. "It will take a few hours, no more, to make one in your size." She gave him a price. He nodded in agreement, and she set to work straight away. As she began cutting and sewing the fabric, Sam watched, admiring her skill and precision. Bakit and his father wandered off to make arrangements for their travels, although how they would do so from here baffled him. Sam left then and wandered around the market. He grabbed some lunch and returned a few hours later. When the seamstress finally finished, she held up the completed jalabiya with pride. Sam nodded his approval, but then he hesitated and asked, "Can you sew a couple secret compartments to hide money? A smaller one for easy access to small notes, and a larger one to conceal greater amounts?" She nodded. "Anything else?" "Yes, just one more, please," he said quietly, glancing around to ensure they weren't overheard. "Could you sew a secret compartment for a sharp blade along the sleeve?" The seamstress raised an eyebrow, interested, but without asking questions, she nodded and took his clothing back. With practiced hands, she deftly sewed a slim concealed pocket into the inside of the sleeve, ensuring it was both secure and discreet. "There," she said, handing the jalabiya back to him. "The compartment is hidden, and your blade will be safe." Sam inspected the addition, impressed by the seamstress's handiwork. He thanked her and paid for the jalabiya, slipping it over his head and feeling the cool cotton drape over his body. It was the perfect blend of tradition and practicality, a testament to the skill of the Sudanese woman who had crafted it. He headed back to the helicopter. Bakit and his father, who spoke minimal English, gave their approval of his matching attire with various nods and positive hand gestures. Sam gazed at Bakit, who served as a translator between Sam and his father. "How did your father go securing transport into the desert?" "Very good. All is ready and waiting." "Where?" Bakit gestured north. "In the desert." Sam grinned. "It's a big place. You got anything more specific for me?" The kid shook his head. "You take us that way, and my father tell you where to land." Sam wondered what he was getting himself into, trusting a poor kid from Sudan, and his father who spoke less than a handful of words in English. Everyone was asking if he would like to buy something, and how much he was willing to part with for it. Sam drew a breath. "All right, in the helicopter." The Mill Mi-17 took off. They were in the air for less than 30 minutes. In that time, they traveled nearly 100 miles, and Sam began to doubt Bakit's directions. Bakit's father diligently scanned the horizon through the cockpit. "There," he said, standing up and gestured toward the swirl of rising sand in the distance. It was nearly imperceptible to Sam's eyes, but the ancient nomad seemed to inherently know where he was. Sam signaled the pilot, who flew toward it. Within a minute, they reached a large group of wild cattle, stretched over a vast and arid landscape. At the center, there was a scattering of nomadic people, and a dozen or more camels. The pilot exchanged a glance with Sam, who pointed his thumb downward, indicating he wanted to land. The helicopter gently descended, landing on the sandy patch of desert. Bakit's father climbed out first and greeted his relative. It turned out no one had iPhones. He had spoken with another cousin at the El Fasher market and found out where the herd was currently grazing. Bakit's father chatted jovially with the older herdsman, explaining what he needed. After a few minutes, the older man returned with 3 camels. They were loaded with provisions, including water and food, as well as Sam's weapons, satellite phone, and whatnot. The pilot of the helicopter asked, "Are you sure you want to trust these people?" Sam nodded. "I'll be okay." He paid the pilot and thanked him for his services. Sam carefully mounted his camel. He could ride and fly just about any machine ever built, but he'd be damned if he could muster the ridiculous sea-like sway of riding a camel. Together, Sam, Bakit, and his father rode northeast and into the Sahara Desert. Chapter 50, 14 Days Out. Within the safe and comfortable confines of the Trident, Veyron surveyed the scene, his brow furrowed with concern. He was using an underwater camera mounted on an ROV, remotely operated vehicle, submersible, to survey the damage to the Trident. The ROV whirred as he adeptly guided it down across the starboard side of the hull. The cargo ship's hull was badly punctured by a jagged gash. His eyes took in the original repairs. Zooming in on the steel welds, he could easily see where they had fractured and cracked under intense pressure, causing the steel to implode on itself. Elisa, the director of the construction diver team, watched Veyron with interest. Her face was a mask of rebellious professional pride, as though she would like to see him try and do better, given the circumstances and the time restraints. She asked, "Well, what do you think?" Veyron, with surprising appeasement, said, "I'm not surprised your repairs didn't hold." "I would like to have seen you do better." Veyron either missed the snide remark or simply didn't care. Either way, his expression didn't show. Instead, he said, "Me too. Given what you've had at your disposal, it's unlikely I would have achieved any more than you have, and more probably far, far less." That gave her pause. Elisa asked, "What are you planning on doing now?" "I'm going to use the Triton, a 3-person submersible on board the Tehila, to block the hole. Then your team of divers can install and then inflate a series of industrial ballast bags, allowing the pumping ships to do their job." Elisa considered his idea for a moment. "You're mad," she finally said. Veyron shrugged. "Yes, but I'm fairly certain it's the best option, given our time constraints, as you mentioned earlier." "No, you're right. It's a brilliant plan." "There's just one thing." "What?" "Once I plug the hole, I'll be trapped inside the submersible until the Trident is towed to a safe harbor and the hole is temporarily repaired from the inside." "You're going to be stuck there for far more than 24 hours, possibly longer if our attempt to refloat the Trident doesn't work." "It will work," Veyron said with a grin. "I read the plan. It's a good one, and Tom will make sure it comes together all right." "You'll be stuck there for quite a while either way." "That's all right. Since I'll be on my own, I'll have plenty of food, air, and power. I'll read a good book to kill the time, and I'll make sure I bring something nice to eat." "Are you sure?" "Yeah. If it all fails miserably, I can always release one of the internal ballast tanks and slowly fill the submersible with water until the pressure equalizes. I'll take a pair of scuba diving regulators and tank just in case. If necessary, I'll abandon ship once the seawater has reached equilibrium with the outside. What do you think?" "I think you're insane," Elisa snickered. "But I also think it will work. Still, better you than me." The conversation paused while Veyron considered her remarks. Then he tilted his head sagely and said, "I am, perhaps, a little bit crazy." He laughed. "It's not a prerequisite for working with Sam, but it does make the job easier."